Like, share, comment, subscribe. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. Everybody sleep now? I told y'all we was going back live. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. Where everybody at? I told y'all I was going back live. I had to get right. But you know, y'all will be slow getting in here then, you know. I'm just gonna drop content, you feel me? Like, share, comment, subscribe if you in here. Let's get some people in the new live, man. I told y'all I was going back live. Like, share, comment, subscribe. Who all in here? Shout out them cities and them states that y'all in. We on an all-night flight, man. Where y'all at? We just did a whole 10-hour live. And we back live. Come on, let's get back to it. Let's get back to the bag. Under my umbrella. Let's get to the bag, man. We up all night long. Make sure y'all sending them screenshots if y'all ready to work. Cause we up all night long. You hear me? What we talking about? Like, share, comment on this live, man. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Talk to me. Talk to me. Let me get some. Let me roll up real quick. Get organized real quick. You know, I don't like a messy station. That's one thing I don't like is a messy station. Hey, y'all think I should put the banner at the bottom so y'all can know, like, if you got your 250 ready? Because y'all, I'm doing a deal. What to do? Q phone them on phone them. Chicago, stand up. My cousin, stand up. Chicago, my cousin. The city of Chicago was my cousin, yo. I know you know about the Jesse White tumblers. You know about the Jesse White tumblers? If you don't know about the Jesse White tumblers, you ain't from Chicago, bro. Let's get some people in here. Let's get some people here. Chicago, stand up, though. Chicago, stand up. I'm gonna go make a banner real quick. So y'all can know that, 250. Get y'all 10 to 15. Sit back, relax, and do nothing. You just sit there and wait for it to come in. What y'all got going on, man? Talk to me while I'm rolling these little medicine sticks up. I might be live for the next 2 weeks. Should I just stay live for the next 2 weeks? Where everybody at, man? Yeah. Hey, man, 250, man. 120 can get you 1 to 4K. 250 can get you 10 to 15. I can show y'all better. I can tell y'all. I can show y'all all the people I've been working with and how much they've been getting. Y'all want to see that? Y'all want to see all the people I've been working with and how they getting paid? What they made? Hit my DM with that screenshot. How much are those? It all depends. Like 600. And what inbox you gonna hit me on? Mika Millie. What you mean? Yeah, everybody can read this. What you trying to do? Like, what you trying to do? Like, what you trying to do? We working right now. You trying to get your seat. There's only 10 seats open. 250 get you 10 to 15 right now. And make sure you got an age cash app. Links is in the description. Right? Me. Are you ready to send your screenshot? If you trying to just ask questions, don't write. If you ready, you got your screenshot payment ready, then you can DM me. Not being mean, just handling business right now. Are you trying to book your seat? What's your where you pay me at? What's your where you pay me at? If you paid me already, then you should already know where you can write me at.
You don't know what happened when they.
What you telling me for? You do. What you mean? You confusing me. What you talking about? You do what? You starting to confuse me.
Were missing.
No, you didn't. The Telegram link is in the description. I don't know what you writing because I didn't get no message. So I don't know what you writing. So you couldn't have got nothing from me. What's your name on there? What's your name on there? Because you might be blocked. This you? Is this you? Is this you? So what you need? Not long at all. What you need? Cause I ain't talked to you since last year. So what you need? You never paid me for nothing. Matter of fact, now that I'm reading the messages, you wrote me and was bullshitting the whole time. You wrote me saying, "What's up? This Nicole, and I need to play. What do you need?" You told me. I told you to add it to your balance, your Bitcoin balance, and you stopped writing me. March 26, 2025, almost a year ago. Come on, man. Where did we talk at? Where did we like? Where's the transaction? What telegram was you writing me from? And what proof? Because you can't screenshot messages on this shit. No, I don't remember. What are you talking about? This is the only conversation that I got. Add it to your Bitcoin balance. You never responded back. That was a year ago. What are you talking about? This is the whole conversation. You sent me a screenshot, and that was it. You never paid anything. Like, what are you talking about? Like, or what other telegram did you write me under so I can go look at the chat? That's all I'm asking you. Which telegram did you pay under so I can go look at it and see what's going on? What? Listen, I'm not getting no messages from you. Who are you writing? That's what I'm trying to say. You don't hear nothing. You're not sending me no messages. Like, who are you writing? That's what I'm confused on. What are you talking about? You're not writing me at all. What's your name? Like, you're not even blocked. So you're not, who are you writing? You're literally not writing me. I, I just sent you the low paper. You sent me what low paper? Get paid today, 10. What? Who is that? That's your username? Get paid today, 10. That's not my username. That's the that's the slowness I be talking about. That's not my username. If you click on my channel in the description, it'll literally tell you my username and where to DM me. That's not my username. Get paid today, 10. That's not even my channel name. That channel, so that people, that's what I be talking about. People got us learning common sense. That's crazy. And I had the same username forever. So the username may never change. So who are you even writing? I'm confused. Like what? She said I just wrote you. You didn't write me. I don't know who you been writing. Matter of fact, what's the name of the person that? What's the name of the person you've been writing? You got scammed. That's on you. You got scammed. First of all, my name ain't King Hustle on no Telegram, and I told y'all any King Hustle telegrams is not me. You got scammed. So I'm confused. What's to explain? My name ain't never been King Hustle on. My name ain't never been King Hustle on Telegram. It's always been Terrence Pat Switrick. What are you trying to explain? What to do, Larry? I don't got time. Is you trying to get the deal or not? Yay or nay? I'm confused on what you even talking about. You need lessons or something? and I sent you the instructions and everything, right? On how to get to your wallet, right? I'm confused on. So you got to get your lessons. If you can't listen, if you can't understand something that hundreds of other people can understand, that's why I offer lessons. That's I don't got nothing to do with that. So I'm confused on what you're trying to do. Where is the chat? That's what I'm asking you. Where is the chat? It's under. You said we talked on the phone, right? So I gave you the lesson, and I told you how to do it, right? But you just said we talked on the phone, and I can't even find this chat that you talking about. Literally, there's no chat popping up with no reason. Like I don't know what you're talking about. And when we talked on the phone, what did we talk about? Ain't no motherfucking Reezy. Like, what is she got me like? You giving me wrong information, so I can't find what you're talking about. And if I told you 500 to skip the line, when did you pay me this? How about 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 this? You paid me April 28th, 2025. Bro, what? I don't got nothing on April 28th, 20. I don't have nothing on April 28th. I really don't got nothing but that name. Go back that far. Either you giving me the wrong information or I don't know. Because I don't see the name ain't blocked or nothing. Or the chat ain't there or nothing. Okay, if you screenshot the directions, did you screenshot what your name is at the top? Because that chat is not popping up. I'm really over here looking like you gotta be telling me some wrong info or something. And you talking about you wrote me. Oh, here it go, right here. Token Slayers. Is that you? Is your name Token Slayers? Is this it? Hello? Man, ain't nobody finna be begging. Yay or nay? Oh my. Bro, ain't nobody finna be. What y'all got going on? Seats is available. $250 for 10 and 15,000. Send me that screenshot. Cash App Bitcoin payment or Apple Pay. She throwing off my algorithm. And I don't want to write this and be like, this you, and it ain't them, and then it's somebody who I don't need to be unblocked. I, you, I ain't gonna see. I think that's why I blocked you. See what I mean? I think that's exactly why I blocked you. They don't got nothing. You a human being. They ain't got nothing to do with nothing. So you a female? What they got to do with anything? That's an excuse. I did block you. Let me see. This you? You were blocked, and I can see why I blocked you. I just unblocked you. So that means you got me to a point where I was so frustrated with you And it was probably because you was acting like this that I had to block you. Because common sense would tell you, listen, that I ain't had that username or name on Telegram in over a year. So that means you're not using common sense and saying, let me go to his latest video and click on the description where there's always the I don't even know I didn't update all of the matter of fact, I didn't update every single last one of the telegrams in all my bios. So I don't like what are you doing? Like what are you doing? What you mean? I give you time to explain. Why do I got to give you time to explain if you're not using common sense? You're not going to be bugging me or rushing me or none of that if you didn't pay to skip the lines. People paying thousands of dollars to get my lessons. And if you only paid $250, what you want me to do? The Twitch bio. Man, don't nobody be on. You the only person on Twitch. What you mean what I was doing last time? Common sense. I don't even know I had the link in the bio on Twitch. I don't even know how to get in Twitch. Who did that happen? So tell me this. You don't watch YouTube or be on Instagram or nothing? You just be on Twitch? Like you could have just said, I'm looking at your Twitch bio. It's in your Twitch bio. You never once said nothing about that. Like, how do I know you're looking at the like come on, man. Like nobody in this chat knew that you was talking about Twitch. I definitely didn't know you was talking about no Twitch. Like what? You never said that. Like, what are you talking about? Because if you would have said that, I would have gave you the same reaction. It's been all right, man. What's up, man? What you trying to do, man? Oh, You working on videos now? No, I'm not in Detroit. Man, you got some money or what? You got some money or what? Yay or nay? We can make something happen. All right, so rewrite me on. You're now unblocked. So if you write me from the Reezy, rewrite me. Send me a screenshot of what you got. We can talk business. Easy as that. See how easy business is. Bro, what? Bro, I don't even got that. You were blocked for a reason. I don't block people for no reason. Trust me. You were doing something that got me to the point where I couldn't even look at you. You were just pissing me off. All right, go click the link in the bio. That's in there now. I got you. Thank you for cause I showed like what is she talking about? I forgot all about that. Now we back to regular schedule Deco. I was like, what? Just go click the link that's in the bio in the Twitter. I updated it. Just for you. But listen, when I block people, that means I was yelling and they couldn't like comprehend what I was saying. You should send that screenshot too. And let me see what you got and we're gonna talk business. Hey, 10 seats is open, 250 to 10 to 15. Cash out Bitcoin. Send them screenshots. What? I don't know what you looking at it on, because I just let me show you. Look, you see how it's right there? Look, it go right there. Uh, It take you right to it. I don't know. It's going right to it. I don't know. But you on an Android or something? Uh, no, it ain't. It's about whoever got they screenshot and payment ready. That's what it's about. Cause I'm finna get back to work. I just wrote you, Nicole. All right. What time is it? Probably her browser, but I wrote her. She good. Ain't did all that talking and ain't said nothing. Ain't said nothing. Like, what you wanted me to write you for? Like, what you was like? Did all that to not respond. Hilarious. I don't know, but the show must go on. 10 seats is open right now. 250 get you 10 to 15. Cash App Bitcoin payment. Send me the screenshots. Don't miss out. Sit back, relax, and you do nothing but receive your funds. You can't beat that. If you ready, let me know in the we working. I don't know. Like, share, comment, subscribe. We still dropping gems though. What we talking about, man? What we talking about, man? What's the new topic? What we talking about? These new bank methods, credit. What we talking about? She did all that. She literally did all that to not respond. I asked her, did she have some she like had some money? She said, yeah. I wrote her and said, what's up? She said, okay, yo. Question mark. Nothing. What was the point of even doing all that? Now y'all see why I probably blocked her? Y'all see the characteristics that she brings? She just did all that for me to write her to she got my attention. She did all that writing to not respond. Look at the characteristics. Like, come on now, ain't nobody gonna be playing. I got a whole team of people that I'm working with to make things possible for people. I don't got time to be playing around. Like, bro, y'all gotta understand y'all don't be the only person that pay me for anything. So y'all gotta like understand, like, be patient. Everything is a process. I don't got like a magical robot or clones or just a bag full of millions of dollars or nothing. It's a new bank method going on right now. It's the ACH transfers. That ain't real. Ain't nothing gonna be no .com. Ain't no .com site gonna be selling that type of information. That's just too obvious. Like that's what I be saying. People be just unknowledgeable and too green. Like, come on now. As soon as you said .com, I automatically knew that was fake. But it's so easy to make websites now. They got AI sites out here that'll make a site for you just by like a chat GPT. Like, make me a site like this, like that. I know the website. I know the website to make websites. I know the website for spoofs. I know the websites for man. I got the sites. What you mean? ACH transfer is more like Cash App, Western Union, but you can do other stuff with it. All you need is the account number and the route number. Yeah, I'm still doing the 120. Is you payment ready? You have what? Or you just window? Is you inquiring? Are you ready? Send that screenshot. Link in bio. Description. Let's get it. We up all night. Window shopping. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. We working. We on another 10-hour live, man. What y'all got going on? Talk to me, man. Make sure all y'all like this live too. I know I be seeing who like it and don't like it. Y'all be watching and don't like it. Like, share, comment. Talk to your boy. While we on this 10-hour marathon, we just did one 10-hour marathon. What y'all got going on, man? Who all in here? Let me know. Shout out them cities and them states that y'all in. See how people be capping? People be capped out. The window shopping is real, man. She probably want reviews. He trust level is short. What you mean? I was sure like, where P5 at? I ain't seen P5 in a minute. You fell asleep on me, bro? Hey, and shout out to everybody that's in this live right now that's just tapped in. If you're watching this live right now, don't be afraid to use them fingers and tap in and talk to me. That's all you're doing is moving your fingers. Type what's on your brain and get a smile out of everything. Because you never know. I might be talking to you right here in the camera. Like P5. What it do, bro? I see you. I like doing stuff like that. Q4 and them. What up? What's going on? I see you. I see you. What's cracking? See what I'm saying? I did that one time and somebody was with some girl and she was like, what the I be turning people up. I'm just posting my reels right now, y'all. Give me a second. Shoot. P5 went to sleep on me, y'all. That's crazy. Yeah, you can send it on Instagram. What Instagram you got though? If you go send it on Instagram, hold on. Make sure you send it to the right Instagram, bro. It's the link. You having a trouble? You having trouble cooking the link, the Telegram link on your Twitch too? You gotta let me know which Instagram you send it on, cause I don't get notifications. Does those 50 take 24 hours or and be by like 12 out by 2 type thing? So you asking me, is it gonna take 24 hours or 12? I don't know what that means to get you some money that you would never have if it wasn't for me. So what if it took 2 days? Would you not be thankful or grateful that somebody was able to do something for you and get you this? Like that's what I be trying to say. That's what I don't be getting. Like people be like, how long is it gonna take? Y'all should be grateful and thankful somebody even doing this for y'all. I got multiple IGs, bro. I just need you to let me know which one you sent your screenshot on, cause I don't get notifications. Bless you, bless you. You wouldn't be mad. What you mean? Did you send a screenshot yet? Or you capped out? It's all good. It's all good on phone now. It's all good on phone now. I'm out of questions. That's all I want to know. I'm gonna definitely get with you. Do that, do that, do that, do that. You can never be out of questions. You better go Google some questions. Who ain't share this more? See, bro, playing games too. Clones, man, been on that. Lincoln was 100 up. Fisher was 250 and up. You late. What you got going on, Larry? See, listen, y'all, come book y'all seat. Seats filling, they filling up. What? You just had a flat? That's crazy. Finna block her again, bro. Why is she writing me? Like, what? Why is she writing me? I'm finna block you again. I'm really finna block you again. Like, what is you not understanding, my nigga? Like, now you pissing me off. Like, why is you writing me? Like, what did you like? Like, you paid $250 for some lessons. I don't even do. I don't even see the chat where we had the conversation about lessons at. So just stop writing me right now. Please stop writing me right now. Like, please just stop. This is why I blocked you last time. Because you write me all this dumb stuff when you pay me $250 for some lessons. Ain't none of my lessons $250, but whatever. You got no proof that you paid for the stuff in the first place. So I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, you could have easily just paid for some lessons and been doing the same thing, crying about not knowing how to do something and wanting me to help you. So I really, matter of fact, she finna get blocked again. Like, what? Like, what is you not understanding? 250. I don't remember my lessons being 250. Like, like what? 250. My lessons is $600. Like, just leave me alone, bro. Just leave me alone. I'll call you this week. Just leave me alone. Please leave me alone. See, that's exactly, now y'all see why I blocked her. People be, I'm not on none of y'all time. You got blocked. Bro, I don't got time to be hearing that. I'm over here getting people money and doing all this cyber stuff with my team, and I don't got time to be hearing that, bro. I don't be having time for that. Like, if people ain't like, I don't be having time for that. Y'all get what I'm saying? Like, if I was if I was like a scammer or something, then for sure I listen to whatever that you want to say, as long as you give me some money. But I'm really doing this and helping people, so I don't got time for that, bro. It's a whole different ball game. I'm not trying to hear nobody complain for coins. This is the frustrating part about it too. You get so many people who get the exact same thing, and they have no problems. Like they get their money and all that. And then you get these small-minded people who just basically want you to hold their hand and do everything for them. Like, bro, this is why it's the way it's set up now, because the same way y'all be acting now, y'all was doing it back then years ago, and y'all was closing, making all the cash app accounts closing. People money was getting locked up and stuff like that. And I had to hear all that. And then I had to go out of my pocket and reimburse and give people all their money. So we set it up so it goes straight to y'all. Y'all got to do y'all part, which is the easiest thing ever. Like y'all don't got to do nothing. The first lows, y'all had to actually do steps to get y'all money and stuff. This one is already done. You just got to access y'all wallet. How can you beat that? And people be crying like, bro, do you not know this stuff? That's, how do I put this? Use y'all common sense. Like this ain't like, what are y'all thinking? Like the stuff that these whatever that we're doing, y'all know what's going on. So we got to go through certain processes to even make sure there's no paper trail on you or me, because y'all know something. Y'all want to know something? At the end of the day, if anybody was to get in trouble for anything, the first thing they're going to do is tell on me, because they're going to do whatever they can do to get themselves out of trouble, because they're not even the big fish. They want the person that's doing all this. And come on now, I'm not gonna. People be like, I mean, I don't be knowing what y'all be really thinking. Like, y'all think I got like a bag with $1 million in it. I just hand it out like, here you go, here you go, here you go, here you go. No, y'all pay. Once y'all pay, that money goes towards the account to be created. Once the account is created, whatever is done being done, money will be loaded into those accounts. You got the option to either send it to the Cash App or the Bitcoin. You decide, because the money is already there. The process is already done for y'all. At first, y'all had to do the process. Now it's done for y'all. And then people like you, like I'm talking to you, Nicole. Like, bro, don't nobody want to hear that. So my 500 just went to waste. Like, how are you mad at me about you not me knowing how to do something that hundreds of other people, hundreds of other people didn't know how to do? And how are you mad at me? Because there are people paying thousands of dollars for my lessons, for my help, and you paid $250 that I don't even know, confirm that you even really paid for it. Don't nobody want to hear that. Don't nobody want them vibes around when people really out here making money. So I paid 500. So for like, bro, that's why I don't like working with women. And I tell y'all that all the time, because I don't be having time for that. I do not want to hear that at all. At all. Mad at me because you can't do something that you ain't never did before, but the same thing that you got, his kids and other women getting it with not a problem. Just like when y'all go to school and there's 25 kids in the class and 17 kids might be decent and passing, and it's the other six that, or the other four that might be barely passing, and the other ones just failing. So what they do, they hire a tutor to help them out. And then you get people to And then y'all act like y'all be the only people that be like needing my help. No, y'all don't be the only person that be paying me. Nor y'all be the first, nor are y'all the last. So understand that, like, you're not the only person that paid me. So why are you rushing me? Like, why do y'all be like feeling the need to rush me? Just like the people who be getting the loads and then 10 minutes later, like, what up? Where the money at? Where the, like, bro, it's a process, bro. Like, what do y'all literally understand? Like, what do y'all think was going on? Like, I put on a mask and be like, David Blaine. Whoa. Like, no, we gotta use them devices that I showed y'all in the first 10-hour live and do some work. Like that work don't be easy. Like it ain't just turn on a device and do it like no, we gotta like it's not what y'all think, bro. We gotta catch signals and we gotta get into databases, all different type of stuff. I'm just saying, bro. Y'all do not be like how long is it gonna take? Like they like how long is it gonna take? Like, bro, what you mean how long is it gonna take? It's you getting some money and it might go like you rushing me to like I hate that. I hate that. Like, what the are you talking about? Like, bro, what was the point of you writing me, my guy? Like, people are so. This is what I be talking about. You ask me about the 120. I tell you to add it all to your cash app balance. This man is talking about some whole other stuff. Like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, I told you to add it all to your cash app balance. Send me the screenshot. What is there? What screenshot of what? Like, bro, that's what I be talking about. People be acting so slow, bro. So slow. What was the point of even writing me? Man, what is you talking about? What was the point of you? And what was the point of writing me, bro? I told you to load it on your cash app balance, and now you acting slow, bro. That's what I be talking about. Where dude at? I'm finna put him on blast. Dude from what is it? Worth Foolsies? Waste of time. Wrote me for no reason. Bro literally sent me the screenshot. Look, bro literally sent me the screenshot. The 120 right there, and add it all to your cash app balance. What my savings, that's what my savings, that's for a funeral. I got a Gmod to go to in Texas tomorrow, bro. I was just trying to work with the 120 and see if I can get a little bit more. Bro, is you slow, simple, or dumb? The 120 is what's on your savings. So what are you talking about right now? You just said you wanted to do the 120, but you said what my savings? I said add it all to my cash app balance. Add it all to your cash app balance. What my savings? The 120 is on the savings. This is how common sense. This is what I'll be talking about. So what are you writing me for? And then turn around and say, Bro, I was trying to work with the 120 and see if I can get it a little bit more. But you just said what's on your savings is for a funeral, and what's on your savings is 120. So what are you talking about? But this the other crazy thing. On the balance, he got 180. So 120 in the savings, then 180 on the balance. Taxes, bro. That's what I'm talking about. The one look, taxes, bro. That's what I'm talking about. The 120. That's what I'm telling you to add to your balance. So send the 120. You dropping some more merch? Yep. I got this. Send a screenshot. Screenshot of what? What do you mean? Of what? Bro, I'm gonna block dude. What is you thinking of what like what are you talking about? Like last time, my nigga? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like what is you bro, this is the type of stuff I gotta deal with on a daily basis. And it pisses me off. What are you talking about? You thought it was like last time. Bro, what are you if I'm telling you to add it to your cash app balance, what keep your money. Keep your money. Not even dealing with you. Like bro, you didn't look at all these screenshots and seen me tell everybody to add it to their cash app balance, my guy. What are you talking about? The man said, "Oh, I thought it was like last time, I paid through Cash App." Bro, how you gonna tell? Like that's why I don't be working with everybody because everybody is not meant to work with, bro. I don't got the patience to for the non common sense. Like I don't get it. Like if you try to do service with somebody, they telling you to do something. I'm confused. Like, bro, you want my service? I'm telling you how to pay. Oh, I thought it was like last time I paid through Cash App. Bitcoin is on Cash App. Then I gotta deal with him. Then I'm dealing with you. Y'all see what be going on, bro? Y'all be stressing me out, and all I'll be like, y'all. And this is the stressful part. This is why it's so stressful, because the same instructions that everybody else get, they like y'all do know it's people out here that like I don't have no problems with. Like there are people out here that send me the screenshot and I say, all right, add it to your cash app balance. They're like, all right, hold on. And then they send me the screenshot. No problem, smooth. And then it's these type of people. Maybe he don't listen. The man said, "Oh, I thought it was like last time where I could just or I use Cash App." So basically, he thought he basically thought he was going to pay through Cash App. Like what? I ain't had a cash app payment in over a long time. I don't got time for that, and especially over the 120 for sure. I keep your money. Keep that. I'm not gonna be. That shows me how much like what I'm gonna have to deal with this whole process, and I don't want to deal with that. Like I don't want to deal with that. It don't be worth it. That's what people don't be understanding. Like doing business with that type of people don't be worth it, bro. And then sometimes people be tricking you too, because they might seem cool, and then they might get to acting slow. Like, bro, you tricked me. Now I'm stuck with you. Now I gotta deal with you because you paid me, and I ain't no scammer. That's what be frustrating. That's why I be so mad, because I actually give people what they pay for, and it's frustrating when so many people are getting the same thing and actually getting it. Like, don't need my help or nothing. I post the screenshots for crying out loud. Crazy. Listen, man, like I told y'all, bro, if I was one of them, bro, I would not be getting so upset. I wouldn't care. That's the thing. I wouldn't care. But in my mind, this is how my mind works. I'm like, bro, how is you not getting it when all these other people are getting it? So I'm confused on like how is all these other people getting it, and just like, and like I said, people be wanting you to hold their hand. What it do? Zeke 4,000. Is that, did I say it right? Whoa. Move these. Okay. $250, man. Seats are still open. A couple seats are still open. $250 get you 10 to 15. Cash App, Bitcoin payment. Send them screenshots. Let's get to work, man. Y'all see what's going on, man. I didn't show y'all. Y'all didn't see it. I ain't showed y'all over like 10 people who didn't like. Like all y'all gotta do is send me a screenshot, and your life gonna change. You be payment ready, your life gonna change. You gonna make some money. And then this is the crazy thing. I told y'all, people be tripping. Like you can do this however many times that you want. So I be having to deal with people with the attitudes about the seats being filled up and they taking too long, procrastinating and stuff. Like, bro, I ain't finna wait for you. The money already been paid. The seats is already. Should I? What time I get off this live? 9 o'clock in the morning. 8, 9. Should I go back live in the morning or wait till like 12 o'clock? What y'all think? What you mean? How many times in a week? You can do it however many times in a week that you want. You gotta have an age account. This is the second live I've been on today. I just got done with a 10-hour live before this one 2 hours ago. 2 hours and 37 minutes, 27 minutes ago. Chillin', man, you late. That's the latest reaction. Bro really contacted me for nothing. $250, man. $250, man. Y'all know I don't even like doing small amounts. We don't make too much off the small amounts. That's why we doing it so much so we can make it make sense. I wouldn't even lie to y'all, bro. That's the only reason I've been doing it. Because the little small amounts is adding up. So forget it. You got 250, come on, 10 and 15. Send that screenshot. 250 and up at that. It ain't just 250. The more you got, the more you get back. People that made 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, then paid 5K 2 times, made 100K, all different type of stuff. But then they kept running into problems like, where you gonna cash all this out at? Then they got to start finding people with different cash apps and accounts. But then they like, I don't want people all in my business, so it start being a problem. So, but hey, you been here the whole time. I don't. You was in the first live. Thank you, I appreciate it. On phone them. But I don't. Was you here the first live? I don't remember you the first live. Damn. I appreciate y'all just as much as y'all appreciate me. I appreciate y'all because without y'all there'd be no me. So always remember that. So we appreciate each other. Y'all gotta understand, I'm different. Like I ain't one thing y'all can honestly say about me. I ain't never I ain't never acted like I'm bigger than nobody. If y'all ever, like y'all know me and been watching me for the past 6, 7 years. I ain't never acted like I'm bigger or better than nobody. I always been the one that's trying to help everybody and help people get money. Like I didn't help people make over for sure at least $5 million for sure. And then y'all gotta understand, like, bro, people don't be wanting to broadcast that they got some money all the time, bro. Like, people don't be wanting me to screenshot their information or none of that all the time, bro. And then I got so many screenshots coming in, like, bro, I'm not gonna be just screenshotting chats all day. Like, I don't have time. I gotta do videos on multiple channels. Then I gotta do all the extra behind the scenes work from doing thumbnails and collaborating with different channels. Then I gotta like each one of them. Then I gotta make social media posts and want at least 10 to 15 of them a day. And y'all do know I got 25 YouTube channels. Then I got businesses that I gotta run. Then I got lessons that I gotta give, from credit to life mentorship to dark web to cybersecurity to all different type of stuff. Then I'm a father. I got a son. Like, people don't understand, like, bro, I'm one person, bro. It's only 24 hours in a day. I don't got time to be playing around and hearing people play games and whine and complain about silly stuff. I'm trying to elevate and grow, become more successful myself. I'm trying to elevate you understand me. You know what I'm saying? So I don't got time for that. And I'm gonna keep it 100% honest with y'all. This is only really possible if my people in Canada wasn't used to this much money. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. If they was used to getting money, this wouldn't even be possible. But by them making like a nice amount a month that they never made before or seen before a day in their life, they cool with it. Because this is what they do on a daily basis anyways. Because they had different stuff that they were selling that wasn't popping. So I said, you know what, here, we're going to do it like this. Since I got the clientele and the platform already, but I don't got all the time to do everything. Y'all just be on my team. Y'all do everything. We just split the proceeds. And now this is the most money they ever made since they've been doing anything. Like, they was selling like gadgets and whatnot, like jammers and stuff, but they ain't got no clientele. They ain't got no fan base or nothing like that. So they was just sitting on products, and then they sell them for extra high, like 70, like too much money. Like, bro, what? Y'all tripping? Ain't nobody buying that. So I gave them little jobs and made them 6 figures fast. But sometimes they human too, bro. Sometimes they be wanting to do they little gadget playing and gadget making. And when they be wanting to do that, bro, I let them do them because I'm the type of boss that like I work with my employees, my people, bro. Like it ain't all about just work, 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 work. I understand I'm human too. So I tell them like, hey, bro, whenever y'all want to take a break for like a, you know what I'm saying, just let me know. They be like, for sure, bro, for sure. Cause I ain't gonna run them ragged. Then like, listen, if I run them ragged and then they quit and don't want to do it no more, then it's all bad. Ain't gonna be no more loads for a second until I find some more people or some shape. And we all want these loads, so we gotta like take care of them. We need them. So I do whatever I gotta do to keep them as happy as possible. Like when y'all be seeing them, like them white hands and stuff in my videos, that be them. One thing I ain't gonna do is incriminate myself. I ain't gonna show y'all nothing. I ain't gonna incriminate myself. People be really want you to incriminate yourself just to prove a point. Like, bro, y'all better do y'all research. Like, share, comment, subscribe. Comment them states, them cities, and them states that y'all in. Who got their 250 ready? Let's work. Let's work. Talk to me, man. Talk to me. Oh, I forgot to turn my. I don't really stream 2 a days, but since I've been working and doing these loads for people, I might do a 2 a day or two. But it ain't gonna be every day or two. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. Make sure y'all like and share and comment on this live. Send me them screenshots. Who ready? Couple seats left open. I know it's late at night and people sleep. So y'all lucky that these seats going a little slower, but it's a couple seats left. It ain't too many left. Easiest credit union? It ain't no credit union. The easiest credit union. It's about the check system with the CPNs. Bank and go. So how can you open up one? What you mean? You got a profile CBN? Man, it's 11 people in here. Don't none of y'all got ain't trying none of y'all trying to get some money? That's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, but you got 1K, I can make your day 20 to 30K. Man, listen, I ain't all right, y'all gonna be pissed off when I ain't doing them no more because I already slowed down on doing them. I was doing like 3, 4 a day. Now I'm doing just one or two. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. We get on their trust. Robert Vaughn. Listen, man, I'm the cyber guy, man. You got 1K and you want 20 to 30? Holla at me. You want 10 to what is it? Now understand this: the 250 for 10 to 15 is not gonna last forever, bro. 250 can get you really 5 to 9 or 5 to 10. So getting this 10 to 15 is not the regular price that you get. This is just for a little special that we doing. So don't think like, oh, bro, I thought people when we writing you in a deal, not going like, oh, bro, I thought I was gonna get like 10 to 15. Like, no, bro, that's just one time. You gotta catch the deal while it's there, bro. You get 5 to 10. 500, you get 10 to 15. Or no, for 500, you get 10 to 20. For 1,000, you get 20 to 30. And we only doing it like that because a lot of people don't be having aged accounts, so we just want to, you know what I'm saying? You got to leave some of your Bitcoin. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. Getting these people lows who got the second round. Getting their lows out. Couple more seats left. Lows is coming back in. Couple more seats left. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. Relax. That's what poor people do. There's no such thing as relax in my book. So what I try to do is I try to find things that I like to do and make money at the same time. So if I go relax, I'm gonna be live, get paid. I'm always working. There's no such thing as retirement. How can you retire? Money runs out. So if you retire and money runs out, then what? For real. I'm for real about that. You want a day off to do nothing and make no money. That's why you find things that you like to do so you can always work every day and won't have a problem doing it. You feel me? Now it's time to go post on YouTube. Make sure y'all go check out my Cop Cam channel. ICU Body Cam. And make sure if you're watching this live, you like this live too and comment too. You you said how did I get started? I am 100% self-taught. I learned about socks and practice at like 6, 7 years old. I got caught on corn sites, replaced the C with a P, and I had to figure out how to still go on these sites without the the URL popping up in the search history. So I had to figure it out. By me searching so hard, I figured it out and found out how to do something. It was on and popping from there, basically. Like I didn't get into like the real money making dark world until like 19. Yeah, 19. I just always been somebody on some money, getting some money. So my mind work a certain way that the average person don't. Facts. I'm very analytical. Facts. Cause bro, I be wanting people to like listen. The only way you can be successful like that is if you are analytical. 'Cause you gotta really pay attention to like what really matters and what really makes sense. To my nipple. Ooh, anytime. I might got an answer. I might. It ain't no guarantee. John Sally. Not really. It's not really hard to get new numbers. What site? What site you talking about? BMG Capo channel. What about that channel? The SS site. I got on BMG channel where it shows if the SS number is used or what's the name of the site? I don't know what he got. I don't know what he got, so I don't know. I don't know what he got. I don't know. I would have to go look and see what you're talking about. What's the name of the site? You keep saying authorized user site. Authorized. What's the name of the site? Site called authorized users, bro. I don't know. I don't know. Did you buy one off of there? I don't know. I never seen it. What? What you pumped about? Like, what are you talking about? I can't make this up. It is easy. You ain't even learning nothing. You just following the instructions. Literally, it ain't even no instructions. You just going on a dark web to the site, which is you doing nothing. But follow, it's nothing. Huh? What? You writing too much, bro. You gotta keep it to a minimum of 3 sentences. No bullshit. Cause I'm like, what? Man, when you gonna have some money on for them? Bro, we coming to the crib. Buddy out here door dashing. Alright. So y'all want the free DoorDash method? Y'all want the free DoorDash method? Y'all want to see the? Let me see the DoorDash method work tonight. Show y'all the DoorDash method. They must have knew I was gonna do it tonight. They ain't even giving me the option. What's the third time? Like, share, comment, subscribe. Eating in the bathroom is diabolical. Don't nobody got their screenshots ready? Who up? Who trying to get the bag, man? We up early, man. I mean, we up late, man. $120 and up, man. $120 and up. You got $120, you still good. Let's go. Let's get to work. Gotta use the bathroom. You got 120, man. Come on, man. Hell no.
why niggas even love and respect me more like that.
Y'all thought I was gone?
Yeah, I'm on gang sign. You know what I'm saying? Because it's rules and it's politics. And I like that heavy politics. I know that we ain't walking, ain't no hot motherfuckers in our car. You see, some people are harbor, they got money.
Y'all still on here or y'all asleep? Let me know right now. Y'all still on here? Y'all sleep? Y'all thought I was asleep?
That was crazy.
I ain't even eat yet. I was doing some editing. Oh shit. Like, share, comment, subscribe. We ain't sleep. Like, share, comment, subscribe.
Never.
You never been in.
I'm kidding.
What about
Stage,
3 times?
All-Star, no, never been to none of the casinos.
Damn. Well, it wasn't the same vibe or something, was it?
I wasn't nowhere near the same vibe, but I wasn't in none of that shit. I
You
wasn't
say
in
you was straight at All-Stars and
I've been
stage.
at All-Star stage, shit like that, you know.
Was y'all 10 staying at All-Stars and shit before y'all told Magic City?
But, nah. Probably, what was that, the Black Orchid? We definitely saw All-Stars, but All-Stars came along after 93. You couldn't even get a girl, like, this is when you know you had to get your money up to get certain business to dance with, because men have it all night.
Yeah.
You got the Detroit niggas in one corner, LA niggas, Chicago niggas.
Nigga find shit and cup.
Yeah, they could have it. It's $20 a dance, so they dancing all night. It ain't like today. You throw $1,000, this dance 3 songs, and if you ain't throwing no more ones, then she ready to go.
$40, $50 a slip. She can have that clubbing all night.
Yeah, you get her $1,000, then you good for the whole night. She ain't going nowhere.
She was moving though.
She ain't going nowhere. You know, so like this shit is different now, and then the girls can't dance today. Now they just bounce their ass. Except for the ones that on the pole.
That's when they was doing them pole tricks.
Man, they was doing everything. White Chocolate had the best pole dance. So, yeah, that I had.
Tell me, right? How the fuck did y'all come up with Making It Rain?
Because the ones was garbage. The ones in the five.
But how did it make, like, how the fuck did that happen?
I'm gonna get it to you. The ones in five was garbage. You gotta remember, I plugged in with big cartels, Colombian or motherfucking Mexicans.
Yeah.
So back in the day when we first started fucking around with the Colombians, they won't take no ones to five. So when you get 100 bricks at a time, you know, get in front of 100 bricks at a time, you gotta keep all the ones and fives.
Oh
Now,
shit,
the
yeah.
jewelry store not gonna say they gonna take them only so many times.
Right.
Yeah, we try to walk around with hundreds and 50 so we don't look like drug dealers.
Yeah.
So you definitely don't want to go on. Just take $5,000 in ones and put
Yeah,
like
that shit looks stupid.
and see how long it's gonna take, because they got to understand they gonna count it. They ain't not gonna weigh it or none of that. They're gonna count one for one to make sure. You know what I'm saying? And so it's only so much cars and jewelry that they'll let you there. Meats, I can't take no more. Meats, teeth, I can't take no more one. So now you stuck with them. So you look up, we got garbage bags for the ones and fives. So guess what we can get rid of, man? Strip club. They pay their bills, we pay for the kids, look out for the kids, everything. Do that. So if I got $350,000 worth of ones and fives, we're gonna go throw the $350,000.
So basically, Making It Rain was giving back.
Dang.
Right.
Right. And finding something to do with
Look
the
at the Chamber Brothers.
Yeah.
Look at the video they did
video.
in the 80s. They do the one. What we gonna do with all this?
Yeah.
We just gonna throw it back. We just gonna give it back. Okay, that's because that's Detroit way. That was our era. So now you make it, you turn it into Make It Rain, but they don't understand it's a method to your madness. It's 2 things that you're getting out of it. One, I'm getting more clientele. Which they like, they just do my re-upload. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get out. Yeah. You can't beat them, join them program. You know what I'm saying? Then you got the girls, you know, bless the girls. You got them dancing all night. You throwing one shower and them with money. Now the next man like, shit, I gotta get my money together. I already know what kind of girl she is.
When she built the brand,
Just built the brand.
Make that
that's
some
crazy.
word around.
How many strippers you feel like whose lives you changed, like put through school and
A lot of them.
because that's when girls stripping because they done had to.
Yeah, that's back when a girl may be going to college in Atlanta and be a good girl.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Be a good girl, nice girl, but she can't get the extra. You know what I'm saying? She can't get a little bit to stay floating. Like, you know, a pizza is a big deal. If you buy the girls pizza that stay in the dorm or something, you know,
flex
let it on, get them to cut the line for the plug and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like that all that type of stuff was a big deal. You know what I'm saying? So I turned around and we just took it. Man, we take care of so many. It's too many to count.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm grateful that God has put me and my people in that position.
No question. You any of them ever like tapped in with you like, damn, thank you, I appreciate you. God bless you. You did a lot for me.
Yeah, you got white chocolate, OG India, sugar, honey, strawberry.
Who was your favorite stripper back in the days?
Shit, white chocolate.
White chocolate. White
Shout out to
chocolate.
White Chocolate.
Yeah, white chocolate. Tap in with us. We gotta see white chocolate.
Yeah.
Man, you know what I always want to know, right? Like, so you know what y'all did with Jeezy, right? Y'all changed the game. Y'all made us realize because me, PZ, all us, we came up from having a movement. You know what I'm saying? With the music. And when I say having a movement, just niggas just sticking together, going to the clubs together, going to niggas shows together. We all moving together, moving on one accord, and that recipe came from watching them smack DVDs, watching y'all. You know what I'm saying? And what it did for Jeezy's career. Was that shit strategic?
I mean, it was organic like that. It was organic. It's like, okay, at the end of the day, Jeezy family, and he was a part of that life. Yeah. Okay, so in him being a part of that life, like we might be sitting up counting a few $1 million. So he'll bring the CDO. Look, I made this. I was in the studio last night. This, that, and other. So while we count money, we listening to it, and then I pick out my favorite. I like number 1, I like number 10, I like number 16, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. And so, we're going to play this tonight at the club.
What was that moment you knew like, damn, this nigga took the fuck up?
Everybody was singing the words to that shit. With Majesty, before we even pull up, when we pulling up, stuff like that. I down there had tears in my eyes. Yeah. I'm like, we really finna make it.
How did you bump it?
Actually, I knew one of Jesus' cousins in the game, but
Nap time.
you know what I'm saying? That's really how he got in. Lou had brought him in, on subscription.
Yeah.
So he brought him around. But it wasn't until I was gonna go to jail that I knew that they had any type of animosity towards each other. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Blue used to be like, man, I told you, you should sign him, you should have signed him, you should have signed him. At the time when Jeezy was unsigned, I was dealing with the double murder. See what I'm saying? Yeah. So I had got picked up. I only did 26 days in the county jail on Wright Street for that double murder. Then I got a bond. The only person to get a bond was double murder. Yeah. Being charged. I got a bond. And when I came home, he had already signed. He signed the deal with Bad Boy for the Boys in the Hood. And for the Boys in the Hood thing. And DJ Drama came to me and said that he wanted to do the first visual and everything was mixed CD. Yeah. I gave Jesus the Ferrari. He did drop it out.
Nap time, but y'all can still talk to me.
Yeah, I already did. The streets is rock.
Shit,
The drop it out. I gave Drama here tell you that's the most money he had ever received at that time.
Man, you know that's the first time the world, like in real life, was watching a nigga like, say too much, but what the world in real life felt like they watching a nigga live their raps, like, and that shit was like the coldest shit on earth, bro. Like, and then we from Detroit, like we can differentiate between bullshit.
Real
Like,
estate.
you know what I'm saying? And that shit had the city on smash because, like, man, this nigga different. Like, he rapping about something different. Then we watching DVDs and just seeing niggas moving as one, in unit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I wanted to kick that up and just to ask you about, like, you know, I feel like I pay attention to words, I pay attention to who a person is. Like, I always looked at you like the intellectual guy, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So, like, I feel like a lot of people took out of context that viral clip that's still viral to this day when you were saying it'll never be another like this. I don't think you was talking about, like, you know, whatever.
Right.
I just felt like it was more so about a brotherhood, but I could be
I
wrong.
mean, no, that's part of it. Of course, for one, it takes a special kind of person to bring dudes from different places together and make them move as brothers. And a lot of that comes from the leader either doing everything that he didn't ask everybody else.
Mm.
There was nothing that I asked him to do that I hadn't done.
Yeah.
And he knew it.
Was it always a Pacific guy you look for when you go to each city?
I would tell you like this. The guy with nothing and know everybody is the one.
Dang.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me break that down a little bit.
And the reason why I say the guy with nothing that know everyone, like, he's the guy that maybe certain guys that's big in that city may have running around doing certain things and move, but he never get it to do. And you know, that's what I seen a lot of, no matter what city I went to. You know, the right hand man don't got shit.
Yeah.
All my niggas is like my right hand man. No matter where they from the day ones to the ones that just got on board. So it's a difference. I want my dudes, my people, period, to enjoy the same things I enjoy. You know, maybe you can't do it to my extent, but you can do it.
Yeah.
You know, I can turn around and run out of money and be like, hey, let me get $50.
Yeah, nigga got it.
Yeah, right, he got it. You know what I'm saying? It ain't, man, when you gonna give me that back? You know, or he don't got it. So I can't ask him. So, you know, when I say nothing, it's like, those be the ones that know everybody, just haven't had the chance.
They just need the right opportunity.
Like, share, comment, subscribe, man.
You know, certain dudes in my family that everybody used to put a gun in their hand, because they know they gonna get out.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm talking about before my family, whether it was robbing or whatever. I never liked robbing, even though it's part of the street.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I never liked it. So I was against that. So I always used to say, until I did it, that same person you give the gun to, you can get some work. Put him on his feet. You see what I'm saying? And I did that. And the dudes that did get down like that turned into millionaires.
Turned them into bosses. Turned the woods into a boss.
They get,
Show them something.
you know, you never know what you can do until you get a chance. People don't give you a chance. You know, that's what's wrong with people that's in charge, people that's on top. They don't want to give you, I want to keep you up under me so I keep you broke.
Yeah, nigga game keep being competition with the niggas that ain't got to compete with.
Right. My people gonna stay up under me because they want to stay rich.
Yeah.
They want to try to be wealthy. You know what I'm saying? One day, so they want to be able to do the things that I do. You know, and I'm gonna make sure that I'm not gonna move to the suburb, but I gotta come to the ghetto and get you every day.
Yeah.
No, we all live in the suburb.
You know what else separated that shit from everything? Because, like, for you, it was more so like, you wasn't just trying to motivate the niggas that was around you, or motivate the niggas that was moving with you. It's like you was intentionally setting out to motivate every young black nigga in America every time you spoke. It's like you wasn't talking to the homies that was around. You was talking to the rest of the world.
Yeah, because you know, it was hard at first. The thing about the Smack DVD to come up, the raw reports that we did, like, I'm not no actor, and we was raised to kind of stay away from the camera shot. Yeah, but times was changing at that time, and it's like since I felt like since I couldn't get the big record exec to come down to the streets and see me,
But the streets of them.
running to them on DVD.
Mm.
So Smack was around us and he was catching all the moments, and like those moments was raw moments. It's not like I had time to write something down.
Yeah.
When nothing scripted. Everything was straight from the heart. Everything was straight from the heart, straight how I feel it. So what I did is I learned how to talk about some of the things that people may think about it.
Yeah.
The question they may have, like, how did they blow all their money in the club? I don't know. I got $8 million worth of cars. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I got $8.5 million worth of cars.
Yeah.
I got 3 or 4 homes and condos in 7 states.
Dang. What was your favorite place to be at? Just kick it in.
Man, I like each place for different reasons. I stayed in Houston and Dallas. I got picked up in Frisco, Texas, in Dallas, outside of Dallas. I stayed in LA, stayed in Atlanta, lived in St. Louis since '91, Birmingham, Alabama, and Orlando, Florida, and Miami, Florida, and spent a lot of time in New York because I had a team in the rough 2 years in a row. So I kind of kept.
Yeah, I ain't never know that.
Yeah, Jason Terry played on my team.
Oh, that shit
Jason
fun.
Terry and somebody else. It take a couple of my people to remind me of some of the people on the team. Yeah, 2 years in a row. We kind of brought the record back. It was kind of fizzling out a little bit during that time. But you know, Fat Joe and them still had a team. Jay-Z still had a team. You know what I'm saying? Their teams was always exceptional.
He was at the record.
But we made it, you know, we took care of everybody down there, get everybody some food, don't care what team they like or want to see win. So New York had embraced us. You know, we didn't have nothing to worry about in New York. And the same thing when they would come to Atlanta. We got their back, they didn't have to worry about getting robbed or none of this type of stuff. So that was a beautiful era.
Do you feel like the rest of the world was sleep on Detroit niggas and who we was? And,
of course.
Our character, what kind of niggas we was, like how we was moving, our mentality, just being stand-up niggas and knowing something.
Big Hurt, them was doing good as far as Detroit, the music. But it's just so many things that gave us a black eye. You know, like they made it hard for us, because you gotta understand, we're the best hustlers in the world. There's more stories about Detroit, the city of Detroit hustlers than it is New York. They got
Shit that
13
ain't never
million,
been told.
they got 13 million people in New York City. You know what I'm saying? You got all different ethnicity. And you talk about the Detroit hustle because the things that we did that stood out. And one fact was how young we all were.
Ain't go anywhere.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't go anywhere.
I think that's what started that whole term, like Detroit niggas go everywhere.
Yeah, we go everywhere. That started when I first went to Atlanta. They was like, Rick, from my Maserati. Yeah.
Oh, them niggas knew Maserati Rick in the A.
Yeah. They knew Maserati Rick in the A.
When you went to the A, niggas was asking about Rick, about Maserati Rick. Them niggas knew about Rick in Atlanta.
Yes.
Back then, before the internet, before all this shit. Before the fucking cell phone.
1988.
Word of mouth.
That's 1988.
Them niggas knew about Rick.
That's when we had a cell phone, you was selling dope.
Yeah. Damn, that's fine. Not even to get back on topic though, right? But I was thinking about some shit when you had mentioned like how Fat Joe, them had and Hov had the rugby team and shit, right? But then we talking about just Detroit niggas just moving around and putting on and representing. I want to ask you something right real quick, man. When I was a kid, I heard a story about a video shoot, right? It ain't no negative shit. About a video shoot. I heard one of the biggest artists in the world, to this day, probably the biggest artist ever, pulled up in a Maybach, right? You came to the video shoot and you pulled up in a bigger Maybach. And throw Holmes home and had Holmes fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I want to say his name,
No.
Is that real? That
No,
happened?
it was true, but Hov had a 6 deuce. He had a 6 deuce, gray.
He was cool though.
He had a platinum, that was his color, that was his thing. He had a platinum 6 deuce.
Yeah.
I got 1 6 deuce, black and burgundy, two-tone, and then I have 157S, which is a 57 special. Yeah. All white. Only white one in the country. Yeah. Yeah. Only white.
So he had the bitch over there. You pulled up 2 of them bitches.
So we pulled up 2, one on each side of them.
They said nigga ass, man, who the fuck is this? Who shit is that? They like, it's me shit.
Fuck my nigga, I'm just trying to
Fuck me up, man.
But that's one thing that the world embraces about us is that everywhere we go, we spend money and they love it. Yeah. I'm talking about, I don't give a fuck what side of Detroit you from. Just Detroit people, Detroit here. They love our girls because our women is hustling. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? They always get, they just not anything,
Yeah. And they ain't going for anything.
Right, and they ain't going for anything. And then the men always, we feel like we're on vacation. We bought money to spend and do our thing. We want to be remembered. Yeah. And that's what each and every one of us from the city want to be remembered. So we leave a mark everywhere we go, and to be a good mark. It's not like, them Detroit niggas standing out here shooting up everything, trying to kill everybody. Like, that wasn't never our way. Our way was more player. You know what I'm saying? Our way would always be a more player. We want the notoriety. We want to be known as the ones.
Yeah. What they call a Detroit player?
Somewhat.
But I feel like niggas knew at the same time, like we ain't looking for nothing. We ain't ducking no wreck.
No, we definitely ain't ducking no wreck. Yeah. They know that. They always get out. Like niggas run around there empty-handed. You know what I'm saying? So they know what time it is. But the thing is, we always got that respect. It wasn't like, that's Detroit, nigga, I'm a robber. Yeah. They like, nah, I ain't running up on that nigga.
How the fuck you meet Jacob? Like, just I'm talking about on the jury side, like, you know what I'm saying? What made y'all start something?
He was the jeweler. He was the jeweler of the stars then, at the time, right? And what I loved about Jacob, now mind you, this being a Detroit dude, we done shop at Greenville Plaza was the thing back then in the day. And when you go there, you gotta order this, order. Like you say, you want a 20 karat. They gotta order it.
Put the order in. You gotta wait on the bitch.
Jacob hit the wall.
The bitch coming out.
Pop right out. Bam, 20 karat right here. Oh, you don't like this one? Let me get another one. You know what I'm saying? Like that was the thing with Jacob. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like he really had them diamonds, them stones, and the papers. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So what I did is I think it was
y'all buying like GI stones and all that shit back then?
Yeah. All my shit I need the papers for. The Arabs taught me how to look through the eye. Yeah. So I could see the inclusion, the color in there, the slightly yellow, and all that.
You gotta see the inclusion.
Yeah. You gotta they taught us that we know that jury, you know what I'm saying? Like everything, like when I got my diamond set, of course, I like the round stones or whatever. T had all Asher cut diamonds. I ain't never seen nobody to this day with all Asher cut diamonds.
I ain't gonna fake like I know my name. I asked for brother. I don't even know what the fuck I asked for. I ain't gonna lie.
You gotta look it up.
I'm gonna check it out. You gotta look it up. I'm gonna keep it up for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I turned T on to Jacob. But how I got turned on to Jacob is like I said, he would have anything right then and there. And what I did is I bought a 10 karat. I bought a 15 at first from him. Yeah. But it was kind of yellow, so I bought the 15 back. Like, nah, this ain't it. Yeah. I need that. He got me a 10, real clean, and the paperwork to go with it. So Buff was having the king in Africa, Morocco, Marrakesh had paid him like $833,000
to do what?
To throw his birthday party there. He paid him $800, and I seen the check. He paid him $833,000 to do his birthday party over there. He sent 2 planes for all Puff Friends, one to Europe and one to the United States. And so everybody who got on the planes went for free. They didn't pay no tax, none of that. So we was on. I bought Puff. I was the only one bought a gift out of the 2 planes
for Puff.
Shafar.
How you want Puff get that tight like that?
Well, we had mutual friends in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And like around the time where before Big died, some of my homies Crip was around the D-Mac. They Mansfield, right? They Mansfield, Crip, D-Mac, B, all them. So K Wells, he had Worldwide Entertainment, but he was managing Lil Zane and all that.
Okay.
So they really like turned. Puff would always see me out because he messed, of course, Kim Porter from Atlanta.
He like, who the fuck is on?
Right. So that's how it really started. And then I think he had one of the best birthday parties I had ever seen one time.
Was it fuck with the one you had with the line at that bitch?
No.
Nah, he did.
But he had
That
motherfuckers.
bitch is a move.
He had mermaids and shit. He had bitches sitting in aquariums.
So you had your shit after that party?
No, way out. Because he did that party in the
Was
90s.
that party what motivated you to like, nah, my shit?
That kind of motivated me to start theming with my party.
Yeah.
It motivated me to start having things.
That shit was like, that shit was important for y'all then, like, but this shit gotta be a vibe. Everything gotta be a vibe. The whole club gotta have fun. Everybody gotta have fun. We can't do those
It's
shit.
gotta be something different. It can't just
They gotta remember this shit.
It's your birthday, you go out to a regular night out at the club, but just more people.
Yeah.
You gotta do something different. You know what I'm saying? So that was important to me to just have a
Motherfuckers that had to pay for liquor and shit. Everybody
pay. Over 5,000.
Tip popped out.
Nah. Back then, I would have probably been the first one with a champagne deal because I was messing with Rose Perry and Gillette. And what happened was, when I was on house arrest, I was on home confinement. I had a label release party when I first got BMF Entertainment. The license.
The LLC and all that shit.
When I first got that, I had Blue do it in LA. And so I couldn't go to this party. We did it at Centennial Park. You know what I'm saying? And I had a wall, an ice wall, with all Rose Perrier Gillette in that ice wall. And Blue performed, ESM Jeezy performed, Baby B, all of them, before I couldn't go to the party. I came out at 6 in the morning to the hotel where we had the after party.
Yeah.
Which was a Western, which used to be called the Swiss Hotel.
That bitch was a move.
Yeah, that shit was like they always gave me the presidential suite, government suite. We would go out there, have as many people as I want up there, and all that.
I ain't gonna lie, you turned a lot of niggas up. You made a lot of niggas stars. You made a lot of niggas notable, credible.
From the heart, though.
And I'm saying, I'm talking about entertainment side, period. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't even really, Fab, my homie, now, like, I fuck with Fab. I wasn't really listening to Fab at the time because he was making a lot of songs for the ladies. But when I heard him on that We Getting Money over here, not even just the song, I heard the song on the DVD and niggas got the rating in that bitch. So I'm like, damn, dog, really is nice like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that BMF wave is what got me on Fab, and I feel like a lot of street niggas with Detroit. I can't speak for other cities, because you can't discredit a nigga like Fab. He laid the lyrics, like, you know what I'm saying? But I feel like he laid the blueprint, like even to this day, like how you say, my thing was to get on camera, motivate the trenches, motivate motherfuckers and all that. And if you really think about it, what do a nigga got to do right now to this day? What a nigga got to do? Get in front of that camera, talk that shit, make this shit look good.
There's no way I thought that 21 years later, we'll still be talking about Spank DVD.
Because that recipe, you gotta understand, niggas laid the blueprint.
Yeah, that was the ground.
But did you realize, did you know then, like, this shit gonna be the blueprint 20 years later? Or you just was living and just doing you?
No, one thing I did know is that you could never erase it. It's like doing a movie.
Yeah.
So somebody gonna keep that, but somebody's gonna see the value in it, even if it ain't you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Look, I got this. And that's what happened. Just so happened the internet came in. know what I'm saying? So now that brings everything to life. Just like when I was talking on the phone to this one dude, I didn't know he was recording, but it sounded like an interview.
Yeah.
But I didn't know he was recording.
We
I'm
talking
just
about
talking to him. Mario.
that shit that went viral.
Yeah, the bill went viral with me on the
We was
phone.
both doing some
And I was just saying, like, you're supposed to spend
Yeah,
20% of what you got coming in and stuff like that. Because I'm giving them the real game. Like, you know, it's easy. We make this shit look good. We make it look easy. But it's hard work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's hard work. You know, we done ran into many roadblocks. You know what I'm saying? But I just felt like the more money I get, the more I become undeniable.
Mm.
You gotta let us in.
Yeah.
Like they tried to put a rumor out one time. All the niggas go in the club, they beat niggas up. Like, what nigga want to come in with $3 million worth of jewelry on,
Fighting nigga.
and fighting them up? Like, come on, man. You got them up. I step on this toe, say, man, my bad. I know it's your bad.
Damn.
Now, we gotta make him the part. You know what I'm saying? Now we gotta make you the party. Now we gotta make you the party. You know what I'm saying?
Start at night.
Yeah, you know, it be stuff like that. Like, we don't do nothing disrespectful. Like I said, we're self-power. So we know who we are, what we are, so we're not really going out looking to start nothing. We trying to get in here and get on the bras. You know what I'm saying? And have a good time. I'm paying all the DJs, every DJ in Atlanta during that time, except for, what you call it, that's not here no more. What's the boy name from, Fernando.
Sanders, all in there. Shout out to the Coalition DJ.
Yeah, man. Man, I'm talking about. I used to pay all of them. Here, play that. Yeah. You used to have a club. Used to be like, look, we're not gonna play all of the stuff y'all want to hear because after y'all shit go off, y'all gonna want to leave.
Right.
Yeah, the whole club.
Yeah.
You know, it had got real bad. Like the last 2 years, 04 and 05, it had got bad. Then, not to mention, Benzino gave us a source award.
I ain't know that.
Yeah, we got
Y'all went to the wars?
we went to the wars. They got us a movie. Yeah, that shit was like Trey was hosting, and that was the one that they did some type of tribute to Jay Prince, Suge Knight, and Russell Simmons. So and then I met Taylor Calderon because he was sitting right next to me.
Is that a bad light that he put on you by giving you a award? Like giving you too much light?
No, I think that he, you know, at the end of the day, as much stuff or information that it is out there about us, the feds kind of kept a lot of, because we was too much. You know, and I think the feds kind of downplayed a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? That people don't even understand.
They ain't want y'all to look as big as y'all really was.
Right, you got people that sit up and say, well, they had a drug amount. I think it said something like 495 keys, something like that. And like 200 of them, J-Rock got from red-handed in L.A. So he got that. So basically that would put us around 295 keys. So you got a certain podcast like, but I don't think they really had that much because they only got caught with these. This is the only keys that they caught up. Because we wasn't getting caught.
All these niggas moving.
We wasn't losing loads.
I think how long y'all run was.
Right.
They had this shit.
I got a 22-year run, and I got a 15-year documented conspiracy. My conspiracy is 15 years. My conspiracy is not from 2000 to 2005. My conspiracy is from 1990 to 2005, and I don't have one word. DEA said the DEA and the feds said they never seen me with any drugs. They never heard me talking about no drugs. Never seen me make a sale or none of it. Yeah. And I signed for 30 years.
30 you see you balling.
That's it. That's why I said water can't be a crime. Like you don't charge him. Oh, he got too many cars. What did I do to get the car? You gotta figure it out.
Prove that shit. Yeah.
Right. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? So a lot of stuff that they was doing to me. Personally, like people didn't
that shit was also out of like you know every generation or you know probably not this generation but start from your era and even back then, it's always like influential black men that them people look at like leaders, and it don't even be about what the fuck they doing. Like it might not even be about the drugs or the money or the parties. They don't like, they didn't like influence. You see what I'm saying?
But the
And
influence,
do you think that was probably the biggest part?
that played a major part along with me showing that you could get away with it. That it was the right way to do wrong. Yeah, that's besides my influence, because the influence definitely plays a part.
Cause you gotta think, it's so many niggas in different states, different sets, Crips, Blood, probably GD with an LR, you know what I'm saying? And niggas is getting along. Niggas is showing each other love. Niggas is rocking with
They
each other.
getting the best result.
Come on, man.
You getting the better results.
And they'll look at that shit like, man.
But you know, that's what our city always been. We've had, our city always been, we get along when it comes to the money. When it comes to getting the money. The only problem with our city is we have hate just like everybody else when it comes to these females. You know what I'm saying? Dudes fall out over the female. Some dudes tend to dig, some dudes pillow talk. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's why I said the thing about right. That's why I said, you know, you gotta, if you got a girl that don't want to be shit, you got some girls that like the, that I want to fuck with him and him. Yeah. Or I want to fuck with the whole crew. And we keep it on. You let them. It's not a problem. Like we don't look at her as bad. She gets took care. Now certain girls wish they was her. Yeah. Then you got the one that hey, this is my main one. Or this is my main number two. Whatever. Right. Number one limits. Niggas know everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if you can keep it like that, and that was surprising with our crew. Like, even with our crew, and we never had no issues over girls. But I know the tender they do. Yeah.
But y'all bid off them niggas though.
Right.
To their face,
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's still love.
It's still love. So like if you can get a group of men that can get that out of their system, then that's one recipe for success. You know what I'm saying? Like it's big when you gotta find all the ways to get along to stay together instead of finding any reason to fall apart. Yeah.
You could change anything. You want to change shit with
Nothing. Not even in 20 years. Yeah. Because it was a hell of a learning experience.
I say that all the time, and I always gotta say, like, I ain't trying to sound cool or trying to sound fried and burnt out, but wallahi, bro, prison was the best thing that ever happened to me. Going to the feds was the best thing that ever happened to me. I would not have went to prison when I went. I would probably be in jail right now for it. Oh, God forbid. I appreciate that shit. I wouldn't. God asked me right now, if he say, look, Bezo, I take this shit back, redo it, would you do it? I say no. In a heartbeat. The best thing that ever happened to me.
But she might not be you.
I wouldn't. I would have learned a lot of shit. I would have grew mentally. I would have understood a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? What it is to be a real man. You heard I was still moving like a kid, moving like a shorty, thinking shit sweet, not understanding how these people work. And it took for me to go to the feds to even become more strategic with how I move and more disciplined. Because one thing about the feds, both of y'all know that the feds is political and disciplined. Certain shit not flying in the feds. Niggas gotta go up top 30 days for not having their paperwork. A nigga not walking no certain yard at all whatsoever if that work ain't straight, for one. And a nigga can't put that on no nigga without having no proof. And a nigga that put that on a nigga, he gotta go up top for saying that. You can't even say that in the feds.
And guess what? If y'all don't send them up top, then we gonna send the whole crowd top. We gonna run all y'all up.
Oh, y'all gotta go. Cause y'all let this nigga put this allegation on it. You can't do that in the feds. And that shit showed me so much structure. And I implemented that discipline and that structure that I learned being in the feds. I implemented that shit in my everyday life. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I did most of my time out west.
Yeah.
Out west and in the northwest. Heavy politics.
They ever had you in the USB?
Yeah.
Oh, ain't that
Lewisburg.
You was in Lewisburg. That shit's so fucking lit. Like, you was in a smooth program.
I was in a smooth program. But it was 18
How long
months.
they had you in smooth?
2 years.
Get the fuck out.
I did 3 total. I did 9 months waiting to go in the hole, in the shoe. And then I did 2 more years in 23 and 1.
They put niggas in a smooth program program that they feel like got too much influence. How that shit ain't that
It's
like got too much influence
I'm
on
gonna tell you the
yours.
criteria. What they used to say. I was in Atlanta shoot in 2011 when I crashed. I crashed with the DC dudes over at Justin. But my influence was so strong on that yard that they told me and they asked me, my right hand man was Big Frock from West Palm Beach. He like 350 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
So the incident we had with the DC dudes, it really wasn't an incident with me and them per se, because we both had respect for each other. I respected DC crowd, they respected me and my people. But it was a dude that was from Miami/New York. Basically, they wanted to beat him up and do some things to him. You know what I'm saying? And they knew that him and I was kind of on the outs.
Mm-hmm.
But again, just like the one situation I had just told you about, I couldn't see letting them do nothing to him. So when they swung on him and Fry got in the middle of him, I told him, get your shoes on. He was all right. Put your shoes on. Let's go. Yeah. Put his shoes on because he was waiting to play volleyball. I had to put my shoes on. We going to the gym. He swung on the first DC nigga. He sang, and like 3 or 4 of them rushed. I started slanging and dropping. So it was like one of my mans from New York, one of my mans from Savannah, and me was the ones that was really fighting. Yeah. But it wasn't no cameras in the gym.
Yeah.
And then we had the door, so the DC dudes couldn't get out without us leaving.
Mm.
So it was a 5-minute move, just so happened. But when we finished fighting, Fry was like, "No, I'm finished." I'm like, "Fuck no, I'm going to get my life." You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because these niggas ain't gonna play fair.
DC.
So we all racing down the sidewalk, walking as fast as we can, to try to get back to the unit. I got a couple of dudes that I'm cool with in my unit. Like they're like, "Damn, Meech, what's up?" I'm like, "Man, hold up." Go give him a shit. So I give him a shit, then pull up on them like, man, the man was on some bullshit. But long story short, they black boxed me and Friday asked me, did you want to go the opposite way of you or with you? He said, I said it with me. So we go to they black boxes, didn't tell the region or nobody. And shot us straight up to Atlanta. 4-hour trip. But when we got there, of course, I had my way. I had a cell phone. Yeah. In the shoot. So I'm talking to my people. Man, look up SW Lewis, bro. My mama called crying. Yeah, she was crying. Every woman in my life at that time was crying when they talked to me. Oh my God, what they send me there? What they send me fucking shoot? Because it said the SMOOTH program is for the most violent, disruptive inmates in the FBOP.
That's just another word for most influential.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. So, it's lawsuits though. It's lawsuits on it where police didn't kill them. Because they throwing motherfuckers down the stairs and shit. You got black box handcuffs on behind you.
You can't catch yourself.
Yeah, you got it behind you. So you can't break the fall on your face or nothing. And however bad you are, you're the worst of the worst, they put you in the third. Because it's blast. Lewisburg is one of the oldest prisons next to Atlanta. So it's blind spots. You know what I'm saying?
See.
Right.
I feel like they do that shit on purpose to make sure they got some blind spots.
Oh yeah. And then but we gotta not saying that anyone is deserving of that kind of treatment. But like that's like ordering your food. That's like cussing out the person in the drive-thru that gotta make your food. Yeah. So why you gonna cuss the CO out when every time you leave out the cell you gotta put your handcuffs on. And you gotta bring your tray, the food and everything. You know what I'm saying? They cut the water off in 5 minutes. You gotta shower in 5 minutes.
I bet you the shoe.
And they tell you cuff up. And you don't cuff up, they gas you.
I know exactly how that shoe works.
So that like I had to do that for 2 years. I did phase 1 and 2 at Lewisburg, and I did phase 3 and 4 at Florence, Colorado.
But what the fuck was the SMOOTH program? Like they said that shit the worst shit.
Yeah, they disbanded it now.
Oh, so it's over with.
Yeah, anymore. They changed.
So who ran in the shoot?
He got on to ADX.
Oh, he was an ADX. That's what I'm thinking about. ADX.
So now that he got the pardon, he should be somewhere in the state.
Got it. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But he got to still get a government. He needed a special pardon, which is called a governmental pardon. That's a pardon from the governor and a pardon from the president. So he got the pardon from the president, but he ain't have a pardon from the governor right now. He get that, he home.
What's one of the craziest days you've seen? Wow.
The craziest day, you know what? The craziest time I seen in there is when them people start getting, when K2 wasn't K2 no more.
Oh, man, that Tucci. You seen niggas every episode of
What?
Tucci, bro?
What?
Nigga, I watched a nigga fight a trash can in that motherfucker, bro.
I see the devil.
Yes,
Niggas really running around naked.
Man,
all
them
that kind of
episodes,
shit.
like, little, bro, them episodes of the Tucci, that shit is
Man,
real.
the motherfucker, man,
Man, I done seen
standing up rocking like this. Standing up rocking, but
Oh, me, leaning up
you like, man, what the fuck? Like, that shit was weird as hell, man. Like, some real weirdo shit.
We ain't let none of them smoke the Tucci.
Man,
We ain't really like that.
putting them at the door.
Yeah.
We had a CO, when I could hit my first low at Forest City, Arkansas, we had a CO lady, she was like, listen, I don't mess with y'all drugs, I don't mess with y'all phone. I'm not gonna have nobody fuck our counter. So, if you know somebody that smoked that shit, and they fucked the count up, she said, y'all could do what y'all want to him, just don't kill him, but put him at the front door, and I'll make sure SIS don't fuck with y'all, or none of that.
Yeah.
This dude got one to go.
Oh, so she basically like the tone, only thing gonna fuck this bitch up. I ain't trying to see no episode.
None of that shit. Don't mess my car. So in my unit, it was probably one Mexican dude that smoked Tucci that can handle it.
Right. No, I knew a couple niggas that can
lay back on this bunk and can handle it. And when I got to Forest City, like 2 people had died already. So they was taking it serious, but it was crazy. I seen 2 deaths. Then before I left, there was 2 more deaths.
Dang. So the I ain't know that. I ain't know like the Tucci and the K2s. They basically 2 different things. I thought K2. I thought Tucci was just a nickname for the.
Nah. It's that. The thing is that people start putting anything on that paper. So you can tell. People start swimming on the floor and licking their throw up. That's one of the famous moves. And I used to we used to video record them and be like, look, showing it. Like, I ain't used to using a drug that I can't do in front of a woman. Like, I can't use that. We can drink, we can smoke some weed. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't.
Y'all had white lightning in that motherfucker?
What?
White lightning in that
shit. He ain't white lightning, man.
My nigga Blood from Bounty Hunters, man. Shout out to B-Thing, man. My nigga Blood from the Hunters. Out of LA, bro. That nigga was the coldest nigga with the white lightning, man.
Man, listen. I used to, man, that's what helped me pass a good time.
The white lightning.
And then, you know, it got to where, you know, they really don't like you to drink because, you know, a lot of dudes can't handle it.
Yeah.
And they get on the CO.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so a couple of officers been killed behind dudes getting drunk and all that type of stuff. So they really don't, that's something that they don't really like, okay. But one thing about me, I think I was known for drinking and known for getting everybody around me drunk. Then I kept everybody in line. Yeah. But I understand it's something that I'm just used to doing. Like, you don't start acting crazy because you got a little liquor on you, else you ain't never drinking with me no more. Simple as that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm buying what I'm talking about. I got to Coleman. I came home October 15, 2024. I got to Coleman, Florida to the low in February around the Super Bowl time. And I stayed there from February to October. I probably spent like $70,000 on white light.
White light.
Getting the majority of my unit fucked up.
Yeah.
He was the white light and looking for you.
Hey, bitch, you know what's crazy? I ain't feel like I was in jail till I went to the shoot.
Yeah.
I ain't feel like I was in jail until I went to the shoot. That's when I felt like I was in jail. But see, I was in a low though. You know what I'm saying? I was in the satellite.
That's what
y'all niggas was in motherfucking USPs and
Yeah,
meetings.
listen, when that door locked, you in prison, man.
Yeah.
When that door locked, you can't go out there and get you no ice. None of that shit. When you gotta tear your celly cover up, and you finna use the bathroom, you know you in prison. You know what I'm saying? You try to spray.
They going
Yeah, that's the only time I had it. That's the only time a door locked on me.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
like
yeah. So you know when you behind that door, man, that's a whole different monster. You know what I'm saying? And then you gotta have a celly that you can actually be it with.
Yeah, with a trust.
So I wasn't taking any celly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And like, I never told nobody, as far as administration, that I was a crip.
Yeah.
But I was on game time. And that's why niggas even love and respect me more. Like, damn, dude, on game.
Still on game.
Yeah, I'm on game time.
Yeah.
Because it's rules and it's politics. And I like that heavy politics. And I know that we ain't walking, ain't no hot motherfuckers in our country. You see, some people in Harvard, motherfuckers, they got money. Oh, he got money, so we ain't trying to let no.
Or a nigga use you. You know what's crazy, right? Like, I'm a real Muslim. Like, I'm a real Muslim. Now, I've been Muslim way before I even got indicted. Like, I've been Muslim. You know, and I take my thing serious. Like, you know what I mean? My wife Muslim, my kids Muslim, right? But when I got to jail, I was on Detroit time because it just felt like a lot of niggas was running with the Muslims for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, they go by their attribute instead of their name. So we can't pull that work.
Yeah, the email used to always talk shit to me, bro.
Because all this
Yeah,
spaghetti.
what you want to do? You want to do it? Or hey, look, bro, it is what it is. You got bad names. I can't be this bitch on Muslim time. I'm gonna pray. You know, I'm gonna do what I
got
gotta
child
do.
molesters and everything.
Everything. Yeah, I couldn't do it. But you been in that bitch. Man, you was in that motherfucker for what? 18, 22. You did a dub straight.
I went in 37, came out 57.
Yeah, damn. That's a long motherfucking time. Man, when my stupid ass got out of jail, bro, I posted my motherfucking paperwork on the internet. My uncle Cat called me and said, nephew, what the fuck is you doing? I said, what you talking about? Like, man, take that stupid ass shit off your Instagram. I'm like, shit, man, I'm just letting niggas know. You know, they say any nigga hot. Well, you got a name, you turned up, you automatically hot. Before I went to jail, niggas thought I had a case I didn't even have. I ain't got no co-defendant. I got a stupid ass gun case. You heard? Niggas saying a nigga hot before I even got there. I immediately had my paperwork, So when I get out of jail, though, right, I post my paperwork. My uncle say, bro, take that shit down. I'm like, what's the problem? Hey, you know what he told me? He say, nephew, you did 18 punk ass months. I did 20 years. You don't even got the right to say whether you hot or not.
Yeah, that's
Fuck is you talking about? I swear to God, my uncle Cat told me that shit. I swear to God, man.
That's less than a
Shout out to the dog, man.
And he right, you know, because, you know, a lot of, man, I'm telling you, when you've been locked up 20 years, let me tell you something that go on. And this is personal. You got a lot of people that they have like life sentences, 50, 60 years in that motherfucker. Like my man Mike Nitty, you know, shout out to Mike Nitty, he got 55 years. Nobody. You don't got life, but you don't got 20. You got 55
years for 9 violent.
9 violent. Look,
He ain't got back yet.
no, they ain't gave him nothing.
Yeah, dang.
Listen, you got people, and like, even with me having 30, and some lifers that I read at you first that was showing me how to be it. Man, that's a hurt feeling when you getting ready to transfer to another guy or you finna go home. Because they look at you like family, and they done got so, you have some lifers that like to be standoffish because they don't want to be too used to, because they gonna hate to see you go. You know what I'm saying? They really gonna hate to see you go. Like, damn, man, you going home. You know, we been being together. Yeah, I ain't never going home. Yeah, damn. You know what I'm saying? There wasn't nothing like what was going on now, to where you got hope. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I was in jail. Every nigga had it out there. Yeah, you got hope now. You know what I'm saying? But you know, back then, just just learning how to be it and seeing dudes that felt like they were never getting out, and that was kind of old men or older men at the time. Man, that's a hurt feeling, man. When you can't tell them motherfucker number that you praying for. And that's all you got.
Not to cut you off, you had a man's in there like, ace boom boom, like damn, bro.
Yeah, I had a, not so much at the lowest level, but at the low, I got a partner named Chico. He did time. He started out with my brother. He from Orlando, Florida. And Chico got 38 years. Chico drove up here from Orlando, Florida, met a Colombian on Telegraph, I think, on Telegraph. The Colombian was supposed to have 10 bricks at 11,000. Chico had 11,000, enough money for one. That's all the feds needed to lock him in. It's some money. He could have had 1,000 out. As long as he had some money, because the feds can't front no work. So that's why if you in the game and you really know like, oh, these Colombians coming, they gonna drop a bag on me. Okay, I don't say I ask you for no money. Because now when you start doing business with money, that's when you can run into the feds. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And even if they tell you, man, just my driver needs 50,000. Nah, I give it to you after I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get just to put you up on game, like you.
Cause all you gotta do is hand them bitches a cheat.
Hand them any type of money.
They got that experience.
That's it.
Dang.
That's it. You got something towards the purchase.
Man, these niggas don't even be understand that conspiracy. That shit is real, bro.
Yeah, they don't know the rules of the game, man. Listen,
like you see how many niggas are getting indicted off Instagram, bro.
Man, this is not crazy. Let me, man, my red dude. I come to you. I had big ice, man. I'm $1,500 to pay my rent. Yeah, I turn around and go buy some drugs. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They don't just always do it like that, but it's possible. It can happen. You know what I'm saying? You gave me, nigga got tears big as biscuits in his eyes telling you he needs 10,000, he got to take care of his family, and this, that, and the other. You like, yeah, go ahead. Now he turn around and go buy half a block or something.
It's a true story, bro. This nigga at KFC indictment, right? Nigga, he love when I tell this general like this story. You heard? Nigga got a KFC indictment, bro. The nigga cousin, right, was really under indictment. He was really getting investigated. He was allegedly, whatever, brick man. You know what I'm saying? They was watching the phone, been tapped for a while. They been on it, right? And when he had busted play, you know what I'm saying? Nigga ordered a whole wing or, a biscuit, you know what I'm saying? A half a woo-up, right? So dude was a regular 9 to 5 nigga, had a real job, all this shit. So the nigga that was under indictment that was being watched for a while now, right? He used his cousin. His cousin called, what's up? Your cousin still pulling up to my mama crib? He like, yeah, I'm on my way now. He say, hey, the auntie cook. He said, no. He's like, all right, I'm gonna go grab some food. I'm about to grab some liquor. I'm gonna grab some food, and I'm gonna pull up over there. You show auntie ain't cook. He said, no. He like, all right, cool. Hung up, called his cousin back. Cousin, I'm at KFC. I'll be over there in a minute. What you want? And she's like, give me 2 wings and a biscuit. That nigga got indicted. That nigga doing 10 years on conspiracy. And guess what? The nigga literally was at KFC. The cousin was literally at KFC. But mind you, though, his phone tap, he being followed. They done got him on shit. They already seen him. And when he really was doing whatever he was doing, he was saying this same kind of terminology. Nigga, the cousin that don't do shit, that literally ordered food, got 10 years, and he ain't got back. He ain't got back at all whatsoever.
You know, I made peace with myself and said that I'm doing time for what I got away with. You're not doing time for what they say, because they had no evidence. So I realized I'm doing time for what I got away with. All the shit I got away with, you know what you got away with. That's like, you know what you've done. Like, you don't got to never speak of. You know the things that you've done. I know the things that I've done. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying I did time for what I got away with. You know, now the Lord still brought us home early. Brought my brother home in 15 years.
You really ain't come home early though.
Nah, I came home 7 years ago.
How though? Because you got 28 years.
Okay, no, I had 30 years. Now what happened is you had the first, no, not before the first amendment. You had the First Amendment. I think that was the 782. What they did is my brother was a Category 1. A Category 1. So he got 68 months off on the 782. I took my time because they didn't want to give me 68 months off. So I took my time before I filed the 782.
Yeah.
Now, which was all drugs minus 2, right? So when I filed the 782, they like, look, you can't get no more than 36 months off because you're a Category 2. Now, the reason why I was a Category 2, because the judge gave me 2 points for getting off of probation in 91. My conspiracy is from 1990 to 2005. The judge said, since you was getting off probation in 91, that was during the existence of the conspiracy, so you get 2 points.
Dang.
So that way, that's Category 2.
Yeah.
And I got only 36 months off. Thank God, Trump come out with
First Step Back.
you can't know before the First Step Back. He come out with you can't something like
when
that.
he changed the crack law?
No. What I'm talking about when he changed the it was the 2-point he gave me a 2-point reduction like
For non-violent.
they had to take the pistol off. They can't charge. You can't do that no more. It was during the existence of the conspiracy, so you give me points for that and push me over in the further category. I was supposed to really get. So I got that before I got the First Step Back. I was already receiving time credit for the First Step Back, but it wouldn't kick me out because the BOP was faking like they don't know how to work. Trump put the First Step Back in December of 18.
Yeah, I watched a lot of niggas go home up there.
Right. But they act like they ain't know how to do it to 23.
Man.
It took them 5 years to learn.
I watched a couple niggas go home with the First Step Back.
Yeah, but they doing it on their own. You gotta do it on
they was going on their own.
Yeah,
It's fast. No, them niggas
and the BOP was acting like they don't know what's going on.
I was on the list to go home.
Because it was every nigga that I watched, and it wasn't a lot, but I watched a couple niggas get out while I was in jail, go home on the First Step Back. But them niggas in the law library for months. And them niggas beating the law library down years before I got to that moment.
And my counselor told me I was locked up long enough.
This nigga trying to get that nigga had a 3-year bid trying to get the First Step Back. That crazy motherfucker.
You know, they turn 6 months into a year.
That First Step Back,
yeah, you get a year off if you're a low recidivism.
You get like 12 days off each month.
You get 1 year off, you get 15 days off. If you're a medium,
then you was able to get RDAT once they took that.
They wasn't going to hard that.
You couldn't do RDAT.
I ain't want it.
Why the fuck? That's a year off.
Man, there are
Because the
years.
bid was born.
No. I mean, they you gotta understand, when you get released under RDAP, your probation is different.
No, I ain't know that.
Yeah. You walking on eggshells. They got 0 tolerance.
I ain't know that.
You
And
come
take the year back.
You had RDAT.
I ain't take it
I
because
couldn't get it.
I ain't on the wait.
if you get regular supervised release, yeah, like what I did. Not that I plan on fucking up, but you got a chance.
Right.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? You got a chance with the RDAPs. You got 0 tolerance.
No time.
0 tolerance.
I swear to God, I never fuck about here.
And you got advocate. Yeah, they could find a piece of Tunchi in your pocket in the halfway house, and that'll send you back.
I did not know that. I ain't fucking know that. Man, before we wrap this motherfucker up, Beast, man, you know what I'm saying? I just want to tell you, you really motivated me for a long time because I was a young nigga just watching, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate the relationship we got now. Like, you really like a homie of mine, you know what I'm saying? We kick, you heard? We got a bond, we got a relationship outside of this shit, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Playing shit, that's our new word. Y'all catch on to that later. Man, like, before we leave, I gotta ask, you know, we real gangsters, bro. We real real stand-up guys, right? Me being a rapper and being an artist and being in the limelight, right? I'm used to the internet. I understand this shit. You was gone 20 years, right? I'm sure y'all ain't had like trolls and shit back then, and I ain't saying nobody specific. I'm just talking about overall. You heard? Like, I understand how this shit go. I deal with so many niggas that I don't know, niggas that never met me, niggas that don't know nothing about me, won't say nothing to me when they see me, none of that. And I'm not saying that like talking like a tough nigga,
Like,
just being a man, you know what I'm saying? I got a son that look up to me, bro, you know what I mean? I gotta stand on that, you heard? But I understand how this shit go with motherfuckers just saying shit and just bitch ass niggas, like, bro, just trolling ass niggas and niggas just speaking, bro. Like, how the fuck, like, how that shit felt to you to do 20 years and come out and got it, and you see, it's these type of niggas in the world now.
Man, you know, they always say you can't argue with yourself. So sometimes you gotta let a motherfucker just talk and say anything, and then you'll find out what they're saying ain't nothing. Like, if you don't got nothing to hide, then what you gotta speak up for? I don't got nothing to hide. I don't got no points to prove. You know what I'm saying? If I done anything wrong, if any man done anything wrong when it comes to being a rap, you gotta think about it. Okay? Ain't no such thing as he third party. Yeah, I can't say, hey, you tell for me, and they gonna give me the time off. No, because you know who got to go in that courtroom to get his time cut? You do. That's right. Yeah. And you gonna be in there. It's on the docket sheet that you going in here.
Ain't no hiding that judge.
Right. Ain't no hiding that.
Or no citizen
transfer. See what I'm saying? So like, you can't appoint someone to tell for you, and then they want to call it third party, and like you get the credit for it, or they can't fuck up the case, because he or she is fucking the DEA. You know what I'm saying? What I will say, like, when it comes to me, like, I ain't used to doing a whole lot of talking anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, not when it comes to some negative shit. I'm on positive shit. You know what I'm saying? I know that I'm gonna exonerate myself because I'm an honorable man. Always been honorable to stand up, and those dudes that I left in them joints that took pictures with me and walked the yard with me, they the ones got the attitude. Yeah. So the trolls got to deal with them. You see what I'm saying? Like, you got to deal with them, and you may not never know who that may be. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I know who I am. I'm comfortable in who I am. I did time with the worst of the worst, and I did time with some easygoing people. You know, but at the end of the day, law enforcement, everybody respects me because I'm an honorable man, and they never asked me to do no type of snitching or none of that shit. You see what I'm saying? So, but living in this internet era, I just say to the young people, man, they really got to have a strong stomach because me, I got grandkids, I got kids. You know, some from the young generation, it's like they let so much stuff get to them. Yeah, you know what I mean? That don't even really matter. It don't even matter.
Shit
like,
don't even
they don't know how to do the Aaliyah and pick themselves up and try again. You know, they do. Man, everybody, I was young and spent plenty of money before. Been broke, rich, broke, rich, broke. That's the name of the game. Each time you learn how to keep it. So you don't let nobody make you feel bad about you spending all your money, losing all your money, whatever, however you lost it. Because we all done did it. You know what I'm saying? You got certain motherfuckers that man got 50,000 for their first rap deal, and they was back out there selling crack. And that's the story they told. You know what I'm saying? So like, you go through things. You can't let someone's opinion be the end all be all to what you're trying to accomplish in life. And like the love and respect that I have for like you, Easy, and any names that I don't say, Doug and Sada and Payroll and everybody from Doughboy Cash, from the east to the west and the southwest. You know what I'm saying? Like, for y'all putting the city on the map where it's supposed to be, and y'all having enough sense to be like, look, we ain't got to be talking about
that tone out there.
We ain't doing music.
Cause I don't do that. I don't speak. I don't do that. I don't respond to niggas that don't know me. Niggas that don't know nothing about me. Like I'm living in the real world. My life good. I'm motivating niggas. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing the right thing with my life. I'm taking care of my family. I'm giving the churches hope. I'm giving my people hope. I'm building businesses in my community. I never thought I'd never be able to do that. There's so much positive shit going on, and there's so much love in the real world. You know what I'm saying? The internet is the internet, but in the real world, it's real love.
Y'all motivated me. Peasy, Babyface, right? To see y'all music come on that computer, that was something that I never thought I would see. You know what I'm saying? I never thought that I would be in jail long enough and see that. Not even being in jail long enough, just y'all would make it to that type of plateau where they got y'all music. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And that shit was like, became some of my workout moves and stuff. And it's like, man, yeah, the city is finally putting on. Now, mind you, I haven't been to the city in 21 years. So now to see the city where it's at now, to have these little lounges and little duck-off spots. Yeah. Nice. But, man, this shit is amazing, man.
How you feel since you've been in the city where everybody embrace you like that?
The love is so, my love for the city always been genuine and real. But the city's love for me has been crazy, man. Like, great old people, young people, everything, white people, all races. Like, it's been crazy. It's been all love. And even though I'm here for my daughter being in the hospital, having open heart surgery, it was like it was meant for me to come back here and receive that love. Because that was the only reason they let me come back within a 45-day period, because they wanted me to wait 60 days before I started asking to go to before I stay or out of the country. So it was a blessing to be able to come here and receive that love and show my love for the city. Like this all black affair we have. Yeah, Shamar move, real move. That was it. That's gonna be big.
Shout to Little Beach too, man. You played a part in this shit too, man.
Yeah,
like I know they gotta feel amazing to watch your son create his own image for himself and do this shit. You know what I'm saying? With the guy, with your guys, to be able to pour into your son and he actually listen to you, take your advice, and let you guide him. You know what I'm saying?
But he helped with my transition. Like, he's not gonna let me look like anything. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, so me coming home, he played an important part of me having my look right.
That shit be fucking you up, bro. Looking at your little man like, damn, look at my little nigga, man. This young nigga a boss, bro.
Yeah, he a boss, man. It fucked me, but I'm so proud of him because he a boss and didn't have to do what I did.
Yeah.
So that's what he a boss in his own way. He got his on his own. He did that on his own. And I'm glad that I was able to tell dude like, hey, man, put my son in some classes, man. I think he can pull it off. If he can't put it off, we'll find somebody else. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Pull it up.
He pulled it off.
Man, you free, man. You moving right. You have real businesses, legit. Like, you never gotta look and walk backwards. You never gotta worry about none of that other shit, man. You know what I'm saying? You got a second chance at life, and you living your businessman side. You living your clean, legit.
I'm ready to put on for the city for real. Nationwide, worldwide. And that's one of my dreams right now is to see y'all do the same thing y'all doing in Detroit, selling out across the nation and across the globe. That's what I want to see. I want to see you, Easy, Babyface, pay with everybody. Do a concert in LA sold out, Atlanta sold out. You know what I'm saying? Texas sold out. Then you start hitting Africa, London, and all that type of shit.
I think that's what separates us. We moving as one. We gonna keep moving like one. We gonna keep tuning out.
Don't let nobody else. We no divide and conquer.
You bring younger guys up.
Say no divide and conquer.
Y'all got V's and all of them. Y'all Babyface E, all of them. I listen to all that shit. All the young. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes I may not shout out a person's name, but trust me, I'm listening to all that shit. Baby Tron, everybody. I'm listening to this shit and it sounds good. And even these females, man, like I gotta grab these females, man, and you know, cause it ain't only Cardi B and them. Like I love every really. We got females here in this city that they need their turn. We got a lot of shit. Yeah, you know, Cash Doll the queen for sure. She's the queen no matter what. Cash Doll for KD. Yeah, we all behind KD too. We all behind it. We all behind each other, man. We moving like that's what makes it so good, man. Keep moving like one and tuning out all the sucking shit, bro. Man, you look up, we billionaires. Yeah, facts. And we leaving the niggas on the sideline and the spectators where they at. Y'all stay over there. That's nonsense. We ain't paying attention to that. You can't go cash. I can't go to the bank and the check say nonsense on it. That motherfucking fool. Who gonna pay you for that? Nobody. Not for the nonsense. You heard, man. Me, appreciate you, man. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all, man. Real legend, real OG, man. We appreciate all the game and all the support and everything you did and everything you still doing for us, man. For the city overall, you know what I mean? The knowledge and the inspiration, man. Let's get it. Clap it up, man. Hey, man. This is not a real podcast, sir. Watch the link right now. Let no man separate. We create from every hood in Hollywood coming to a ghetto near you. Definitely for a solid, very strong herb out there. You know what?
Game's about to start.
Welcome back to Gil Green presented by Underdog. That's your whoop back. Got my whoop. I've heard the whoop whoop has changed in these streets a little bit. The whoop whoop belongs to the streets now, Gil. I'm like trying to reclaim my whoop whoop. Trying to reclaim it. But this is Gil Green presented by Underdog. Pull over. As always, we got the legend Gilbert Arenas here with us. And back on the couch, we got the distinguished gentleman from Oak Cliff, former #1 pick, Kenyon Martin, back here. And we got a special guest making his first appearance in the arena, one of the best fighters in the game, looking to become the pound-for-pound king. He's among a handful of boxers to hold world titles in 3 different divisions, along with an Olympic medal. In the near future, he's going to try to make it 4 different divisions if a certain fighter stops ducking him, gets the contract signed. Hail from Newark, New Jersey, also known as Brick City, Shakur Stevenson. Welcome to Gil's Arena. Give him some smoke, Gil. Get your ass wood. Give him some smoke. All right. Yeah, we got everything up here. All right, if you want to get your bread up, go ahead. You want to get your bread up, go ahead and download the Underdog app. Use promo code Gil. Get us $1,000 bonus cash plus a special pick. And if you can't watch the show with us on YouTube, we have audio versions available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. So we got a lot to get into, but see you sitting next to Gil, a little bit of a size difference here, but how many rounds do you think Gil could last against you in the ring?
I mean, he's an athlete, so you got to respect him as an athlete. I would say about round 3 is when he'll start breaking down.
Okay.
Yeah.
You get 3 rounds? Oh, wow.
Nah, I mean, he's an athlete. You know, you got to be in some type of physical shape or some type of physical condition. So, yeah.
Gil, is that true? Are you still an athlete? Or are you 1 minute? 3 minutes around? I'm trying to figure out how to run around. You got to pick one. You can't punch. Oh, they didn't run, so you got to pick one. You got to play defense or offense. For the first round.
Your best chance would be to just go out there and just swing your best shot.
Hell.
And pray you win.
No.
Yeah.
I watched World Star. I've seen was just a wild swing and get you.
Yeah.
This shit uppercut it. It's right. Until I get tired. Like the first round, you got to play offense or defense. Because you got to get the first 3 minutes out the way. Once you get the first 3, your adrenaline going to be stupid. You go night early. So I suggest defense first. Not that.
Have you ever got hit with a body shot? Because you tall, so I'm going straight to you. Okay. I respect you being real. You being real.
Never got hit with a body shot.
Yeah. I got you.
So now let's flip it. So Shakur, you also like to hoop. You've compared yourself to Steph Curry in previous interviews that you've done. But this question is for Gil. So prime Shakur Stevenson versus Watch Gilbert Arenas, game of 1 to 11. Watch the number 9 Gil We'll make it reasonable and fair.
I like 3 dribbles.
Are you on 3 dribbles? 3 or less?
Oh, I know. I get 5, he get 3.
Gotcha. I can probably get a little bit. Once he gets past 4, 5, he got it. Especially if you want for layups.
So one, go right back.
Yeah, that's true. So Kenya, same question for you, but it has to be a wash version of Kenya Martin.
I want to score. I just asked him just now. I said, yo, it's a basketball court here, right?
Yeah, he did ask that. Now, he got a nice left, right?
I would let it see that.
You got to prove to me you can shoot.
Oh, so you got back up there.
I would let it see that.
You got step range up.
Getting it over is an issue, Steve.
Yeah. But can you run right now?
Run? Yeah, go this way.
Right.
A lot of things still together. My court's still together. I still.
But I'm down to try it, man.
We do have a court.
That you can make 11 jump shots.
Yeah, I can't go that way.
You can't stop me.
You said I won't score at all.
No, I said you got to prove. No, I said, you probably would, but you wouldn't beat me. You got to prove it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna let you shoot and see if you see how. Then you make 3, 4 in a row.
You're gonna have to guard.
You got to prove that you can make more than 1, 2 in a row.
You got the flame. You got the step flame third on. So
I mean, I'm ready whenever you is.
we do have a court.
I'm ready.
All right, how old are you?
28.
So I got a 24-year-old that you can play.
He here?
I got you right down the street.
I'm down. I told you.
6 staff.
Yeah.
I want to play you.
Looking over here.
I'm gonna get a young boy. I call those numbers that live right around the corner. I call Captain.
Coach Mike my height. Coach Mike my height.
Well, shit, that's a 10-year-old.
He got a 40-inch version.
I got the 10-year-old, man.
Jimmy tall,
Yeah, I'm older. My kid's huge, man. My daughter's 5'9". I got a 5'10". Actually, 5'10". I got
already.
I got huge kids, but
Your oldest fine. Let's keep this thing moving. So in basketball, they say defense wins championships. You're known for your elite defense in the ring. Praised for being one of the hardest guys to hit. Does the saying defense wins championship hold true in boxing as well?
For sure. For sure. At the highest level, I think that defense can take a fighter so far. You got to have some offense too, but if you have a real defensive fighter that know what they're doing, they're going to be hard to beat.
it's always like there's nothing more intimidating in sports than defense.
Yeah.
When you can't score, you can't hit somebody. There's nothing more intimidating.
Yeah.
Just think about it. Baseball, you can't get on base, or you can't cross that end zone. Or with football, you can't. Basketball, you know how it goes. It's like, man, get the ball. Man. Right, it's that, but there's nothing more intimidating than defense.
But that's the reason.
Will. It takes like your will it frustrates people. It does something to people. So yeah, I agree.
But that's the reason why fighters don't want to fight you. Because they know, like, you get in there, you can't touch somebody. Like you said, it's very intimidating. It's like, you're going to look silly. And you don't want to look silly and look like you're easy work in front of a certain fighter or in front of the world. So,
Yeah, the goal is you not getting hit, but you getting hit. So that's the difference.
yeah.
I think a lot of discipline though, right? To be to literally just, I'm gonna defend myself and wait for you to mess up. So is that kind of like the style, like you're playing against their aggression?
I mean, yeah. It also takes a lot of discipline, but I think I was born with something called instincts. And I think like my instincts kind of carry me through the year, because there's a lot of fighters who hit me up nowadays like, yo, how you get your defense so good? How did you get good at this? And I think my instincts is the main thing that's kind of like, I know when and when not to move. If that makes sense.
How much preparation goes into that? You watch a fighter, seeing what their style looks like, and you're just in the ring kind of feeling out.
As a youngin', I didn't even used to watch it. It wasn't until I got to the highest levels where I'm like, okay, I need to start watching tape and see what fighters are weak at or where I'm going to take advantage of their weak points. So I think a lot of it comes with watching tape and understanding what's in front of you.
Is it I guess just watching it from TV is very different from when you're in the ring. Are you looking for combo styles? When you say their weakness is just something that they do naturally that you pick up on?
I try to attack what bothers you. So like, if I see something in a fighter, and I see that you fought another fighter and they did something that bothered you that night, and then I watch it against another fighter and the same thing bothers you again, that's something that you didn't correct or you didn't fix. So 9 times out of 10, come fight night, I'm looking for it to be there.
Yeah, they don't know it until somebody exploit it.
Yeah.
Then if they win doing it wrong, then ain't nobody exploit what they're doing wrong. If you know what you're looking for,
Yeah.
yeah, nah, that's smart. Like I'm all for that.
So I see you rocking a Canelo versus Crawford hat. Obviously, you were in Vegas for the fight, but the day before the main event, you and Tio Lopez did an interview together for Ring Magazine, exchanged some words, along with him and Max Kellerman providing some pausable moments. Watch the whole interview.
Yeah,
It was a few AOs in there. But after his win in the post-fight press conference, Bud called out Tio too, said him to go ahead and get the contract signed, get the fight done. You were on stage when it happened. How close is that Tio Lopez fight to getting done?
I think it's very close. I think we like right there. Like Tio agrees with the fight. I agree with the fight. We both want to make boxing great again, man. Honestly, I'll be real with y'all. I think Tio is somebody who kind of remind me of myself. We both want this shit so bad that it's gonna make for a tremendous fight in his own way. I'm not losing to him, and I know he feel the same way about me. So come fight night, I'm gonna show the world. I've been waiting for this opportunity my whole life.
So there's been a lot of talk about, Tio saying he want to do some shit, he want to fight people, and then kind of running from it. Do you feel like it's real, or do you feel like he's going to duck you in the end?
Nah, Tio will fight. That's the thing. I think it'd be something deeper than what we see with our eyes, rather than him just being scared. I don't think he's scared. He went for Lomachenko when nobody else wanted to fight Lomachenko. He was the main name calling, I want to fight Lomachenko. I'm going to beat him. And then that day came and he did beat him. So you got to be real and not question Tio Hart. I don't think he's a bitch.
This is a business of boxing, man, that gets in the way a lot. Like, they could agree to want to fight each other, but if one side won't, just like negotiation, when we go to the table, they're like, nah, I want 49 now. I want 40. I want 51. No, I want 51. I want it. It's just like, well, fuck it. They know, but we ain't doing shit. Like, it's like, nah, damn, I thought he said, nah, we agreed on it, but it's bad business.
I think me and Tio kind of like, we both got big personalities, and I think with the right back and the right promotion, I think the fight is going to sell tremendously. I think the world going to see two personalities clash. And I think the promotion, I hope they're listening right now, they got to make that shit fun. They got to make it fun.
Because y'all entertaining, y'all in a way, so. So with the new, the way the Bud and Canelo thing went, that put up as much money as they did, do you think that would help the sport moving forward and get, like, the governing bodies out of the way, so to speak, when somebody else is putting up the money to have these mega fights?
I think that's why people got to respect Turkey. Because I feel as though Turkey is changing the sport of boxing. He's bringing the big fights that people want. Boxing ain't used to be like this. People used to use the other side of the streets, or they used to use business as a reason for not to fight the big fights. But now that Turkey's in boxing, he's making the fights happen with the money that he's presenting. So people could talk shit about him, but you gotta respect him. We getting a fight that we have never thought we would get. Who would have thought we'd have had Terrence Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez? Nobody pictured that. But Turkey was the one that brought it together, so you gotta respect him, and I appreciate him too.
So I can see that being very beneficial for you still young. There's some big names out there for you to fight, and just taking the other people out of it, so y'all can make history. Because they, in my opinion, they're the other, like in the past, you had the guys they fought each other, right? The guys that fought, 80s and 70s, they fought each other. Because the money wasn't as ginormous as it is now. So they are allowing you guys legacy to live on because you had it in the big fights, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's helpful in the sport.
I think with him involved, nowadays if a fight doesn't get done or a fighter don't want to fight, I think it's truthfully that they're scared. If he's going to present the money that he's presenting to the sport of boxing, to the A-side, B-side fighter, and guys say no, they're scared.
I think with the Crawford fight, like you guys would need more promotion for your personalities, right?
I think, truthfully, yes. With our personalities, I feel as though our promotion and with the right people and the press conference, it's gonna be a lot of fun today. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be more fun because but my big brother, I think Bud personality is crazy. Like people don't get to see the great personality he has. So I would never shit on him, but I think that with me and Tio clashing together, it's gonna make for amazing.
Like if it was up to you, how long would that promotion like be to get this fight to top tier? 1 or 2 months of just y'all just.
Once it's signed, I think we get active. I think we gotta have some type of press conference and put us in front of each other. I think that I'm telling them to trust us. Trust us. We different.
So I was just asking, how important is Shakur Stevens, Tio Lopez fight to help usher in a new era of elite boxers going head to head in the elite fights?
I think it becomes who's the leader of the new school. So the winner of that fight becomes the leader of the next generation. Everybody know me and Tio hell of a fighters. Everybody know we bad motherfuckers when it comes to that boxing. But the winner, whoever comes out on top, becomes the leader, becomes the face of, I ain't gonna say the sport of boxing yet because that's Terrence Crawford, but behind him, who's next? And I think that fight will tell us the difference.
Who was you talking to when you said you was challenging about like when you start boxing? It was like 17. It was like
kind of thing. You know, it's crazy. A lot of people kind of gave me hell for saying that, but because they also say that Hussle started boxing at 15 years old. But I want to explain the difference between a Conor Ben and a Hussle. Hussle had a lot of amateur experience that allowed him to rise his game to the highest level. Conor Ben said he had 17 amateur fights. And the man got how many pro fights? He can't compete with me in the boxing ring. So there was no shot at his inexperience as a whole, but it's the fact that, bro, I just been here since I was 5 years old.
Yeah, I understand, especially from just a basketball side, right? When you're talking about inexperience, you just can't. Even if you're the most athletic and get facts, you're going to be missing so much data inside of your body itself. It will be hard for you to compete. So I assume you're like, if you just started boxing at 17, you can win because there's techniques that he does that he has to learn.
This muscle memory from when he 5 and that 7-year gap from niggas started when he was 14 from boy, you are so far behind that muscle memory. Man, nigga, that's why dudes want to pick up box, go get in the ring now. Yeah. You're gonna get beat the fuck up. Yeah. Like off the top. You're gonna get beat the fuck up. Yeah. Cause he gonna flinch the wrong and you gonna react to it. This because you don't have that not to react to that. He don't mean that punch. You don't know not to react to that.
Yeah. It's basically it's so much shit that you don't know.
Yeah,
it's mad shit that I know that I've been doing for a long time, that I've been watching, picking up on, that you have never even saw in front of you, bro. Like, it's just a difference in levels.
You had your bad habits corrected. Like, when you were young, like, you started out bad, but you had them corrected over years, man. Like, that's just like, same shit. Like, you're young, like, you need to learn how to dribble with your left hand, like, shit like that. You know, like, you have to do it. It's like, you learn how to do that shit. Like, I need to do this right now in order to. That shit is way more intricate. I be watching that shit like, nah, that shit is so hard.
Is there any way like a heavyweight can pick it up at 19, 20 and then get to that top tier level?
You can with hard work and dedication. You can get to the top tier level. I'm not saying that you can't. I'm just saying that you get in front of guys who've been doing this forever and they are at the same level as you, they're gonna be better.
So just take like, so you say heavyweights, right? Yeah. Take Hussle, right? Hand speed like just it's amazing. And you got like Deontay Wilder, it's a difference. You play with him, man, like it's just he gonna come down the middle with him. And it's like you throwing these motherfuckers, you got hit 4 or 5 times. Yeah. It's a difference. Like Wilder got that equalizer.
But you get to know somebody that's been doing it for a very, very long time. Yeah, kid, gonna make you look crazy.
Yeah, but in some situations though, like it's not just always that way. Because there's some situations that guys will come in on the back end and if they outwork that guy that had the talent, had the experience, but he didn't work hard enough, they probably gonna catch up to them and surpass them. So it's still like a thing which is very rare in the sport of boxing that it can't happen.
You say you've been boxing since age 5. When did you know you were like that?
When I was like, I want to say 14 years old, I had went to a tournament overseas. This was my very first tournament overseas. And I'm fighting in the 15 and 16 division. And I was a number 2 guy. Everybody that was on my team was all number 1 guys. I lost in the national. They won the nationals. But the guy that beat me didn't have his passport, so he couldn't go overseas. So when I got overseas, I smoked everybody down there. And everybody that was on my team, they lost. And when they lost, I said, oh nah, I'm the truth. Like, if I'm the truth and these number 1 niggas lost, and I just was the number 2 guy. When I go back to nationals, I should never lose again. And from that day on, I never lost. Like, I won mostly every tournament there was.
So you didn't change nothing. It was just the idea that those guys in front of me lost. I won. I'm better, and then the confidence came.
It gave me confidence. It turned my confidence to a whole nother level. And once I realized that, it's like, okay, these guys is in and around my weight class. I'm fighting some of these guys. Why should they beat me? How they gonna beat me if I'm better than them? Like, I know I'm better. So, also, you know, another thing that helped me with that tournament, I got to see other people work ethic. So when I seen they work ethic, it's like I kind of worked harder and I wanted to outwork them. And my talent wasn't just getting me by no more. It was more so, okay, my work ethic caught up with my talent too.
You remember saying that in basketball. I said, like we were talking about the Lucas situation, and I said we all work hard until we see somebody else doing something that we've never seen before. So we supposed to have the idea like, yeah, this is what I'm supposed to do, run a little 2 miles, do this, because that's the, until you see somebody else, and you're like, yo, what is this? And then once you see it, it's like, all right, this is how I get to the next level, because he's here, I get there, and then hopefully somebody else above me opens the door for me to see they work ethic. Like this tonight. Like I guess it was Adrian Broner?
Adrian Broner, yeah.
And I remember him watching, he was hanging around Floyd a lot, right? And I was like, man, I wish, because people always say he was just naturally gifted, just his attributes was just, he was naturally gifted.
He was.
And I was like, man, I wish you could watch Floyd before it became Money Floyd. Because Money Floyd is a machine at this point, and you're watching the fun part of Floyd. You're not watching the 2 a.m. You're not watching what he's doing to be this billionaire. And I said, sometimes, man, you got to go straight to the dude. Like, hey, man, forget the club part, but let me see what you do. Let me see what you do under when you the stuff people don't see. Like, I want to see, do you train? How much do you train? What do you do? And sometimes you look at the part that gets you excited and not the part that made him.
Yeah, that's all that. Yeah, that's just all that.
Do you?
Adrian Broner had access to every part of the floor. He just, listen, he quit back up to Cincinnati. That's the issue.
Always Cincinnati.
Cincinnati, dog.
I ain't gonna lie though, I think that with AB was a hell of a fighter, like you saying. I feel like the only thing is, like, if he was a disciplined athlete, he will be the biggest star in the world right now. He had speed, he had power. It's just the discipline part. He was charisma. He's actually a funny guy without like no cameras or nothing around. He's regular funny. So I think if discipline was added to his game, AB will be the biggest star, the best boxer. Nobody could even say nothing to AB, but y'all right about everything that y'all said. I think it takes everything. Like, it's not just one thing that makes you great. It's like it takes everything. It takes hard work, dedication, discipline, to be the best is like you got to go through so much and do so many things, and a lot of athletes and people in your sport, they're not willing to do that.
You know, what if he dedicated, let's just say he dedicated the next 2 years, just, you know, what? Damn, stop. Dedicated, the hard work and dedicated. No, I'm just saying, these next 2 years, he just dedicated, just like, I'm just going to go in here, and I'm just going to give it my all for the first time. You don't think he can get back? What? No, don't start from the beginning again. It don't work that way, kid. Don't start from the beginning again. We didn't see him on the list. We see him on that canvas. It don't work that way. Nah, but that's the undisciplined one. I'm talking about it. It don't buckle down and just say, you know what, I'm going to take it serious for the first time. Listen, hand speed slower, feet slower, that chin been tested. All that shit matter, kid. That was the undisciplined me. Now I'm disciplined for 20 years. Listen, they were attached to the same person. But it was a disciplined chin out. Doing chin workouts.
Nah, it is kind of like, I feel like it's late. It's late in the game to where it's like throughout the years, you missed out on so much.
That training,
where it's kind of hard to get back. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's very hard to get back to the top level when you missed out on everything. You probably don't even
know. You're in the sport. You ain't going to say it. I said, fuck, he ain't getting back to the top. Mike Tyson was done for 2 years, came back home. What did I say? Mike came back still.
You know what? One thing that I will say about AB though, a lot of people gotta give him respect because of the fact that he put a lot of people on in the sport of boxing. He put a lot of people on his back during his come up, and I think people gotta give him that respect because one thing about him, brother, I always say, I think he's a real nigga. Like he's really a real nigga outside of the undisciplined part. So much respect for him.
Give flowers, all that shit. And listen, all what you care, man. Yeah, I can't, man. Anybody can. I'm winning. Like,
that was the most this shit ever.
So you know, I'm been so blessed. I'm a realist, you know. I'm a keep it a bean with it. Like he had the opportunity to beat that. Absolutely. 135, 140, 140. He could have been everything that he just absolute. But that train has left the station. But we always know sometimes people who are just more gifted than everybody, they got a little bit more wiggle room. And when hard work beats that, you know what it say, Gil? What's that? When hard work, come on, man.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't with you right now.
This is 2 years, man. The kid, man. This is my discipline.
It's a very hard thing to do. Very hard.
No, it don't. And I be loving the entertainment, man. Just that part of it. It is, but the thing, if it wasn't entertainment, I hear you, yes. But that shit ain't for play, dog. Like you get that motherfucking listen, that shit ain't for play. All that entertainment, you saw what happened on Rock, and this mother got his ass up all that party, all that living in America, got his ass put in the motherfucking casket. It was a different turn-up back in those times. It was a different turn-up back in those times. But no, the Russians were sneaky back then.
I ain't like for them though, for real. Like
you're not telling me you get out with the wrong person. It's
life or death.
Rest in peace, Apollo. And you know he ain't got a slick mouth, so he don't tell you what he might say leading up to the fight. Say something crazy. Say something crazy before the fight. Really piss this motherfucker on. And your skill set ain't here no more.
I don't think it's the skills though. The skills are always gonna be kind of here. It's just the fact that you done so much damage to your body to where it's like it's hard to catch up. But I pray you do it.
You're awesome. You're a good man.
Now you gotta realize I got a real relationship with you.
Let's stick up for your man. We're talking sports here. He's a great human being. I'm all of that. I respect any man that brushes his hair. That's the shit I like about boxing. Just that shit. Like, when you brush your hair, look at him. Look at this shit. He was winning. He was winning, kicking ass, taking aim. Yeah. Well, speaking of kicking ass, like I said, you were in Vegas. Watched Bud Crawford win by unanimous decision over Canelo to improve to 42-0. New undisputed super middleweight champion of the world. So Bud had been asking for that fight for about 2 years. They went up 2 weight classes to make it happen. And dethroned the former 100-meter champ. So what does Bud Crawford's win over Canelo mean for his legacy?
I think Bud Crawford is the Michael Jordan of boxing. Like, being realistic with y'all, we have never really seen this ever. A guy goes up 3 weight divisions and beat the guy that's been a guy for years. I got nothing but respect for Bud. I'm actually grateful that I've been a part of his process to see, share the ring with him, be around him, and see how he trained. Outside of camp, I'm seeing how he lives. It's times with Bud, they just come to Houston, pull up on me. Nobody knows this, but he don't got no fights coming up, nothing. And here, talking about let's spar. And we'll get in there, we'll spar 12 rounds and straight. And just for a guy to just be that disciplined and that active throughout life, I don't think Bud human. Like, people want to say I'm blazing and all that bullshit. I'm telling you, like, I've been around a lot of boxers in the sport of boxing. I have never seen nobody like Bud.
So you said Bud like Michael Jordan.
He is.
12-round sparring session. How are you performing in those 12-round sparring sessions?
I mean, I perform good. I've been sparring this dude since I was like 17 years old. So we get to knowing each other. And truthfully, Bud just kind of used me to help his brain think at the highest level. You know, I'm a good thinker. So he used me at times where he like want to think and have a chess match. So like I said, brother, he different, dog. He different. I think everybody got to see that come Saturday. But I've been telling people for years, Bud was gonna cook Canelo. I've been saying this. I don't know why people acting like this is a big surprise. It is a big surprise because you've done it and it's good to get a credit. But for me, I've been knew what it was about.
So what was that like for you to be in the building to see that prediction actually come true? How turned up with 70,000 people, Allegiant Stadium, home of the Raiders?
Yeah, I felt like I wanted to cry in that bitch. Nah, no bullshit, because it's like you get to see somebody's come up from fucking the start, like, and then somebody that really like supported me from day one. Like, I wanted him to win more than I would be wanting myself to win sometimes. Like, I'm sitting there like I'm just filled with joy the whole time. Like, it just felt like a surreal moment for me. Like, it felt like I just won undisputed, but my brother just did it, and like it's just a whole different like I got a different type of love for bro, cause bro really a real nigga. Like, he ain't just no celebrity. He's really a real nigga. Like, outside of this boxing shit, nigga, that nigga's a real nigga.
So as you sit there watching the fight, knowing what you know, right? You know what you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
As it's going on, as Bud is doing what he's doing each round, like, what is your thought process as like each round is like going by?
My thoughts was coming out. Ask anybody who was sitting next to me. I'm sitting there screaming the whole fight. Kill him with the jab. Kill him with the jab. He can't stop the jab. I swear to God, he can't stop it. Bro, you ain't got to bang with him right now. You bang where you want to bang. Like, the whole fight, I'm into it. Like, the whole crowd looking at me like I'm crazy. But nah, I want my brother to hear me. Even with his corner, like, I'm talking to his corner. I wanted them to know that Canelo was trying to hit him on top of the head. So one of his coaches, Coach Red, my family, I'm telling him, like, yo, Red, he trying to hit Bud on top of the head. So you'll see Red go tell Bud, like, oh, he trying to hit you on top of the head. So just little things, like, I was locked in. Like, for me, it's like, shit, I'm fighting in that bitch. Like, my brother going to war, we going to war together.
So and another thing, when you think, well, I kind of not predict the way Bud's gonna fight, because he's one of the few people that can go both southpaw and orthodox, right? And that's really elite at it.
Yeah.
You think he learned something like watching the Laura fight, like Laura, how much of the problem Laura presented to Canelo?
I think Bud just got full belief in himself.
Yeah.
So, like, the belief that he got in himself, he may have picked up some things watching other guys, but he knows that when he get in there, Canelo ain't fight nobody like Bud in his brain. In his brain, it's like, you ain't never been in nothing that this good in front of you. I'm going to show you why I'm the best person you ever been in the ring with. And I think that mentality showed up come Saturday night.
Yeah, I just think, like, the fact that some people get hit right during the fight, like he can go both of us, like him going like southpaw. Mostly like if he get hit with a clean, like, oh shit, let me switch back up and go back with what I know. But for him to stay southpaw the whole fight and to dominate him southpaw was he tough.
Yeah, he might not like me saying this. He might not like me saying this. Because Bud is a switch hitter. He's probably one of the best switch hitters there is. But, like, him when he kind of, in the moment, his crutch is southpaw.
Okay.
Like, what he go to that he know is going to show up that night at his best.
The power out front, right?
He's southpaw.
The power out front.
I think he's the best southpaw in boxing.
Besides
myself.
I was going to.
But you pay homage to, I did not. But yeah, so like, yeah, put the power out front, killing this.
What makes you look at a style, even though like it's dominating, and say, yeah, Bud can beat that? Is it like are you evaluating how they fight, and you can, this style can neutralize that style?
Hell yeah. That's why it's a video from me in 2021, right after the Sean Porter fight. It's a video of me saying, I think Bud Crawford could beat Canelo Alvarez. And when they asked, why do you think Canelo can't beat Bud, I said, the styles. I think styles make fights. I think Canelo's style is tailor-made for Bud Crawford. And there's no disrespect to Canelo. He's one of the best to ever do it too. But his style is like a come forward, aggressive, throw big shots, try to hurt you with big shots. And Bud is a boxer. He's a boxer puncher, actually, not just a boxer. Because if y'all pay attention in that fight, if Canelo's defense wasn't good, his ass would have got knocked out too.
I agree. And that's the underrated part of about Canelo's game as well. People don't really know. It's just the big punches, the knockouts. It's this. You got a chin and you got defense. And for Bud to go in there to do what he did, that just speaks volumes to Bud's IQ, his savvy, his willingness to go in there. Even when times when people like he wasn't going to trade with him, he stood in the pocket with him.
Yeah.
And like he got the best of those exchanges. So
What's okay, because he had to move up 3 weight classes. Like that's such a big difference because
Hell
his weight itself, right? So 160. So what was his natural weight?
His natural weight he started at was, I think, 135. But he been at 147 campaigning for a long time. Then he fought one fight at 154. That's why I call it 3 weights. But they're going to tell you it's 2 weights, which it really is technically 2 weights. But for me, it's 3 weights because he only fought one fight at 154. So to me, it's like you came from 147 to 154 to 160 to 168. I think only the elites could really do shit like that.
and then they asked him, so people like, is he gonna ask for a rehydration clause? So he didn't have to cut like that though. Right? At the 47, he gonna have to kill himself, like complete himself in order to get down to 47. That's why I think him fighting at 60 is ideal.
Yeah, 60.
I think he's done with at 60.
I think at I ain't gonna lie. They gonna say that's why I gotta let y'all know, cause they gonna say I'm blazing, but I'm telling the truth. This dude power for me, and I've been saying this for years. It carries through the weight class, so I can see him in the ring with a 175 or a cruiserweight, and if he touched them, I don't care who you are, you're gonna feel that shit, bro. I don't care who the fuck it is. I done seen him in the ring with a heavyweight.
And you fight Benavidez?
I like Benavidez, so I ain't gonna disrespect him.
I don't want to say fight.
I'm gonna say my opinion.
I don't want to say fight.
My opinion.
Absolutely.
At 168, if Benavidez come down there, I don't think he beats Bud.
Okay. I dig.
That's my opinion. People want to sound crazy, but
No, the skill is usually because someone's a little bit bigger, right?
yes, and they think like, okay, you got to be able to take certain punishment that the other guy's putting on you. But I watched Bud when he fought Canelo, and then I watched Benavidez when he fought Caleb Plant. And when I seen it was like Caleb Plant was outboxing him. So if Caleb Plant didn't gas out, Caleb Plant might have beat him that night. But Bud, he don't tire. He comes in tremendous condition. And for me, I just think Bud is a legend. So they might say I'm crazy, but people might say they're not going to make that fight happen. But I don't think it's far-fetched.
Like that's That's the big one. He's fighting at 68, I think.
Yeah, 68 would be ideal because he came from 68.
He'll be a dude. Oh, he came out. So he went out. Now he has to come back down.
Yeah, he would have to come back down.
That'd be
a difference too.
That's a fight. Hey, that's a
because that's the truth too.
Hey,
he the truth.
Punches and bunches with bad intentions.
Yes, he the truth.
Hey, remember, hey, go look, hey, dog.
He the truth. He a killer.
He is our resident fighter. A whole killer.
Yeah, he knows
the man we go to. But let's shift this a little bit. So recent years, we've seen a rise in celebrity exhibition fights. Jake Paul and Tank Davis scheduled to have one in November. On the heels of Paul fighting Mike Tyson last year, Floyd Mayweather and Tyson have one scheduled for next spring. So are these gimmick exhibition matches like Jake Paul versus Tank Davis or Floyd versus Tyson good or bad for the sport of boxing?
Game's about to start.
I mean, I feel like in Floyd and Tyson's situation is different than Jake Paul and Buddy. I feel like with Floyd and Tyson, it's like, okay, y'all deserve it. Y'all legends, y'all paid homage, y'all did the most for the sport of boxing already. So you deserve a big payday and be cool. I'm cool with it. I like you. But with Jake and Buddy, I feel like Buddy is participate in the sport of boxing right now, and he just came off a draw his last fight. So if you're a real champion and top level guy that you say you are, which I think you are too, I think you're the truth. But if you're that guy and you just came off a draw, I think rematching will be the most competitive thing to do as an athlete. With the Jake Paul situation, it's like it's a money grab fight. So to me, it's like some WWE shit.
Yeah, he get choked out. Like, I mean, okay, so he gets this fight with Jake. His value goes up. No, it doesn't. It don't. Not in the sport of boxing.
I mean, it may.
The man more because he's, because when we looked at the was a Floyd and just hypothetical, we speak hypotheticals at times, right? Mm-hmm. You go in there and that big ass nigga knocking the fuck out. I'm just saying, hypothetical. Go in there and take the fuck out.
That big ass nigga being Jake Paul.
Yeah.
Okay, just make
knock him the fuck out. Because he's bigger than him. Yeah, for one. But it is a fight.
I think the thing is with Buddy and Jake fight, I feel like there's two sides of me with it. Because from a competitive aspect and me being the mentality that I got, I feel as though I probably would have done the rematch.
Sure.
But then from a business aspect, if I would have done the rematch and I did not win the fight, the Jake Paul fight will be a lot less money and a lot less lucrative. So from a business aspect, I understand that anybody that with a business mind probably would have took that fight for as much money as it was. So I'm a realist. Like, I ain't gonna just bash bro for what it is. I'm gonna tell the truth.
Yeah, no, I think so. Yeah, most people who were watching it like, okay, he definitely need to fight dude again. Right, he need to fight Roach again. Right.
That's a competitor.
That's a competitor. Like, everybody like, yeah, we need to fight him. We understand the money thing. We get it, but the people that fan of your sport or your craft that y'all, we want to see you fight him. We want to see y'all all fight one another. Like, that's what we want to see.
Right.
And we feel that him doing this, he's going to cheat us as fans out of that. Because I don't think you can, personally, I don't think you can come back and unless you get top payday, you're not going to take a back seat now.
Yeah.
Right? Before, just because height, he might have a bigger name than you at the time. If that was if you make the fight right now.
He do.
But
There's no question.
After this, I don't think that. You're going to fight him. Nobody's taking that serious. You come back over here, it's like, who let the clown back in? Okay. I'm gonna say, no,
get into I'm a real boxer, take me serious, because most of his fights has been some bullshit, right? So the fact that he got him to say yes. Now let's just say, hypothetically, it's a draw. That's what works both. It works best for both of them. That no one actually wins, right? If it's a draw, they both get to stand on, oh man, I could have won. When he goes back to real boxing, that payday wouldn't be better for him.
Because you couldn't watch the fake boxing.
No, but he's bigger than me.
But you couldn't still. But people don't take him as a real boxer.
But he's
You
bigger than
can't watch this. Hear me out.
He's a heavyweight.
Hear me
Yeah,
out.
but at the end of the day,
Yeah.
you're not fighting somebody who's been in it as long as you are. The fans kind of respect you as a fighter that's one of the elite fighters, one of the next up and coming best fighter to take over the sport of boxing. That's how they look at you. So for you to be fighting against Jake Paul, who has not been doing it, and I don't think Jake Paul's doing nothing wrong. Jake Paul is in the right with everything that he's doing. He's fucking the best businessman of my damn near era that I've been seeing. So I just feel as though he's right. Like people gonna look at you a lot different than how they used to look at you.
Yeah, bro.
If he knocks him out, which I don't. Okay,
It's supposed to.
So
Let's knock him out. It's supposed to.
I don't know if he's a
But that's what I said. I don't know if he's not one.
yeah, because of the weight.
And that's what I'm saying. Because of the weight.
But
Yeah.
skills and all of that, we looking at it as he's a much more. He's an elite fighter.
I know, but it's
Like
still
a lesser fighter for money.
But it's still a weight thing that he still has to get through this big difference.
That just make it entertaining for the
But
cat.
if he's
But if you're a real boxing fan, just like somebody being a real basketball fan, how you feel as a real boxing fan, you're like, 9 times out of 10, you don't want to watch that shit. You're like, nah, I'm not watching this shit. I want to see Tank in fights where I think that he can lose or somebody around his weight that I've been waiting for years to watch. So I think from that aspect, it just makes certain fans probably look at him a lot different.
I just thought a business line where he gets, I want this, the piggy back up. Like as you use it, jump up just like McGregor.
At the end of the day, you gotta realize, bro, he's the truth when it comes to boxing. He got all this talent. With that much talent, fans just want to see you in there with the guys. Oh, bro, they want to see you.
I get my wonder, like
They don't want to see that. That's what active boxing.
But I'm thinking about the McGregor, right? He gets this big ticket when he goes back to his sport. Here's what happened. This ticket changed. He didn't win I know, but his ticket changed. When he was getting paid before.
As a business, you're right.
When he was getting paid before, when he was came back, his dollar was very different.
That was outside of the ring.
When he came back to the sport, he had to go back to Dave. His bag is different. Like, no, this is what I got here. I'm not taking bullshit before.
I don't know about the UFC, so I can't really speak much on it.
This is. I watched that as well, so I hear you feel.
But his price changed.
But this
He was getting pennies on the dollar. They got to fuck the sport up. And that's what made Dana say, no, we can't do this no more. Because he went here, took this big payday, and when he came back down, he was like, I need more money. Or I'm going to keep fucking over here now.
This sport,
But
sport is different.
my thing is too, because we don't know at the end of the day. It's all.
Because this is the first time it's going to happen.
Yeah. But my thing is too, what if this is a retirement plan? Like, what if he already been telling us, like, he don't like the sport no more. He's kind of standing away from the sport. He don't like guys in the sport. He don't like the reporter. He don't like all this stuff. So if this is a retirement plan and I'm going to go fight Jake Paul and this is my last fight, as a fan, if I'm a fan of Tank Davis, buddy, I'm going to keep, I'm going to feel some type of way. I feel some type of way about it.
Yeah, no, it's respect, right? You looking at it and you like, oh yeah, he next. Like I've been with you as I watched him. I've been for years, and you watch dude, he look bad. You want to see him fight other people, and if the payday is what you're looking for, we get it, cool. But when you start, well, I got 4 more fights. Like, nah, it's all it takes is the one. Right? For it not to go the way you expected it to go, and I think the draw was that.
was a 6-fight deal with me in it.
And one of them don't go the way that you. The first one don't go the way that you expected to go. You like shit. But the next one, well, I can't get past him. You damn sure can't get past him. Understand? Like that's the way. That's the way I would think about it. Shakur's, in my opinion, Shakur's a better fighter than Roach. There's other people at 135 but they go fight it out at 130, 135. It'll be a decent fight, but those guys, in my opinion, not on Tank's level. Certain guys, yeah, he was lining it up like you don't want to fight the best guy first, so he's trying to stack it, right? You can't get past first down that building block.
Yeah, you know what
mentality, like,
you know what I thought that was though, like with that situation, I felt as though Lamont Roach, he did not know how good Lamont Roach is. No matter how much history they got, Lamont Roach in the amateurs, you can't use that to gauge how good he is in the professionals because you have not been around him to know how well better he got. So I think in that situation, he felt like it was a lick, like it was an easy fight.
Of course.
In his brain, until he actually got in there and was like, oh, this guy is a lot better than what I expected. So I do think he gotta like try to at least get something back.
Like, get that one guy, get that. Like, it's basically, you got like that nigga. I be thinking the business side of it, like that like watching Bud, right? That this Jordan, and he would paid $10 million.
Yeah.
Like,
Bud different though. You can't compare these guys.
But I'm like, nah, that like your payday shouldn't be right. You should have already been here, but I don't think he's like went against that other superstar to get that dollar. Now his dollar gonna be big.
Yeah.
You know,
I get what you're saying as far as a business.
Yeah,
like you just putting on your business hat and just speaking specifically business, then that is the right because Bud didn't have opportunity to be able to become the biggest star until he finally got opportunity. And then now the world is like, damn, like this dude been this good all along, but y'all just didn't recognize it. Y'all didn't respect it when it's not commercial guys, when it's got guys that's not big names in the sport of boxing, but they good fighters.
So we just talked about the man you referred to as Buddy, Tank Davis, but are we ever going to get the Shakur Stevenson Tank Davis fight?
Yeah, we should get the Shakur versus Buddy fight. I think.
Shakur versus Buddy. Excuse me.
Yeah. I think that's a hell of a fight in the sport of boxing. I think that we both guys who've been doing this since forever, and truthfully, I feel like we've been special fighters our whole life. Like in the amateurs, all people used to talk about was Buddy. In the amateurs, all people used to talk about was Shakur. So it's like as we turned professional, nothing changed. He became a big star. I became a star in my own right and getting bigger as I go. But to me, I've been saying I thought it was one of the best fights in the sport of boxing. But right now, I'm kind of questionable if it's really going to happen.
Obviously, right. Now, that's a big fight between you two, right?
Yeah.
Huge. Do you want that fight now? Do you want that fight like 3 years from now when y'all like? I'll be looking at you business minded. I'm thinking about this. I'm not thinking about just I just want to fight this nigga. I'm thinking about when I fight you, I want to hit the lick too. Like I want to fight a nigga for $1 million.
I'm gonna be honest with you though. I'm itching though. Like I'm itching just because of the fact that it's been so much built up through the years to where you done told me what you was gonna do to me. You done threatened me in certain type of ways. So it's like, nigga, come see about me, nigga. I'm not running from you. I'm not going nowhere. They say, oh, all you do is talk about him. All you do is talk about. That's why I'm referring to him as Buddy.
Yeah.
But truthfully, it's like if somebody asks me about him, I'm going to say what I got to say. I'm not going to stand down from shit. I'm ready. As soon as they make the call and say, yo, let's get active, nigga, I'm with all that shit. Facts.
And for the record, you did not bring him up. I brought him up.
Exactly.
And you answered the question, so I appreciate you.
Like even with like if they would have fought this 2 years ago, where he would have got $10 million and the other one got 95, or would have been a little bit lower.
It probably would have been some type of lower. Maybe, I don't know. You just never know. It probably would have been lower because I don't know if Turkey was involved. But now that Turkey is involved, hey man, let's all fight, bro. Let's fight. It's time to to see who the best, bro. I'm tired of talking about shit on social media. They like, oh, Twitter saying and blah blah, man. Shut the fuck up. I'm looking at all these niggas.
That's one thing I respect about them though. Them niggas, somebody mentioned one of them niggas on Twitter or something, they right back at them, right? They be going back and forth. Obviously, it's hilarious to see them niggas talking shit.
Yeah, but that's just promotion at the end of the day. I'm with the real shit. Like, I'm with the, as soon as they call about the contracts, yeah, nigga, I bet, let's negotiate, let's see what this is, blah, 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 blah. Set the fight up. I'm great. That's what I'm into, like, I dig it.
So you said you want to be great. To be great, you have to fight the best in their primes. Do you feel like modern day boxers are more concerned with staying undefeated versus becoming great?
Yeah, because of the generation we living in, like, it's a lame-ass generation to where it's like, a guy loses, you clown that guy. A guy fights the best. If I go fight the best fighter and somehow this nigga find a way to beat me, why should I be clowned? Why should I be meanies all over? Why is it this big digital attack on who I am? And that's why I feel like guys in this generation is scared to put it all online because there's so much that comes with this shit now. Like, this is a different era. Like, these new generation of people is different.
Do you think the fact that Floyd made his oath such a big thing over time that became the thing in the sport?
I mean, everybody knows that Floyd changed the way boxers looked at boxing. Everybody wants to be undefeated. People are scared to take chances. They would rather go fight a bigger notoriety fight than fight a guy that's the best guy. The guys don't want to compete and be the best guy. They rather just be the most known and most guy with the best following and all that kind of stuff. So Floyd definitely changed that when he went undefeated and talked the way he talked and did everything that he did. He changed the sport of boxing. So yeah.
So do you see both sides? Look, it seems like from a business standpoint, you obviously want to get the bag, but what you're saying is from a boxing standpoint, you want to face guys that you actually think have opportunity to be able to beat you, right?
I think it's 50-50. Like, it depends on how much you talking. I like making money too. So
Everybody else counts good.
But also, I feel like guys don't also realize that when you fight the best guy, you're still gonna get paid a big ass bag. There's guys I feel like ducked me over the years to where they fought certain guys and they lost, and they didn't get a chance to make a bag with me. Like Pitbull, for example. You could have fought me, bro, and made way more losing rather than to fight Wario and lose for the money that you took for that fight. When you could have made way more fighting against
me. So you could have whooped his ass, but he would have made way more money.
Yeah, like you could have made more money, but you ducked on some whole ass shit. So where it's like now you lost to Wario, so now fighting me, you ain't even as big as it would have been.
Pitbull obviously he's facing Lamont Roach, I think, in December.
Yeah.
How you feel about that fight?
I got Lamont. I think Lamont is the better boxer, the better fighter. I'm one of the few people that put money on Lamont when he fought Tank. And I didn't put money on the win. I just put money on the fight going 12 rounds. I knew that they wasn't going to give Lamont a decision versus Tank. Like, I knew exactly how the fight played out in my head is exactly what happened on fight night. So, for me, Lamont Roach is a hell of a fighter.
I'm picking anybody in this Pitbull group.
Yeah, because he's so basic. He's basic.
I hate it.
Basic.
I fucking hate it. Don't listen. You get the right nigga to hit it. It's back up.
Who you think is ever going to be a boxer that goes like doing 4 or 6 fights a year? You think it's ever going to go back to that?
I think it's hard. Because boxing is really a hard sport. I do see like the point to where the fighters back in the day used to fight a lot more than the fighters now. But you also got to take in that the fact that a lot of them fighters back in the day, no disrespect to them, but they punchy now. They talking like you can't understand these guys. Like, so when you just getting your brains punched 4 or 5 times a year, and And then you gotta live a life after boxing. This shit ain't just about boxing. Like, I want to be here for my kids. I want my daughter to understand me, and I want to be able to articulate well to my daughter. So, yeah, like, I hear, oh, fight 4 times a year and fight 5. That shit sound good. But at the end of the day, dog.
It don't sound good.
At the end of the day, it's just like
Every 3 months, it sound good. Every 3-4 months.
come on, man. Training camp after training camp. Mind you, in training camp, you sparring. So now you going rounds and rounds of getting punched over and over. Man, I'm trying to talk to my kids the right way, dog. Like, my grandchildren, when it comes down to, I want to be able to talk to them, like, tell them things and give them experience in my life so where they can sit down and really talk to me and understand me.
That is a fact.
They'll be looking at Superman breakers like, God damn. 2 fights in one night. What's the one next fight?
Yeah, that's so. I'm saying Canelo, fucking 69 fights, bro.
Yeah.
That's a lot, right?
You think?
No, but I'm just saying, like, more than 45.
It's guys back in the day that had 100 or something like that. Yeah, but I think with Canelo, the thing that helped him a lot is where fans don't see. He has great defense. It's not just easy to hit Canelo. So I don't think he's gonna be talking crazy after.
He knocked a lot of Mexicans down in Mexico.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Like,
He was down there. They was just going hard down and left line the niggas. He was at 3 in one night. Line the motherfuckers up 3 in one night. They niggas asleep.
hey, putting sleep for the 250, 250 pesos. Then come here and take this thing. What? You take this ass whooping. We got these young up. Should have walked in that motherfucker, saw that red head and be like, man, I've seen no red head Mexican before.
yeah, I just think that nowadays, like, when they see us fight twice a year, they gotta appreciate us for that time being. Like, appreciate us, bro. Like, some nights ain't gonna be the greatest night, but if a guy's still getting it done, support that guy, be a fan of that guy, and don't just change up on. I think I went through a process where I feel like people kind of changed up on me and turned on me for me going through with a fight, knowing I was injured. And when I got in there, all I knew was make sure I come out victorious. But people don't respect the mental part about that. Like, people don't respect it. All they want to say is, oh, you were scared or you ran. But y'all don't understand the mental power it took to make sure I held on to my undefeated record that night. And you got one hand in the ring, bro. You handicapped in there. Like, you a handicapped fighter and you being a good fighter that got 2 hands and sharp on point and trying to make sure he make a living for his family too. So
He trying to hurt you.
fact.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that whole idea of calling something boring.
Yeah.
Winning is boring. Like, especially
Exactly, bro. It's like basketball, bro. If you sit there and you watch a game, I watch basketball too. You watch a game and guys up 20, 25 points, you turn the TV off, this shit over. I'm about to go do something. That's not entertaining. That's my boxing. You watching my fight. I'm up 5, 6, 7 rounds. Guys like, all right, man, we ain't getting knocked out cool, but you feel me? So it's the same kind of similarity in the sport, but people don't respect it the same way.
Yeah, I was Eagles yesterday with Jalen Hurts was like, it was like, you ain't even got 100 yards. We won the game. Kicking your ass. We won. That's it. Like 2-0. This is it. Like there's some fights I get to go in there, right? And some fights is like I just need to win. That's the most important part. He needs to do whatever he got to do to win. Like sometimes I'm gonna play just defense. Sometimes I gotta play a little bit of offense. And like
That tape don't always do it. Listen, that tape don't always do it, bro. You can watch as much tape as you want to. That don't determine the determination that's in the motherfucker who you in the front of.
Yeah.
Like, they trying to beat everybody. He's a hit. He's a target, dog.
Yeah.
You're a target.
And when they fight me,
you get everybody's best shot.
yeah, when they fight me, they coming in there way better than you ever seen them before. I always know that, like, yo, when I fight against a fighter, they gonna come 10 times better than whatever I seen them before. So I gotta prepare for a guy that's coming 10 times and be on point.
You better.
So you're coming off of one of your most dominant wins of your career against Peter, but you talked about kind of the criticism you get for the fights not being sexy enough. But are you constantly looking to evolve your style to dispel some of those criticisms?
I mean, that's what I did for the fans that night. That night, I wanted to show them that I'm a dog too. I'm not just what y'all say, because a lot of people try to act like I don't got dog in me. Oh, I run every fight. So if y'all pay attention to the Zepeda fight, I came out there, I stood right there in front of him. I let him know, let's get it banging. And that night was basically, I wanted to show the fans, like, shut y'all up. Like, I'm competitive too, so like at the end of the day, I'm not just doing dumb things, but I'm also competitive to where I want to show people wrong, and I want to do what you least expect.
Competitive, not reckless. Yeah, me, if I was a fighter, man, I just want to win. I don't give a fuck what y'all talking about.
I took more punishment in that fight than I ever did in my career.
I get it. You want me to go out there and just, nah.
Yeah.
But it's
Now,
not
first I'll get my win.
it's not part of the process, though, right? You make the fights more quote unquote entertaining, right? You can get bigger bread, bigger bag, bigger punch down the road. Does that go into it? So you sacrifice your
Big
body
risk,
for
big reward.
Sometimes I will. Some nights we gonna get out there, we gonna get in that paint and see what it's about. I can't say that for every night. At the end of the day, I'm gonna make sure I come out victorious every time, and I'm gonna do whatever it takes to win. That's my competitive nature. But some nights we might get in that paint. Some nights we might outbox a guy, make it easy. It just depends on how I'm feeling that night. So it depends on whatever I want to do.
Somebody be like, yo, you driving the whole time, like, man, shoot the ball. No, I'm trying to win. I'm just keep making these layups, bro. You stop me from making the layups, then I'll shoot. But you just doing this, come on, shoot. Nah.
So, a couple more questions for you, but you talked about your competitive nature, wanting to win. I want to go back to the 2016 Olympics. Obviously, you're emotional, taking the last L of your boxing career, getting that silver medal. Your post-fight interview said, I don't like to lose. You've gone 24-0 since. So how did winning the silver medal at the Olympics impact your mentality when turning pro?
Yo, that's so crazy. I feel like in that situation, everybody turned that to a meme. But now that I'm old enough to like understand and know exactly what that was just my passion. My passion was boxing. My passion, I dreamt of being the Olympic gold medalist. That's all I knew during that time. I worked super hard to get there. I got there, I felt the goal. Yeah, I cried. Yeah, I was hurt. That's part of the process. But I think nowadays, it made me into who I became today. Like, if I won that gold medal, I don't know if I would be the same person that I am today. I'm not sure if I would have been big-headed. I would have felt like I'm better than everybody. I don't know what would have happened. I probably would have a loss on my record if I hadn't had that experience. So I just feel like also like they don't understand. Like I ain't the only one that done that. Floyd Mayweather done it in the Olympics, and look at him today. He the GOAT. He the greatest. So I enjoy it. I love that. That's part of my story.
So I'm heavy in meme culture. I did not make a meme, have a ton of respect for it. I didn't want to get my ass in. I want you to.
Yeah, I was going to say that last match, they can't beat
I have a heavy respect for people who whoop my ass, so that's how I live my life. But so you were 19 years old at that Olympics. We always hear the stories about how cracking the Olympic Village is. That Olympics in Rio, which obviously had another layer of crackiness to it. But how cracking was the Olympic Village at the Rio Olympics in 2016?
I feel like it was cracking for everybody else. No cap, like I feel like a lot of people had fun during the Olympics, but for me, I was kind of in the tournament the entire time, so I had to like stay focused. I didn't really get no time to like party and have fun and actually enjoy the environment around me. So, I mean, I heard and heard from people, but truthfully, from my point of view, it was go to my room, go to the cafeteria to eat, go box, go train, and then go fight. Other than that, I really didn't get the fun experience to enjoy it.
Is that what hurts the most? That disciplining people there, like I'm sacrificing for this goal, and you give me silver. I could have partied and got the silver.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? I just feel like in my fight, I'm not gonna say that I got robbed because I don't believe in it. If you let the fight in the judge's hands, watching my fight and judging from round 1 to 3, it could have went either way. Like it could have went my way. So I was right there. That's what really hurt the most. Where I'm like, you're right there. But also I knew it was some things that I didn't do on the discipline side, and I also felt as though I could have trained harder leading up to that moment. So it was a learning experience.
Well, that's something I've always been fascinated with. So boxing, we always hear about boxing cutting weight. Obviously, the wait for the weigh-in, they rehydrate immediately after the bulk up when they get to the ring. I talk about Bud versus Canelo, no rehydration clause in there. Obviously, Canelo was very thick and beefy in there, still got his ass whooped. But what's the process for cutting weight, and what are you doing to rehydrate after the weigh-in?
Honestly, the process for cutting weight, for me, when I was at 130, it was a lot harder. But as I got to the 135, I feel as though it's been easy. Like, it's been very easy. But for some fighters, there's some fighters that's really weight bullies. And people say, like, I had a debate with Andre Ward and Roy Jones to where they like, oh, well, Drake said he don't believe in weight bullies. Like, he think it makes it worse on the fighter. But for me, it's like I do, because I done been in there some nights where it's like I done got in there in the ring and I feel like guys had to been 20 pounds, 25 pounds bigger than me that night. But I do also agree with skills when the fight, because if you pay attention to Bud and Canelo, Bud looks like the smaller man. If you really watch and pay attention to it, Canelo looks bulkier, thicker, pause. But Bud was skillful enough to where it's like skills mattered the most. Even when Floyd for Canelo, skills mattered the most. So skills will always overwhelm size. But sometimes you just gotta be reasonable in some situations.
Like when you lose you're talking about how many pounds you gotta lose sometimes. That's what I'm like, do you have like not eating fast and what you do?
It's guys that lose 25 pounds. It's guys that lose.
I'm walking around like some of them dudes that fight just take like 147. Right? Just take 147. Some of them dudes walking around 175, 180 pounds.
Facts.
Like they got to lose. They don't get to 147.
Facts.
How are they losing? Like, how much are they losing that way?
They ain't gonna let you over here like, oh,
You gotta eat right. You gotta drink a lot of water. This is a technique that people don't really know about. It's you get in a bathtub and you sit in there for like 45 minutes to an hour. Sometimes if you got a lot of fat on you, you'll cut like 5 pounds from that. Especially if you got a lot of water.
So just sitting in the bathtub,
it's hot.
You're just sitting in hot, man.
Hot. It's hot. Very hot. Gotta be hot.
45.
You're gonna sweat.
I'm about to get some ass.
like jacuzzi hot.
Or hotter. Probably sometimes hotter than the jacuzzi. I don't like that shit though. I ain't gonna lie. That shit be feeling like.
So you just sit there and just.
You lose weight.
We just spit.
Spit and also you chew gum. Spit in the cup.
Just spit. Just
go. That's like when you gotta lose 0.5 or 0.6 pounds. You trying to lose that little 0.6, you spit in the cup.
But then you get the gain back right after the fight. That was the point.
You made the weight.
Because you ain't trying to go fight a nigga at 160. You want to go fight a nigga at 147. You know what I'm saying? Okay, what I'm saying is, I gotta be at 147. And then I get there, and then I can go back to the weight I want to fight the same dude. Like, what is the point of going down to 147 then? It's good enough to go down to 155.
You made the weight. So since you made that specific weight, y'all are equal in size, supposed to be that day.
At that moment, but then the fight got to the next day, 36 hours later, and I'm coming back. But how are you rehydrating putting that 15 pounds?
So is that a disadvantage?
Drink a lot of water, eat a lot of food, eat whatever you want, all you can eat.
Can I get the itis? Like, I'm just like, when do you not like?
Sometimes some fighters do. Some fighters fucking. Yeah, you overdo. I've done it a couple of times in a couple of fights where I started eating a lot. I'm like, damn, that is a lot. I gotta throw up, but yeah,
you're not allowed to use IVs, right?
No.
So yeah, so
They get it back.
You're not allowed to use IVs. There's certain things you even somebody recently got in trouble. They was in the the little sweatsuit thing. Like somebody had a jump they were in this sweatsuit. Some says it was something because they said somebody's weight cut recently, and I was like, yeah, for him to get there, you gotta do certain things in order to get there.
You gotta drink a lot of water to get there. You gotta get it back there. You gotta find like 2 gallons to get it down. Yeah.
I'm fresh on that. Yeah. So that has to be, is that a big disadvantage for that person who's trying to drop weight?
That's
you gotta drop weight so, and then
that was the argument me and Andre Wood had. Well, not argument, but debate. Because he felt as though it's a disadvantage. But Ward kind of said, shit, I was doing the same thing. I was 20 pounds bigger than my opponent, so it's like it can be a different disadvantage, but sometimes I think if guys got the right team with them, they'll be kind of.
So the good thing about certain, one thing you can do to help yourself in this is staying active, right? It's not smart, but just make sure you run, going for your runs, you're on the bike, you're doing all those things so you're loading up 25 pounds from when you do it. Right?
That's the difference between Bud 38 and normal fighters 38. Bud is a guy who's always active. He's always doing something. And it's naturally he's just that way. It's not like he's purposely doing it. He just naturally, I gotta get up and do this. Oh, I'm going to play basketball. I'm going to do ping pong. I'm going to just doing stuff. So I think that's something that really made him.
So one final question.
I can't be giving y'all secrets on everybody.
I just want to be one to know. Undefeated.
Yep.
Put me in with the great. And then retire. Undefeated. And I went out to your homeboy. Yeah. But no. So that's his ass in there. I knew he was. But I knew he was gonna do that. He gets tired, and then from there he's gonna quit. Everybody knew your discipline goes up from under me. No, that's just Nick. No, that's everybody. Nick can't finish nothing. They can't know that. I want to challenge him. All you do is gotta last long enough for him to let you marry him all out. I have to get that back.
I'm thinking y'all talking about Nate Robinson.
Him too. Oh, no, yeah. Oh, him too.
Yeah.
Hey, don't get fucked around and find out. That's one thing. Yeah. Hey, that's the thing. Don't get it. Hey, you don't know it's an actor. Don't know it's like actor fight. Just booty in the air.
I ain't gonna lie. That's the feeling that I always prayed that never was gonna happen. That's why I take my defense so serious, bro. Hell no,
you just don't know, man. You just get my here. Next thing you know, you go back like, oh, booty was in the air. That's crazy.
Yeah, but it's the risk that comes with being an athlete and doing our sport.
So before you get to booty, you go face forward. That's the one, dog. Unless hit you and you go that way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's like. Hey, that's why I always say, that's why you don't have to roll your own check and your mouthpiece out.
Doctor, right in front of you, hey,
12 people, but you like, did I die? Oh man, a piece of tranquility. Did I? Don't say it's being real. So I got one final question for you. So you want to be known as the pound for pound king, right? I think that's the goal. That's what it says. I think it's your future pound for pound king. What's it going to take for you to get that recognition?
just beating names and just conquering, bro. Conquering every challenge that they put in front of me. I think that's my main goal. And not being scared. Like, I'm not with that scary shit. Like, scared money don't make no money. When you believe in yourself, you truly will bet on yourself. And I feel like just give me opportunity. Once I get the opportunity, like the TOs and all the other guys that's coming up behind me and showing these guys that I'm the best and still being on top. I've been on top for the last since I was 19 years old. I've been at the highest level of boxing. So I just want to keep showing everybody how great I am.
Well, we appreciate you pulling up. We got George Davidson coming through the Gills Arena, presented by Underdog. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So what I'm saying is, like, if I become a celebrity boxer, right? Yeah. I challenge you. You gonna take the challenge?
Nah.
Oh, then I he's scared. We're gonna do it on Tubi.
I got a lot more competition I'm worried about.
Put on your CDs and you.
Nah.
We'll do it on Tubi.
supposed to fight him, and then he pulled a hamstring or a bicep injury or flu. I think he got the flu.
Yeah, that's me. One of them shit. One of the artists. Nigga, Shakur, that's what he said in the league. No, that's what we should stay in the league. Right? Yeah. Motherfucker, they know if it start, right? Yeah. He ain't playing tonight. Like, who the fuck is this matchup? Oh, you got the itis tonight, huh, nigga? Yeah. Oh, you okay? Jack ain't gonna attack. What? Nigga, we had practice yesterday. You was running around this motherfucker with 360 fingers in this bitch. All of a sudden, you hurt. Look, shit. Yeah, 55. Yeah. Not on my watch. Next night, 45. Jack left.
Yeah, I ain't never seen that before in boxing, but that was one of my first times seeing that, dog.
Shakur, we appreciate you pulling up. This has been another episode of Gills Radio presented by Underdog. We'll be back with more very soon. Welcome back to Gills Arena presented by Underdog. Good to be back home. As always, we got the legend Gilbert Arenas here with us. Represent Tough Crowd University. We got Mr. B, Brandon Jenny. And before we introduce our special guest, I ain't gonna lie, Gil. It feels good to be back here. A little shaky in those streets. Almost had to update my ZipRecruiter profile. Had me a little nervous, but we're back here. I know some of y'all praying on our downfall. Keep praying. It's not gonna happen anytime soon. But we got a special guest making his second appearance in the arena. Host of the Stephen A. Smith Show on YouTube and everywhere you get your podcast. New York Times best-selling author, host and executive producer of ESPN's #1 morning show, First Take. And very soon we're bringing 2 new shows to Sirius XM exclusively, including a daily sports show, as well as a weekly show focusing on current events, pop culture, some social commentary. He got more jobs than the Heavy family from Hayline, for all my Living Color fans out there. Stephen A. Smith, welcome back to Gills Arena, presented by Underdog.
I'm good, man. Good to see y'all. How y'all doing?
Good. So you was ducking us for a while, but you came back on in March, and now you're back here again.
Well, first of all, I was never ducking y'all. I was busy. I'm busy as hell. But I promised them I would come, and I came. And then this particular time, I rearranged my schedule just to make sure I was going to be here.
Okay.
So I'm here in the house. I know you are right. There's a lot of people rooting for y'all downfall, but they're damn sure ain't me. So I'm here rooting for y'all. I'm here.
Well, appreciate you. And if you want to get your bread right, go ahead and download the Underdog app. Use promo code GILS, get up to $1,000 in bonus cash, plus a special pickup. If you can't watch the show with us on YouTube, we got audio version available on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. I mentioned in your intro, stay working. Back in March, you need a 5-year extension with ESPN for some FU-level breaded chicken. You also agreed to a multi-year deal with Sirius XM to do 2 shows exclusively on their platform.
Yeah.
Stephen A. Smith Show will launch on September 2nd, and Straight Shooter, which is launching on September 17th.
Yep.
So why did you decide to go back into the radio game and launch a show covering topics beyond the world of sports?
Well, number one, my deal with Sirius XM isn't just for me to be a host, it's for me to be a partner. So it's one thing to just get the dollars, and it's another thing to share the profits. So that's one reason. Let's talk real about it. The other part about it is that, I'm the kind of person that I don't hide. And so when you're doing radio, it's like it's live. I'm Mad Dog Sports Radio, leading in the Mad Dog Russo show. I'm taking calls. You got something to say right there, Not only that, it re-airs after his show goes off. So it's 1 to 3 Eastern. Then he comes on 3 to 6. Then my show re-airs from 6 to 8. And anytime I want to, if there's something that went on between 3 and 6 that I didn't get an opportunity to address, I can simply go back on the air and address it again.
Okay.
So I like being a bit conspicuous. I like having that kind of presence where you can try to get around me, but you really, really can't. And so I don't mind work. I don't mind working hard. Hell, I couldn't play. I better not do something else. So it better be one of the situations where, I'm out there on my grind and I'm doing what I do. And I've been in this business for a long time. And, radio is a really, really big deal from the standpoint of being able to communicate with listeners and callers and volleying back and forth and having that presence. But not at the expense of me giving up my YouTube channel. I wasn't going to do that. Not at the expense of working with ESPN. I didn't do that. So right now, I feel like I've got it all. So we'll see what happens.
With that, is radio a little bit harder?
I don't think it makes it harder. I think it makes it easier. For me, the hard part is taking stuff and doing stuff that has to live for a few days in terms of relevance. Like if I'm doing a show on Monday and then you don't see me till Thursday, that content has to live and be relevant through Tuesday, through Wednesday, into Thursday. I don't have to worry about none of that when I got a daily show. Because a daily show is like, there's something happening every day. All right, it's my turn to come on the air now, based off of what happened last night or something like that. Here I am. So I like that level of relevancy because it keeps me topical and relevant in that regard.
So how is it being one of the highest paid, black media person right now that's done it his way?
I'm very proud of it because I don't look at this industry the way a lot of cats who have been in the industry look. See, when they see y'all, I don't want to speak for everybody, but they know who they are. They view y'all as a threat. You former players, you got this platform. You're not quote unquote polished in terms of what journalism etiquette is and all of this other stuff. And as a result, you're invading other people's territory. I've never looked at it that way. When I was a reporter, I was fighting for cats to get paid. A matter of fact, if you go back and you look at my history, there's a lot of times that no matter how harsh I could be and critical I could be, I actually held off on it until you got paid. Because I want you to get paid first. I was never one of those dudes that would stand in front and say, don't pay them. I was never one of those guys. I wanted people to get paid. So you transition that to this industry itself. I'm very proud of y'all and a whole bunch of other cats that are out here with their platforms. That's why you see me doing these interviews and stuff like that, because I want cats to know I'm not rooting against you. I want you to get yours. But I do look at myself as an elder in this business because I came into the business before there were podcasts. I came into the business before there was Instagram and TikTok and all of that stuff. When I came up in the business in March of 2003, when I got named the general sports columnist for the Philadelphia Inquirer, at that time I was the 21st African American in this country's history to get that title. The Will Bonds of the world, like Will Bonds, Bill Rodens, Kevin Blackstones, and others, they had that title. When it happened, people didn't realize this is 2003. I think 1973. This is 2003. You understand that you didn't have a license to give your opinion unless you were a columnist. So in order to express your thoughts and perspectives, not just report on the facts, but give your opinion, you had to be licensed as a general sports columnist or an NBA columnist or an NFL columnist to give your opinion. And in 2003, there were only 20 people in American history who were given that license in sports, even though the vast majority of athletes were African American. And so think about that for a second. When you look at it from that standpoint, and then you see all of this happening today, where all of us got an opinion and all of us got a voice. Yeah, the advent of technology has assisted in that dramatically. We get that part. But the point is, people actually care what you have to say and what you have to say. Not just because you're players, but because you have an informed opinion. And to me, I pride myself in being one of the guys that help open doors like that and make people think about what we could do outside of playing the game itself in terms of speaking on a plethora of issues. And I've always been supportive of it. And that's why I'm so proud of everybody that's doing it.
So 2003 is when you became a writer. When did you?
No, general sports columnist. I was a beat writer for the Philadelphia 76ers. So that beat writer, when you're a beat writer, you go wherever the team goes, as y'all know. I was a beat writer from 1997 to 2003.
Okay.
2002. 2002, I became an NBA columnist. In 2003, I became a general sports columnist. And the difference is the NBA columnist gets to give his opinion about the NBA. The general columnist gets to give his opinion about all sports.
So when did you get on TV?
ESPN, CNN, SI, they had a thing called CNN, SI, CNN Sports Illustrated. I started out on TV in 1999. 2001, I went to Fox Sports. And then about a year and they changed it to the best damn sports show, period. They wanted me to be on there full time. I turned it down because Tom Arnold was on there, the comedian. Mad respect to him. It's just that I knew sitting next to a comedian every day, I wasn't going to be taken seriously, and that would be a death knell. So I was making, what was it, like $75,000 a year working, and Fox Sports came to me and offered me 3 years, $1.5 I was like, that's not the long game. If I take this now, I'll never get to a place like ESPN or something like that because I would have been sitting next to a comedian and they would have thought we were all about jokes. And so instead of doing that, John Sally, they ultimately went to him, but they kept me on as the NBA analyst. And I would do that, and then ultimately ESPN came calling in October of 2003. And that's when I started at ESPN, and everything just took off from there.
So how long did it take you, obviously, king of sports media right now, but how long did it take you to find your voice, become comfortable being on camera, being able to give takes and deal with the controversy, backlash, deal with the athletes obviously coming for you for the things that you have to say?
I've never really viewed myself as somebody who had to find my voice. I've always been me. I mean, if you anybody that talks to me, that sits down and raps with me, that get on the phone with me, whatever, I pretty much sound the same all the time. I might sound less loud, but I'm pretty much the same guy. And the reason why is because even though I graduated with a degree in mass communications, I never studied television. So I was writing for the school newspaper and ultimately writing for Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Winston-Salem Journal, New York Daily News as a high school reporter before I went to the Philadelphia Inquirer. So it was always writing. Television came into play when CNNSI auditioned me in their Atlanta studios. I knocked it out of the park. They brought me on the air, that transition to Fox Sports, and then ultimately ESPN. But it was never about finding a voice because I was like, I'm not trained in terms of being on camera. So know what you're talking about. Be as real and authentic as you can possibly be in expressing yourself and let the chips fall where they may. And lo and behold, the Lord blessed me enough to the people loved it. And they gravitated towards me, and that was when they gave me the show, quite frankly, a couple of years later. But it was also my work ethic because you signed a deal with ESPN at the time, you signed for appearances. So I was getting paid like $1,000 an appearance, 225 appearances a year. And then the boss, who was at the time Mark Shapiro, who's now the president of William Morris Endeavor, he was the boss of ESPN at the time. And he lost his damn mind because he got a bill for $550,000. And he said, this is $325,000 more than I signed this man for. That makes no sense. How the hell did that happen? And the producers were like, we love him. And he never says no. When we want him on the air, he goes. So they had penciled me in for 225 appearances, but I did 550. And so when I did 550, he was like, when does this dude sleep? And so he saw the numbers, he saw the way people gravitated towards me, he saw me put me on NBA shoot-around is what it was called at the time, instead of countdown. And when he put me on NBA shoot-around and stuff like that, and the ratings took off and all of that, he said, yo, I'm going to give this man his own show. And that's how it happened.
But you talk about the grind, but I think a lot of people look at you. We see you all the time. I'm gonna see you on First Take. I'm gonna see you on YouTube. Now I'm gonna hear you on the radio. But what's the average day like for Stephen A. Smith, and how do you balance all your professional obligations with your personal life?
Well, I think balance is overrated.
Me too.
I think balance is overrated. I think where your heart and your passion lies, that leads you. Like you can have 50% family and 50% work. But if you're miserable with your family at this particular moment in time, that 50% ain't something that you need to be happy at that particular moment in time. If you're miserable at work, that 50% ain't something that you need to have. You got to balance it out. It fluctuates. It's fluid, as I like to say. It's fluid. And so you have to look at it that way. But for me, it's really about getting up every morning. First of all, I go to sleep at night with stuff on my mind about what I want to talk about the next day. I have an idea of what the pulse of the world of sports or anything that I'm doing, where it's at that particular moment in time. That is an advantage that you do have as a journalist. Because as a journalist, you eat, live, and breathe what's relevant, what's percolating right now. What's happening at 3 o'clock? All right, this ain't relevant at 8 o'clock tonight. This ain't relevant the next morning at 7 o'clock. You got to stay on top of it. And so for me, that's something I do naturally all the time. I'm constantly aware of whatever's percolating in the news. And I go to sleep with it on my mind with an idea I want to tell, what I want to touch on. But then I wake up the next day and say, am I correct? Let me double check. Has something changed? Is the momentum shifted? Is there something else going on that people want to hear about? And that's when I brought up the fact that when you're doing a podcast or a YouTube show, unless you're doing something daily, challenge because I might want to do this today. But now, if I don't come back on the air until 2-3 days from now, I got to think about how relevant that is going to be 24, 48, 72 hours from now. When you're doing it daily, now not so much. But the daily part is the daily grind because you have to make a commitment. And when you make that commitment to your audience, you got to live up to it. If your audience expects to see you daily, your ass got to be there daily. You can't be somebody that, could watch me daily and then they see you every now and then. That doesn't work. You got to condition the audience to expect whatever it is that they're going to expect from you. And I roll with it with that approach. I wake up every morning, 6:30, get a little exercise, got my morning meeting at 7:30, formulating the rundown for first take, studying before I go on the air for first take, studying, making sure that the rundown for the show, the other shows that I'm going to do, is in place. I'm on first take, get that out the way. Make sure I do those other shows, get that out the way. But if I'm in the car, I'm listening to sports and news. If I'm sitting down, I'm reading sports and news. If I'm watching television, I'm watching sports and news. I'm one of those guys that I'm constantly on. There are exceptions. When you with your honey, there's an exception. When you with your children, that's an exception. But for the most part, that's your life.
People don't understand like that grind it takes. And when I was, starting the podcast again, and when I talked to Dwayne Wade, and he says, treat it like you're starting a basketball career, they're not going to respect the athlete of you to become a journalist. Right? Because they are journalists. They got degrees. They went to school for the job you're going to get because of your name. So once I figured that out, and I got that information, I started looking at all the tops to see what makes them great. And then to realize is the grind behind the scenes of watching, studying. That's why you guys lasted so long. So that's what made this show so good, right? You put so much effort and time into it, understanding like personalities, what's moving, what's not, what's hot, what's entertaining, what's not, reading the comments, see, you know what I mean? So, that's what I prided myself on is becoming a journalist and the entertainer at the same time, and I respect, what made everyone so great. That's why I wanted to know how you started. And the fact that you said you got paid $1,000 and did it 550 in 1 year. I'm slipping.
And I think that year, he couldn't believe it. I think that year, I was on the air every day but 2 days.
For the entire year?
Yes, I was like 363 days, and I'm sitting there looking at people like, what's the problem? It doesn't faze me. And that was when I had to go to the studio. That wasn't once I built the studio on my own. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, once it's in the home, I'm looking at it, I'm like, we got people out here, look at the median salary that exists in the United States of America. You got cats struggling to make $60,000 a year. So you gotta look at things from a practical perspective sometimes, because that's what the audience does. They look at their lives and they look at us as being at an elevated level. And rightfully so, because we're making the kind of money that the average person in America won't make. And so when you look at the fact that the average person is struggling to make ends meet, struggling to pay their rent, their mortgage, food on the table, basic shit that we grew up with, that we have to overcome before we get to the places that we are. What possible excuse can you have if you doing television and they call you and we need you to come on the air for 15 minutes? What's the problem? How is that really? I know cats who remain nameless that have lost their jobs in our business because they were assholes to producers and stuff like that who call them, yo, man, I need you for Sports Center. I need you for this show. I need you for that shit. I ain't got time for that. The greatest, I remember my former boss, his name was John Wildtack. He was the former executive VP at ESPN. He's now the AD at Syracuse. And he asked me to come in and give a speech to the Syracuse football team about 3 or 4 years ago or so. And it was one of the proudest moments that I had, not giving a speech because I do that all the time, but what he said in his introduction. He had been in the said, this young man that I'm about to introduce you to is the only person that I ever had to make take vacation. He said he doesn't stop. You know, years ago when Dwight Howard was leaving the Lakers to go to Houston, and people couldn't believe it because I was on Sports Center from an undisclosed tropical location. This particular business, it was St. Thomas. Okay. I was on a boat going from St. Thomas to St. John's, and Dwight Howard had called me because the story was like they talking about I'm not going to Houston, I'm leaving for Houston. Go ahead, let them know, you know. And he said, tell them I told you. And I was on the phone in the ocean. I don't know how I kept the signal. But from St. Thomas to St. John's is a 15-minute boat ride. And I was going to Trump Bay, and I was on Sports Center. And they were like, what the hell are you doing? You're supposed to be on vacation. Like Alco, plain and simple. You know, it's like you got a job to do. You got a job to do. So certainly, you don't want to have your time and stuff like that. But shit, the audience don't care about that. The audience wants to know what it wants to know. And if you're the person that has that kind of access and you have that kind of information and they want to hear from you, are you going to fulfill that obligation or are you not? It's like a play. And it's in a roundabout way, it's what enables me to hold players accountable. Because if you playing ball, right, when you in shape, when you taking care of yourself, when you doing what you're supposed to be doing, because when it comes to my job, I'm going to make sure I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. So I'm looking at you and saying that's the job you volunteered for. I'm not judging you against me or somebody else. I'm judging you against your industry, your contemporaries, about a job you volunteered for. This is what you said you wanted. Are you doing what you're supposed to do to maximize your potential? When I cover a sport, that's how I cover it. And I don't define success for somebody else. I let them define it. And then I say to them, okay, so we don't see if you're living up to it. Because you said it. And that's how you approach it.
Yo, what's been your toughest interview?
My toughest interview? Damn. That's a good question. Interviewing T.O., because you never knew when he was playing or when he was serious. I don't mean that disrespectfully. I'm just telling you the personality. That was always a tough one. I would tell you AI because Allen Iverson, because it was always tough for me because contrary to popular belief, I was protective of it. There are interviews that I've had with Allen Iverson that y'all have never, nor will ever hear. Okay? Because you just didn't need to say the shit you say. Okay? And I looked at it that way. It's like, wait a minute now. Now, some people look at that, they'd be like, oh, see, he's compromised his journal. Bullshit. Every single journalist makes a call. No journalist reveals everything they know. You always hold stuff back. And there's the truth that you have to tell. But every truth ain't meant to be told. It doesn't mean you lie, it doesn't mean you deceive, it doesn't mean you misrepresent or lack contextualizing properly what somebody is saying. But every single thing doesn't need to be revealed. And it got to a point where covering Allen Iverson, it was like some of the things he was saying, oh my God. I'm saying, no, I'm not going to say that. You know? So that makes it tough because you know you got a job to do. Make sure that you do your job and give people the meat of what they're looking for, but in the same breath, you know, when you cultivated a relationship with somebody, you do feel somewhat protective of them from time to time. You wanna pull their coattails and be like, yo, nah, you don't want to do that.
Well, that happens a lot.
Yes,
I mean,
a lot.
I've had to do it when we were doing pre-recordings and somebody would say something, and I said, let me listen back to it to see if I would want that out. And I'd be like, yeah, because somebody be talking, I'd just be like, we just gonna call. We just look at each other and that's like, I agree. I've done some interviews that like 3 hours long. By the time I got cut with it, 45 minutes.
And any journalist who tells you, who criticizes you for that is full of it. Again, you have an obligation to give an audience truth, and or as close to the truth as you can get. You do have an obligation to contextualize things properly and make sure that you're giving them that. But everything ain't meant to be revealed. And all of us make those decisions. So any journalist that tries to be
life up. I'm ready to go down with you, but we got Gil here. So what advice would you give Gil now? I know you have some thoughts and opinions on this.
Well, I've already spoken to Gil. Gil, I've already given Gil some advice. I got a lot of love for Gil. And I mean that sincerely. It's all right for me to say that in front of y'all. It's very, very few people that reach out to get counsel and receive it in the spirit that it was given. If y'all saw me on my show, I said to him, yo, it ain't a joke. You know, because my point is that man say he innocent, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. He innocent shit. It's just that simple to me. But that's me and how I feel. That doesn't mean that when you're speaking on it, you have the license to just disregard what assertions or allegations are out there, because we all have to take that into consideration as well. So it's a very, very serious matter. And so when then something like that happens, you're sitting here and you're looking at them, and it's like if with Brandon here, Kenya was here, Swaggy P was here, the whole nine, Rashad, of course, I would tell everybody the same thing. Yo, y'all got something special. You understand? And I can say that because for all intents and purposes, I've made it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to do my thing. And of course, I want to be competitive numbers-wise, also like anybody else. But I'm not rooting for anybody to fail. There's a lot of people rooting for you to fail. You understand? And his name is attached to all of this. You ain't the star basketball player in Washington or anywhere else. This is a different platform, and this is a different game. It's a brilliant brother right here. Smart as shit. Knows what he's doing. And the team that y'all have assembled, I'm very proud of what I see y'all doing. Now you have to understand that other people see it. And now you're talking. It's like welcome to the big time. You know, you're not irrelevant. You're not minuscule. You're not the person we get to ignore because please, that's just going to give them shine. Nah, you're talking. And so when you know that, you got to elevate your level of play. Meaning that in his case, it's time to embrace the seriousness that it deserves because of the greatness you've already shown you have on this platform. And to understand that there's people that don't care about you, there's people that are jealous of you. That means they're going to lie on you. They're going to celebrate your trials. They're going to root for your demise. They're going to do all of this. I know they're coming from me. That's the difference. You know, he's learning they're coming from him. I wake up understanding I'm talking. Every day. I'm live on every day, every week of every year. Stuff that I say is embellished, it's reshaped, it's misconstrued, it's disseminated in its own way. I get all of that, you know? And I come from a place where I'm more comfortable than any of y'all are at with this, because no matter how great y'all are at doing it, it's still new. Me, I've been doing this for 30 plus years. It's a walk in the park for me. I wake up thinking about who I'm from. You know, it's like, you really, really want to go there, we can go there, you know? knowing that 99% of the time I'm not going to bother, but I'm only not going to bother because I don't have to. Not because, or I don't want to. Not because I'm scared. Because I'm at a place and point in my career where I can literally reach out and touch anybody I want to anytime I want. I literally have the license to wake up in the morning and go like this. Who do I want to touch? Literally. Seriously. I really, really do. What are they going to do about it? They first say, well, I'm the executive producer. Well, Stephen A. Smith, I'm the executive producer. The Straight Shooter with Stephen A. Politics, I'm the executive producer. You know, my YouTube channel, I'm the owner and the executive producer. And I host them all. What are you going to do if I really, really want to touch you? So, all you're going to do is talk. You might clap back, but there's a level of understanding that I have that y'all are going to grasp. See, because I've been in corporate America, contrary to what most of these cats tell y'all, they want it too because they want corporate dollars. Well, I have relationships with corporate executives. So it's like, when somebody's talking shit about me, they're not realizing the executive is looking at them going like this. Oh, that's what you do. We don't want his ass or her. We don't want him. We don't need him. You're our guy. I didn't say a word. Didn't do anything. They ran their mouth and all of a sudden they conveniently out of a job. Oh well. shouldn't run your mouth. You got to know who you're dealing with. Same principle. Same principle. Gotta let people kill themselves.
So, on that subject, quickly, so when you were in the arena earlier this year, we talked about the situation with you and Bron in regards to the comments you made about him and Bronny.
Yep.
You spoke at length about it.
Yep.
Bron went on Pat McAfee's show, also addressed the situation. But I got to know now, as it stands, what's the situation with you and LeBron, and what's the relationship like?
There's no situation, and there's no relationship. He doesn't like me, and I don't like him.
Still, can we mediate? Can we increase the?
There's nobody that can mediate.
Okay.
It's okay. I would tell you that what I won't do is spend time with. One thing that I would like to say is that I don't talk about it unless I'm asked. Now, some people say, "Well, why are you talking about it?" Because I was asked, and this is what I do for a living. So how the hell am I going to get away with saying no comment? That doesn't work coming from Stephen A. It might work coming from somebody else. It doesn't work coming from me. But I have no desire to talk about him at all. He is, in my mind, the second greatest player in the history of basketball, who is a four-time champion, a four-time league MVP. Has been an incredible ambassador for the game of basketball. His respect has been earned, not given. And nobody can deny that. But that's the basketball player, not the man. And all I would say is, people don't know the things that have happened behind the scenes, things that have been said, who they've been said to, the kind of things that have been engaged in an effort to hurt me, along with contemporaries and others. There's a lot of shit that I know that I don't say. And there's a reason that I feel the way that I do. And the last straw was him approaching me and turning the Bronny thing into something about me attacking somebody's family when it was him I was talking about, not Bronny. And then to go on a Pat McAfee show, which comes directly on after my show, on the channel that I work on, to insult me. Now, people can get into all kind of components that come with it and all of that other stuff. I have nothing to say. I'm a professional. I represent ESPN. I now represent SiriusXM. But most importantly, I represent myself. And I'm never going to denigrate any employer, any partner, or myself by getting into anything excessively unnecessary. When it comes to him or anybody else, I'm going to do my job. I'm going to cover the game of basketball. But if I never, ever speak to him again in life, that will be okay. And I'm good with it. And that doesn't, and I want to say, I'm not encouraging anybody else to feel that way about him. His peeps, other people that have a relationship with him, players, executives, coaches, all that stuff. This is me and him. I don't want to influence anybody else's opinion about it. But if we never speak again in life, me and him, I am perfectly fine. But I'm man enough where if he ever wanted to speak to me, I would. But it wouldn't be the most pleasant conversation, at least initially. And that's just where I stand with it, meaning no disrespect. But there's a lot of things that have happened that he don't know I know. And that was the final straw. So that's where I'm at with it. People can take whatever they want to, or whatever, but I'm not playing. I'm dead serious. It was a lot has happened. And those 2 moments was the last straw. And that's where I'm at.
When it comes to, that conversation of the GOATs, right, where you say you have a second.
Yeah.
As players, we try to understand what is the criteria that is being used. Because usually the players, top 5, very different from medias.
Okay. And that's fair.
And we try to understand what is the criteria for you guys, because obviously it's very different from us, because we're in the Lions Den, so we know who is value of the team, the players, versus their success. So we know, like, okay, you have this team. We know you don't supposed to win. We're tripling it. How are you performing? Right? So we gauge stuff like that. That's why our list is a little different. So, you know, for the most part, what is the criteria that media is being used for?
I don't know. I think that's a legitimate question, and I don't think there's one definitive answer to that, to be in fairness to you. And I think that one of the great things about this podcast is that no matter how we feel, when y'all open your mouth and y'all start talking basketball, and I got to give Kenyon love for this too, because Kenyon's always been a serious brother. He means what he says, and he says what he means. And even if he's wrong, it comes from an edified place. He ain't speaking ignorantly. He's making points. It's just that sometimes you agree and you don't agree with him. But he's a rough rider, and I got mad respect for him. I think it's important to understand that when we look at Jordan, for example, we look at 6 finals, 6 MVPs, unblemished in that championship round, never allowing a Game 7 to take place. We've seen in one pressurized moment after another where he answered the call. We look at Kobe. He's a 5-time champion. You have a lot of people out there that put him ahead of LeBron because of that. I think Kobe was a killer, God rest his soul. The brother he'd be somebody that he'd give it to. And not to say that he didn't play defense, because obviously, you know, in his prime, he was an elite defender. The flip side to it, however, is that when you're playing with Shaq and the rest of the crew, and then ultimately Gasol and Bynum and the rest of the crew, you had a crew. When you struggled, you really, really struggled. That was never LeBron. See, when you look at LeBron took that team to the finals, and then you get swept by San Antonio. But you saw what he did. Everywhere he's been, teams have elevated. So you can't take that away from him. Because he's 6'9", he's 260, because he can play inside and out, because he can be, you know, lethal in the open court, because he can step things up defensively, because of so many things that he brought to his arsenal, and how he would create mismatches, which I think is one of the things that he did better. He's done better than most. You look at him along with the 4 championships and what have you, you say you can't take that away from him, because as bad as the Lakers were as they descended, right, in Kobe's final few years there, would that have ever happened with LeBron? The answer is no. With LeBron James, no team would have been as bad as the Lakers were at one point. So you take that into consideration as well. You think about all of those things. And then you look at the Bill Russell, for example. Yeah, different time, 11 championships, 13 years, you get all of that. But in the same breath, he was a defender and a rebounder, was far from an offensive juggernaut. You look at a guy like Will Chamberlain, arguably the most unstoppable big man in the history of basketball. But I'm looking at your number one nemesis, which was Bill Russell, and he outnumbered you 11-2 in titles. Plus, you had quit in an NBA Finals game in the eyes of a lot of spectators. So you got that going on. I'm looking at Jerry West, God rest his soul, with Silhouette, where you won 1 title with 9 tries. You see what I'm saying? I'm looking at that. I'm looking at a Tim Duncan, the 5 titles. Yeah, but it was Popovich. Yeah, Manu Ginobili and Tony Park and the crew. But you know what? You got the Lakers a couple of times. They got you a few times. Not quite the same. The Diesel, Shaq, dominant. But a big man that played bully ball, but struggled at the free throw line with 52% shooting for the free throw line, etc., etc. You got those things. There's so many different things that go. Tracy McGrady was big time. Fake T-Mac was no joke. But you got the title when it didn't matter. When you were in your prime, certainly Grant Hill getting hurt didn't help in Orlando. It's not your fault. We know that you had those requisite skills. But what will forever be held against them was not only the absence of titles, but you were up 3-1 on Detroit. And basically said the series was over. And Chauncey and them brothers came back on it. I'm just saying. I'm not talking about, I'm not saying it was his fault. I'm saying his words before the series was over. You know what I'm saying? I mean, one of the things we marvel about when we talk about Kobe was that social media hit. Iman Shumpert was playing for the Knicks, and he talked about how he was going up against the Lakers and Kobe came up to him and said, "You had a really good game. Pat him on the back. You had a really good game." And it was the end of the 3rd quarter. And then Kobe in 4 went berserk. So, you know, you marvel at shit like that because you're sitting there, you're like, all right, you talking some shit, you know, and then you see somebody like yourself, you know, it's age is 0, and then you dropping 60 on somebody. That shit matters. And so you think about those moments, and then you go back to LeBron and his greatness, and you say, yeah, never won because you know what Jordan would have done because Jordan did it. So those kind of things, again, it's all debatable in people's eyes, but not to me when it comes to Jordan. Not, and then they say, well, why not Kobe? You know, with Jordan, I said, because Kobe idolized and practically was the greatest imitation of Michael Jordan we may have ever seen in terms of style, right? Still came up one title short. Still got beat up in the NBA Finals twice. You remember that. And so it's like, you're up there, you're great, but who you aspired to be, you never caught nor eclipsed. And that's how you look at it. So you come to the conclusions for a variety of reasons. But my thing is, I'm not disrespecting you. We're having a conversation about the greatest. You're in the conversation. There's no reason to feel disrespected. It's just a matter of whatever somebody's opinion.
Even when it comes to Kobe, I don't think anybody ever considers the start of it, right? When you're talking about top 10, top 5, top 20, shit, probably top 30, he's the only player that came off the bench 2 years.
Yeah.
So nobody realizes how great he had to become from where he started. That's fair. That should be factored in. Well, when you're talking about the top 20, they were given the keys as, this is your team. Yes, that was a starter. Started out as like 18. His first starters were here. How many games? Yeah, he started majority of his first games. I think towards the end, but I'm saying. But this is literally off the bench 2 years straight. Off the bench. Yeah. First 2 years. Off the bench. Yeah. Right here. Off the bench. Like,
Jerry Jones was there.
Yeah. Started 77 out of 80. 77. Yeah. Kobe, like, he had one start, right? In 2 years. Right, so like to start off like that to then become who you became, but that should be, kind of factored in just a little bit. Yeah. When it comes to the T-Mac on that part, and I go back,
And I love T-Mac, one of my all-time favorites.
7 starts in his first album. I look at it like this: you guys were up 3-1, but you lost, right? And we're laughing because you lost. Technically, y'all supposed to get swept. So we have to factor in that you won 3 games that you ain't supposed to win. Because it was a 1 versus 8 seed. I look at it like that. If we saying you're supposed to get 4 over and you did get 3 wins, there's still 3 wins.
Right. But you have to remember, and this is fairness to you because you're a basketball aficionado. So when you bring this up, basically you're saying these conversations should be left to the basketball aficionados, which I respect. Because you're right. Because most people don't remember they were supposed to get swept.
Mm-hmm.
Most people don't remember that. They don't remember you didn't have Grant Hill. You were carrying Orlando on your back single-handedly, and the Detroit Pistons with their route to winning the title, and here you are standing in their way. But what they do remember is that you said the series was over.
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember the exact wording of this book right now. But he said the series was over after they were up 3-1. He was basically saying, man, it'd be good to advance to the next round. And, you were talking like that. So cats gonna remember that. They're gonna remember that because you T-Mac and you had that kind of game, and you can look at it the fact that they were supposed to get swept, or you can look at it this way. You T-Mac, if you were good enough to win 3, how come you didn't get more? See what I'm saying? You can look at it that way too. Recognizing that, like that's the cat that I always Melo. You know how badly I want to see Carmelo in the NBA Finals, man. Because I know who he is. I know that brother is not gonna shrink in the spotlight. Whatever you see him do, you put that brother on center stage in that moment, he's gonna rise up. And it's a damn shame because if Joe Dumars had drafted him instead of Darko Milicic, Carmelo Anthony has a title. Not true. There's no way he doesn't have a title.
Is he the same player? Like, do we view him the same?
That's cool.
Top 75 and 100. So, that career playing with Larry Brown. I personally don't think so because Larry Brown didn't like rookies, right? He understood what this team was, so it took at least.
Larry Brown was coaching Detroit. Mm-hmm. That was Joe Dumars' thing. I'm telling you.
Oh, no, yeah.
Joe Dumars made that call because Joe Dumars was tired of Larry Brown after year 1. Mm-hmm. So it was the way it was going past year too. You know? I mean, it was Joe Dumars' team, and Joe Dumars, in fairness to him, understand that Joe Dumars had Tayshaun Prince, he had Rip Hamilton, he had Benny and Rasheed Williams, eventually Rasheed Wallace, Rip Hamilton. And he's like, we got a crew. We can, Eastern Conference Finals, and then ultimately the NBA Finals back-to-back years. We got a crew. His whole mentality was that we didn't need it, but we needed another big. But Carmelo Anthony was Carmelo Anthony, coming out of Syracuse, a national champion, All-American, and what he brought to the table. And it's instant buckets. You know what he's going to bring. And if you know anything about Melo, even though he is Melo, that town was made for him. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. I mean, that kind of town, that was his environment. I mean, listen, imagine if you got Chauncey and ripping them cats with you, and you could score like Melo. I mean, think about that. I don't think they lose to San Antonio that year. When my friend, because I love my man Rasheed Wallace, we go back a long way. But when he left Dan Robert Ory in that left corner to make that three that sealed their fate in that game 5, I mean, that was a big deal. I'm telling you, when you talk about Carmelo Anthony and the scoring machine that he was, you put him on a squad like Detroit.
Too.
Oh, my Lord. That would have been special.
I think they were the one the first year, and I think when they started digressing, I think that's when Melo would have been very important for them.
Yeah.
Like
he would have kept them on the floor.
Yeah, he would have kept them on the floor.
Melo ended up playing with Johnson Bowles anyway. Yes, he did.
Yeah. And it showed.
They went to the conference.
Yeah. So with him younger, it seemed like they needed bigs back then.
Yeah.
Because Rasheed wasn't there yet, right? He came midway.
Right.
Yeah, he came midway.
Correct.
And yeah. But I mean, from Larry Brown, he didn't play him in the Olympics either that year.
No.
Yeah. So he didn't mess with them.
That's true. But they should have thought about the future. And listen, if you don't think about it, here's the picks. LeBron was 1, Melo was 3, and then you had Bosh and D Wade at 4 and 5.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Joe Dumars, I'm real happy for him because he's back in New Orleans now running the show. Because he did an exceptional job in Detroit. They got the 6 consecutive conference finals. They got the back-to-back NBA finals and won a chip. And he deserves profound respect. But that hurt him. That's forever a blemish on that resume that they passed, that they drafted.
That's the messed up. That's the messed up part because when I talked to Rasheed, he said Darko was that dude. He said Larry Brown didn't like that style. Now,
Totally true.
Now think about the style that we're seeing today. That was Darko then, and he was like, I need somebody who's gonna bang. I don't need finesse.
That's totally Larry Brown, who I covered for his first, all his years in Philadelphia. I covered him. I was the beat writer. Let me tell you something. I'm not buying that for Russia. I'm gonna tell you why. If you are that dude, once Larry Brown was gone, why weren't you that dude? See, I'm not gonna buy. I was demoralized. I became a case. I couldn't do. Man, fuck that. I don't want to hear that.
That's a real thing. That's the real thing. That's the real thing.
Y'all can say it's real, but who accepts that? Like, for example, if somebody f's up your mental, right? I understand that's a real thing, but they messed it up. Once they go on, you can't use them as an excuse. Now you still got a career. Now Larry Brown has stayed there for 10 years, and that's where he had to cut you. But then you got a whole NBA career to look forward to. Your man was there for a couple of years. What the hell you whining about that? He's gone now. What happened to the rest of your career? Nah, I'm not buying that. I'm not letting it. Rasheed, I got
it's like a wounded dog.
Well, all right.
Right?
All right. Well, then that's why hospitals and surgeons are for.
It's like a wounded dog. You get.
You might figure it out. You never know.
Like when you, trust me, we got the same nemesis a little bit. I was there and watched it in real time, right? Before I got there, and I seen the effect, and I'm like, yeah.
So about
5 down, get on the ball, and he comes, no, just let me get up and down a couple times because I don't want to miss and get booed. Like, those are real things. Like,
I'm not saying it's not real. I'm not saying they're not real. But when you don't got it, when you don't have it, you don't have it. And we don't get to sit back and go like this. Well, here's the reasons why this didn't happen. You understand what I'm saying? You get on the court, you'll give a brother 30 or 40 in a heartbeat. You didn't get to sit up there and say, coach don't like me. I just bad. Nobody's gonna bring it up. Nobody's saying it's a lie. Nobody's challenging its truth. We're simply saying you don't get to do that. You have a career, you don't. You got a career to fulfill, but you don't. And when you haven't done it for a decade plus, you don't get to hide behind some coach that you had for a couple of years. What about the other 10? What's up? Come on, y'all. Come on now.
no, I can know.
Come on now. You don't get to do that.
What you're saying is you're right, because the players, we don't care. Either you're a player or you're not. So I
When he upset and he depressed and the mental ain't right. But you in a playoff game and you dancing on cats and you flinging him the ball and he missing a wide open layup. You want everybody's mental and it's gonna be all right. But you're gonna make that layup.
Facts.
Make that layup. That's what you did. That's what you're doing. That's just how it is.
Nobody cares about the excuse. How do you feel about the new style of the NBA? How's it going? A lot of 3-point shots.
I don't like it because most of them can't shoot. That's the problem. And I don't like the fact that the mid-range has been taken away to some degree. What I loved about watching Shea was him doing his thing. Not the strongest three-point shooter. God help him, the NBA. If Shea gives Alexander gets a 3-point shot. God help the NBA. Because he got everything else. All right? And the brother brings it. And so I look at covering basketball. To me, there's 5 different positions for a reason. I know things have changed. I know the power forward spot ain't what it used to be. The center spot ain't what it used to be. I get that part. I totally understand it. But that don't mean we should like it. Like, you don't want to see pounding the ball, getting physical, a whole bunch of fouls being called. You want an up-tempo style. You want more fluidity brought into the game. So I understand what the NBA was thinking. But in the same breath, when it gets so soft that you eradicate toughness from the game, and I don't mean literally as if the imply the players are toughness, I would never say that. I'm talking about when a game is called tight. Unless the pace is on it. That concerns me. And people keep thinking about Steph Curry. That's not me. I think about my mentor. 7 seconds or less. I think about when Jimmy Jackson got traded and arrived here. And this brother comes in the game and he commits a turnover and the cat is racing down the court. And Jimmy fouls him and makes him go to the free throw line. And Mike D'Antoni whistles him to come over here. He said, we don't do that here. You don't foul him. Let him score. It quickens the pace. I don't want that. See what I'm saying? I want it made tough for you. I want to see what you can do against a bona fide defense not assisted by the league and its rules. I want to see that happen because that's how we also get to judge players regardless of errors. And it's all a fun discussion. This notion. Please stop letting people don't fall for what these cats are. Oh, please, everybody got their own errors. Why y'all talking about that? Goddamn it, because we want to. Because we want to. We're talking sports. Nobody talking about you and your woman, your wife or somebody, your family. Talk in the game. What's wrong with talking the game? What's wrong with looking at MJ and comparing him to LeBron or Kobe or somebody? What's wrong? That's all part of the game. What's wrong with looking at a T-Mac and saying, yo, if he had this teammate, if he had this squad, if he had this coaching, he would be able to do X, Y, Z. Oh, Grant Hill, what's wrong with speculating about? What if he had never had those ankle injuries? Could he have been of the same lineage as MJ and Kobe? Because I remind you, let's go back to college for a second. UNLV's in the national championship game, and what did they do to Duke? They annihilated them. They beat them by 30. Stalled them. The very, very next year, in the Final Four, Duke beat them. Same as UNLV squad, same Duke squad, with the exception of one person, Grant Hill. Grant Hill showed up there, and This Grant Hill we're talking about. Wasn't considered somebody that had the greatest jump in the world. Then gets drafted, comes to the Detroit Pistons. Brother was a Skywalker. Brother was doing his thing on everything. Grant Hill was legitimate. Why wouldn't we talk about that? Why would we say, let's not talk errors? I'm gonna look at Kareem and not compare to Ewing, Olajuwon, Sampson, Shaq, or anybody else. Why would I not do that? That's talking basketball. Those discussions, that dialogue celebrates the game. People don't want you to do it because they want to win in the argument. Because they believe losing will ultimately compromise their brand because of what they're trying to accomplish in this day and age. Bump that shit. It's a conversation. It's part of the game that we love. There is nothing wrong with talking about it as long as you're acknowledging somebody's greatness and you're talking about them compared to other greats. So what? They don't finish first. They've convinced you in this day and age, led by people who will remain nameless because they don't want to have that damn conversation still playing, okay, that, oh my goodness, us talking about it, we shitting on the game. We are not. We are celebrating the game. We're celebrating the game. We're even celebrating you. If we got you 2, 3, 5, or whatever, because there's thousands upon thousands of players who played in NBA history and they ain't in the conversation. We are celebrating you. Don't let them convince you that we dissing them. No. We're talking about the game. Talk about the game.
I'm not gonna lie. That the watch fucking my eye up. It is blinking on the AP. I don't know what it was. It was just the light was just sitting here trying to move. Let's talk a little bit current state of the game. This is a pro Lakers show. We don't hide it. We do not hide bias. So back on August 2nd, Luka Doncic agreed to a 3-year max extension with the Lakers, keep him in LA until at least 2028, which also makes him eligible to sign a projected 5-year deal for more than $400 million down the road. Luka been looking slim and trim this summer, focusing on his diet and workout regimen, following the Slovenian Eurobasket. He still has a chip on his shoulder based on how that math situation ended with him getting traded to the Lakers. But what are your expectations for Luka in his first full season with the Lakers?
I think that the Lakers are title contenders. I do not think by any stretch they're favorites. But they're being, I think J.J. Redick did a hell of a job last year. And I think he's a damn good coach. His attention to detail, his willingness to get in their ass, hold cats accountable. I'm a Darvin Ham fan. I didn't think that Darvin Ham deserved to lose his job with the Los Angeles Lakers. He did get into the conference finals. And then when they got bounced in the first round, both losses were against Denver. You know, and there's no shame in that with Nikola Jokic, so we understand that. But that doesn't negate the fact that J.J. Redick has proven to be a great hire. That brother can coach, you know, and we got a good relationship because he worked at ESPN with me and a whole bit, and I was rooting for him to get the job once it was open, and I'm happy he got it. Having said that, I don't think they have the personnel to upend Oklahoma City, a healthy Dallas squad. Kevin Durant's in Houston now. Let me tell y'all, son. You know, listen, it's KD, y'all. You know, we can act like we don't know, but we better recognize the brother the truth. So if you got him with Amen Thompson, who I love, all right? Shaquille still there? Van Vliet still there? Yo, y'all, they can do some things. I can't see the Lakers beating those teams. And they weren't even the ones that knocked them out. It was Minnesota who sent them home. You know? And Ant-Man's game ain't going anywhere. He's going to continue to elevate. So when I look at Luka, here's what I love about him being in shape. What I love about him being in shape is that, okay, so can we ask you to play some defense now? I mean, if people were blowing by you, I mean, hell, it looked like I could blow by you. I mean, damn. Would you go play some defense? I mean, because you got to do that. Because everybody, listen, he had an injury-marred season last year, but he was out of shape once he got traded, so psychologically he was messed up. The brother still averaged 28, 8, 7. This Luka we talking about here. He is special, okay? So we can't ignore that. And I expect him to be even more lethal offensively this upcoming season. And I don't expect any slippage from LeBron because I think that he's defied Father Time for so long. I expect him to continue that because the one thing we can never question about him, he's always in phenomenal shape. He takes care of himself. But who else you got? Who else is Austin Reeves from Step Up?
Limit that.
You know, I'm just saying they got to do something. I just think that it's not that they're a bad team; they're a good team. I think their depth is a question mark. I think they need another legitimate scorer. And I think that there's about at least 4 teams in the West better than them.
Yeah, I can agree with you right now because the season is not here. But as soon as day one starts, we're number one.
Give me Luka. You know what I mean? The delusion hits. The delusion is right now normal. It's like, it's not delusion gets very rare. Now, once the season starts, it's all straight delusion because it's all 0-0.
Cannot be knocked because, listen, in AA, the first thing they say is an acknowledgement. You know, and admit what you already It's okay. It's like I can't, like anything that you say about the Lakers. Look, y'all, the brother did say, let's just get over it. When it comes to the Lakers, he's not all things. We got it.
Okay.
Ain't no problem. Ain't nobody gonna look at
He's a fanatic.
It's all right. I don't blame him. And this is the thing that kills me.
I got a Laker
I
closet.
never root against the Lakers because where do I want to be in June? For years, I have never apologized for my differences in my social life. Where do I want to be in May and June? I don't want to be in Utah. You understand? I want to be in LA. What's my dream match? What had me depressed? You know, we had a pandemic comes like damn near once every century. And when did it come this time? The Lakers and Miami in the finals in the Big Bowl. Do you have any idea that I waited my entire career to be able to cover an NBA Finals where I'm going between LA and Miami? Now, did you understand the magnitude of that? I waited forever. And the one time it happened is when they in the damn bubble in Orlando.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, when I'm sitting there with Rouse and Miami and them and I'm going off, I'm like, look, man, I'm trying to inspire y'all. Could you do something? Because where do I want to be? I want to be in Miami and LA. I never would. Look, you know it's bad when you don't mind the Clippers. You're like, yeah. They in LA. Okay, at least they in LA. It ain't quite the same as the Lakers, but they in LA. So I ain't rooting against the Lakers.
Safe to say, Lakers final in LA, no solitaire, locked in.
Why do I need solitaire? Why do I'm saying?
We were playing solitaire.
What's wrong with solitaire?
We were solitary during the finals as well this year. Yeah, all of us.
My brother,
I respect it.
All the time.
I respect it.
You kiss my ass. I'm gonna pull out my phone and play it anytime I want to.
We were doing the same shit.
Traveling on the road, covering all these games all year long, and I pull out my phone to play solitaire for 2 minutes. And wait, stop focusing on the game. Shut up. Don't you wish you were sitting here?
We were not focused. The person who was recording was a focus either.
That's right. I don't make a lot of money off the solitaire until y'all find out about that soon enough.
We respect it. More entertaining than that final in a lot of people's eyes. But let's keep it Lakers centric. So Luka, face of the franchise now. I think he's been well documented. Took him to a Backstreet Boys concert. I think that cemented his place as the face of the Lakers franchise. But you got LeBron. Been there now, I believe, year 8, year 23 overall. Yep. Second team All-NBA last season.
He's got my voting. I have 16.
But 6th in MVP voting. Had to opt into the final year of his contract for the first time in his career. So during Luka's extension press conference, Rob Pelinka had this to say about LeBron's future with the team. Pelinka said, if he had a chance to retire a Laker, that would be great. So personal feelings and opinions aside, but should LeBron feel disrespected by how the Lakers are treating him at this point?
No, I don't think so. They got new blood. A cat that's going to be the face of their franchise for the next decade. Where he's contemplating walking away from the game in the next year or two. Last time I checked, that's business. Secondly, it's pretty hard to be insulted when you get paid $52 million for 1 year's work. You need to get over that. Number 3, no, don't get me wrong. He deserves more. He deserves more. If it was allowed, he'd get more. You know, with CBA and all of that stuff, he should get more. Because what he means to the NBA from a box office perspective is undeniable. So I'm not throwing any shade in that regard. I'm just simply saying you still get $52 million. Number three, let's call it what it is. You know, you won a championship in the bubble. Kyle Kuzma didn't have to be going after that. Alex Caruso didn't have to be going after that. Contavious Caldwell-Pope and others didn't have to be going after that. We might look at them now and say, okay, that's passe. Certainly not in the case of Caruso, who just won the title in Oklahoma City. But we might look at other cats and be like, oh, you know what? So what? They're going. But in the immediate aftermath of that championship, you still needed those cats. You wanted your boy Russell Westbrook. What did the Lakers do? They gave you your boy. You understand? You wanted coaches going. What did they do? They got rid of them. You wanted coaches to rock. What did they do? They acquiesced. They abided by your wishes. I'm not saying he was wrong to have those wishes. You know, you're the face of a franchise. You're the star. You're damn right you should have some say. No question about it. So there's nothing wrong with that. But the point is they obliged. And so at some point in time, it's somebody else's turn. And that was Luka's turn. And so because it's Luka's turn, you know, you could be playing with others, but you're playing with that brother, who is a global iconic brand, who is good in terms of his numbers, even in the postseason. It's like him and Jordan only, what he does. And so when you look at it from that standpoint, it's hard to begrudge that. It's hard to have a problem with that. It's like, there's a new star in town. That doesn't mean that your star has to say, you go out on the court and you can show you still that dude. But that brother is that special, and that can't be ignored.
Yeah, you said if Giannis doesn't win another championship, his legacy would be take a hit. If he stays in Milwaukee, what do you think?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question because Giannis, he's one of my favorite dudes because he's a real one. But the way people took it, I don't think people grasp what I'm saying. I know he's an all-time great. There's no denying it. Of course he is. He's phenomenal. And we get that part. I'm saying because he's so phenomenal, if the last title he won was in 2021 and he's never to win a title again, you're going to be like, damn, what happened? Because his talent warrants that. You're not going to blame him. You know it's the organization. You know it's Chris Middleton and his knees. You know it's Drew Holiday being moved out of town. You know it's Brook Lopez not necessarily being that guy anymore. You know it's those other things. But what I'm saying is that when you're Giannis Antetokounmpo, as great and phenomenal as you are, although it's through no fault of your own, it's hard to imagine you won a title in 2021 and other than that, you've been going home in the first round. That's underachieving. Now that doesn't mean he's to blame for it, but it means that with that level of greatness, more was expected, more is on the scene. We're looking at KD, for example. KD got his 2 titles. What have we been saying over the last 5 or 6 years? Where have you been? You've either missed the playoffs or you're going home in the first round. Okay? The one time you went in the second round was when, you know, Kawhi Leonard went down and you were able to knock off the Clippers. Because Kawhi Leonard went down because, remember, the game before, Kawhi Leonard had played and he dropped 38. You know, so we're looking at stuff like that and we're saying, okay, because you're on this level, more is expected of you. And when that doesn't happen, particularly over a lengthy period of time, we're looking at that greatness and saying it wasn't enough. Now, in some instances, it could be you, but not Giannis. It's not him. It's that you didn't get the pieces around him. But the reality is that you don't want to sit around and see Giannis at home in the first round every year and having one title on his resume, not even playing in another title. Nobody wants to see that.
So what happens if he decides he wants to leave to go compete for that?
I don't have a problem with it. Because the organization would not have done what it's supposed to do.
But that's when he gets locked for...
It depends. You got to remember. See, everybody says that. Like, for example, LeBron left. He went to join D-Wade and Bosh in Miami. So there was a knock for that. Certainly not for me because there's 4 years out there. I had no problem whatsoever. Nothing wrong with that. Beautiful thing for me. So it was cool, right? KD, it wasn't even that you went to Golden State. It was that you did it after Golden State had beat you a month earlier. You were up 3-1, lose a 3-1 lead, and then when you lose the 3-1 lead, and you end up losing that series, and you were less than yourself in that Game 6 and that Game 7, to join that same exact team, had he left and went to another team other than Golden State, nobody would have sweated it. It was that he went to the people that knocked him off. So that's a different scenario than somebody like a Giannis, who wants to be in Milwaukee, has stayed in Milwaukee, delivered a title to Milwaukee, is a greyhound coming right at you, a locomotive coming right at you all the time, and you look at the pieces around him literally falling apart. You got Damian Lillard come there and help him, and when Damian Lillard comes back from his injury, what happens? He tears his Achilles. So everywhere you turn, he can't catch a break. Nobody's judging Giannis if he decides to get up and leave Milwaukee. We know it's not him. And so when I'm on First Take, for example, I did a segment with Cam Newton one time. He was laughing because he would come to the defense and say the kind of things that y'all were saying, and I'll be like, don't let it be you. How about that one? That's the philosophy. Don't let it be you. You can't be the reason. See what I'm saying? Nobody's looking at Giannis. But they did look at KD. When you lost against Dallas, they did look at LeBron. You know, these kind of things happen. When they're looking at you, that's when it gets dicey. As opposed to everyone knows it's not you. But the pieces around you, the organization couldn't help you, and you decided to move.
How many other players you feel that's in Giannis' position have that type of pressure, like you said, to win another one? Like,
that pressure?
Yeah, would you say like Jokic? Would you say Tatum?
I don't think Jokic, because we've seen Jokic be phenomenal, winning league MVPs, and we know, first of all, what you let go of Bruce Brown for, what you let go of Jeff Green for, money. So you compromise Jokic's success, because he still went out on the court and delivered, and you see him walking around. I mean, I say it affectionately, looking like a big tub of lard, can't jump onto a curb, and you can't stop him. It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he just turned around and he's unstoppable. It's unbelievable to watch him play. So you don't point the finger at him. You are looking at KD.
Okay.
You in Houston, bro. Yeah, they lost in the first round. That's a damn good team. Who was the number 2 seed in the West. All right? They got a young thoroughbred. They got a big man. They got a shooter. All they really needed was you, a number 1 option. I was saying for the longest time, Jordan West said Jeff Green's about it, because he's too streaky, but he's too inconsistent. And the level of dedication they felt they needed, they didn't feel they were getting from him. So I'm like, you Phoenix, okay, that's a young talent you can bring and grow. You still got Devin Booker there, but understand, you got to get something. But I'm looking at KD with Ime Udoka coaching this team, and the personnel that they have, Houston should be knocking on the door. We look at Dallas. When you talk about a player, it's somebody I would say it's KD. Anthony Davis comes to my mind. Here's why. You are the reason Luka's gone. Dallas. See, people not saying it. They keep talking about Luka in LA. No, AD, you in Dallas. You in Dallas. That's why Luka ain't here. You got to show up. Now, you lucked up because Kyrie wasn't there. Because we all know what a showstopper Kyrie is. And he's a champion, okay? He ain't some just champion that just got a trophy because of LeBron. The brother averaged 27. Okay, this is Kyrie we talk about. We know what that brother can do. You got P.J. Washington, scrub. You got Lively and Gafford and them brothers in the middle. You got size that enables Anthony Davis to play his natural position instead of playing the 5, which he didn't want, which he was complaining about when he was in LA. So you look at them, Jason Kidd can coach. You got some depth. You're looking at Dallas and you're saying, okay, well, how can they not win if that brother Anthony Davis shows up? Especially since Luka the reason, and God help him, if Luka's playing all world and the Lakers elevate and they ascend and they're successful, but Dallas ain't. Oh, on that court and busts everybody's ass. And Anthony Davis is just average. Anthony Davis is an all-star. Anthony Davis is an all-world player. That brother can give you 28 and 12 every night. You better do it. You better do it. If you don't do it, folks gonna look at you. It's just that simple. So I look at it from that standpoint. Those two names definitely come to my mind when you say not Giannis. Well, it would be KD and it would be AD.
So let's talk KD real quick. Kyrie, they missed. What do you think?
Am I missing anything?
No, listen, he was number 2 without Kevin Durant. If Kevin Durant comes and averages about 26 like he does, and they're not winning, will they be on a coach?
Yeah, if they're not winning, that's not what I mean. What I'm saying is, we watched them during the playoffs, and even when they were going up against Golden State, what were we saying about them? You know what we were saying? Damn, they need a number one option.
They need a go-to guy.
They need a go-to. They need a guy, and this is my definition of a number one guy. Everybody know what's going to do, what you going to do, and they know whose hands the ball is going to be in.
Can't do anything about it.
And the damn thing you can do about it, because he's like, this is me. Let me just give you the damn ball. Like KD did in the finals. When Steph and Clay were struggling, I think it was game 4 or something against me, like, give me this. Let me close this out. That is what you are looking for. This is basketball. This ain't football where you got 11 guys on the field, you need somebody to block. You know what I'm saying? You need to run the right route. You need to hope that your quarterback ain't going to get sacked too early or whatever. No. This is basketball. At the end of the day, here's the ball. Take me there. And Houston clearly did not have that. So you go out and you get Kevin Durant, one of the greatest players to have ever played the game, who is a professional scorer, a scoring machine. Is unstoppable. They come 7 feet with a 7'6" wingspan, mid-range, 3-point game, open court, free throw. It don't matter. Whatever way you need him to score, he can do it with relative ease. It's who he is. And then you get to Houston and all of a sudden we don't see that? No. That's exactly what we expect to see. That's exactly why you're there.
Does he finish top 10 if he gets it done?
I think so. I don't listen.
Or even if he doesn't.
To me, I view Kevin Durant as a top 10 player of all time. I always have. You know, people say, like, when they bring up, let's say, for example, hypothetically, if somebody were to bring up Larry Bird. This is me with a Larry Bird. I ain't picking nobody over him in the last 2 minutes. Maybe Jordan, maybe. But Bird was money. Just him with his marksmanship and his IQ. The brother was special. But I take into account who you are for over a 48-minute period and what you bring on a night-in, night-out basis because of your overall skill set. And I don't view this game as definitively pointing to me 10 dudes that you can pick over Kevin Durant. I think it's insulting, for people to act like, oh my goodness, why would you think about Kevin Durant? I'm like, are you watching basketball? Are you watching what this man has done? What this man does with the basketball on the offensive side of the ball, the brother's special. And I would put him top 10. But with that being said, you can't go to Houston and fizzle. Cannot happen. And you AD, the pressure's on him because of Luka. Because Luka's not going away. So you have to make sure you are what you were in the first half of your first game as a Dallas Maverick. Where you was going, you like, this is my house. You were saying that. Okay, they got hurt. That's fine. Injuries happen. But your game has to be on that level because Luka is not going away.
So on the AD front, obviously Kyrie may miss most, if not all, of this next season coming up. Do they get to use that as an excuse, or do you feel like this Mavs squad can still be a top-tier team?
No, they get to use it as an excuse if Kyrie isn't there. But I think that Kyrie's going to be back after January, after All-Star break. That's what I've been told to anticipate, that Kyrie can come back. Now, obviously, coming back with the injury, he's not going to be himself initially, and we get all of that. But the brother's still special. And I think and his game isn't predicated on his athleticism. His ball handling and shot-making ability is what saves the day for Kyrie Irving. And so he can come back. Now, see, if somebody like Russell Westbrook had that kind of injury, it's over. Because his athleticism is what carries the day for him to this very day. That's not the case with Kyrie Irving. It's two different things.
Let's go. So let's talk a little bit about the Thunder. Won the first chip in franchise history.
Yep.
Locked up SGA, Daniel Williams, and Chet
Late
Holmgren.
five.
All the long-term deals. But we've seen the way this new CBA, second apron in particular, has impacted a lot of teams. Talking about teams like the Celtics, Pirates, and other teams around the league. But do you think the Thunder are the league's next dynasty, or has the current CBA effectively?
I think they have a chance to be because of all the draft capital that they have. All the things that they've collected throughout the years with all the trades that they've made. They've got so many assets they don't have to do. You know, when you see a guy like Wallace, like,
Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. Make sure y'all send them screenshots. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. I have screenshots ready. Did I move? I don't remember what setup you remember looking at. $250, 10 to 15K. See them screenshots. Don't miss out on the play. Let's get it. New day, new dollar. Tired of being broke because it ain't no joke. Let's get to work.